Okay, so here let me decide on the E movie to watch, I suppose. We'll go through an alphabetical list. This is always very annoying to do, but I also like it. Like, I'll use a randomizer at the end, but I'll go through and I'll sort of look through what some of the most consequential ones are. Like, for example, which ones just kind of pop out to me. I'm really just going by the image and the name, because a lot of these I'm not going to know anything about. Or I guess I'm excluding the ones that are... I'm excluding the ones that are in a position to... first of all, scrolling through this is annoying, because now you have to go to, like, page... You have to go, like, one by one, so it takes forever. We're looking at a position where... If it's made by Netflix, I don't want to look at it. If it's not in English, I don't want to look at it. Alright, so we'll go kind of like that. Oh, this is so annoying, man. I don't even want to... Let's not even do it yet. I'll do it later. It's too much effort. Like, I'm eating and stuff. Whatever. As if Netflix wouldn't just let you scroll through itself. That'd be so much easier. Okay, I'll do it later when I have time, which I've already delayed it by, like, it feels like a week that I haven't done. Because I had seen episode 5 of Monk, so now we're going to do this, then we have to decide what to watch for E, then I'll watch the E movie, then I'll do a recap on Monk. Not so much episode 5, but just the whole thing. As far as the character point system, then I'll do Monk episode 6. Let's watch some random clips on here for a second, and then I'll maybe decide on that. So this is, does social media affect you? 1 minute long. It's something to do with ding on the thumbnail. Starting in 3, 2, 1. There could be a million videos to name this. Ding seemed like the kind of guy who it might affect, actually. He's psychologically. Like, he's saying they overestimate Gukesh and I don't think they even overestimate. I just think he hasn't lived up to it. Like, maybe Gukesh is nervous. Like, he seems better at this point. His rating would even indicate that. Right, like, he's just in better form, but he hasn't lived up to that form. It's not so much that Ding has done anything too noteworthy. He sort of just survived. Let's see. Let's look at some of these posts and use this as a platform for debate. What's more impressive? 29 minutes, 60 points, 11 dribbles. That's Clay. 3/4, 62 points outscored Mavs. That's kind of hard to say. I guess you'd say Kobe because he's doing it in other ways, but that arguably makes it harder that they can predict what you're going to do. I would say Kobe for 2 reasons. One is because he's scoring in more ways than just threes. Not that that diminishes that. But the other reason is the fact that, you could say, oh, it's a lower scoring era, and it's, just you're outscoring the other team. So I might give a marginal thing to Kobe, but to say even that first point, like, oh, well, because you're shooting threes, it doesn't matter that you're shooting threes because if it works, it works. If it goes in, it goes in. It still counts, you know. So arguably, again, that makes it harder because they know what you're going to do, but you're still doing it. But I'll give it marginally to Kobe, but the efficiency of Clay is not to be underestimated. They're almost even. People are saying Clay. Huh, that's interesting. I was expecting more Kobe fan. Because he's barely touching it. You know what he's going to do, but he's still doing it. I guess you could just use, defense. Like, defense is softer now-ish. At that point. Although I forget exactly. That was a long time ago still. It depends on what teams we're talking about. The Mavs weren't necessarily a great defensive team either. I don't know. I'm kind of split. Like, it's super impressive either way. Nobody's scoring 50 plus again with under 15 dribble. Well, but see, that's kind of... Like, you could always turn that into a negative. Like, Kobe's creating his own shots, whereas Clay is getting handed the ball, so that's why he's not dribbling. He's getting carried by Steph and all this kind of stuff, which is partly true because of the spacing, but also if you look at some of those shots, they're not exactly the greatest quality, but he just makes it work. Like, that's what some fanboy would say for Kobe, like, well, he's at least he's creating his own shots, whereas Clay's getting created them for him. So you can take that from a positive to a negative. Like, wow, it's so impressive with 11 dribbles that you're not ball dominant, but also, you're getting it handed on a silver platter, and you're not creating it, but also, if you're more objective, you'll see that, he's kind of hitting some difficult stuff. This is kind of a fun thing to do. Like, you're doing it as if a debate. So I would go with slightly Kobe because you would say, okay, defense back then was a little better, a little different. Although the shot quality the kind of difficulty of shots Clay is hitting are also just very hard. I don't know. It's basically even, though. I can't take a hard position. No dribble. See, you could, if you were a fanboy, you could say, oh no, but no dribble just means you're getting handed easy shots. You're having it facilitated instead of having to create it yourself. But again, you are creating it. I'm surprised by that. To me, it's virtually even, but I would still say that. Because again, would Clay have been able to do that at that time? With like, defense is a little different. It was still getting softer then, but... I think the tell is that you're outscoring the other team. That just shows you it's a lower scoring kind of time period, right? Where it's a similar amount of points, but I don't know. That's sort of a double-edged sword. The fact that it's 11 dribbles, does that make it more or less impressive? It would only be less impressive if it's like dunks where you're getting, handed the ball on a silver platter. Whereas here, he is making tough, deep threes. I don't know. I'm very torn, actually, looking at the comments on that. I would say slightly Kobe, but now I'm almost being convinced where it's almost even. But, again, the two arguments would just be, okay, he's scoring in a variety of ways, which, again, doesn't matter. If you score 100 and you're just jacking up long threes, it works. It still counts. So that's fine. Or the fact that defense was a little better then, but... it wouldn't really matter if you look at the kind of shots that Clay is hitting. Let's look at this. Post-game interview, Game 9. This is the guy who gave Ding ice cream. Yeah, I love what an underdog Ding is, though, despite being the champion. You almost forget. Exclusive interview with Ding after Game 9, FIDE World Championship, 1 minute, 23 seconds, starting in 3, 2, 1. Ding Liren, or he says it the right way, Liren. He seems to kind of like this interviewer, though. Sometimes he's more standoffish than that. You can always use the language barrier as an excuse if you don't want to communicate, but he's actually been pretty talkative here. You know, I must say he's earned my respect from a certain perspective, though, because you were such an underdog. You were seen as a choker. I even called him a choker. He's sort of stabilized and managed to... You know, I said he had no chance of winning. Doesn't mean it couldn't still have been competitive, but if he won now, I almost wouldn't be surprised. Like, he's been very... You know, he's overcome all that noise and doubt. And, I don't know, he's sort of embraced the responsibility now. Even though he didn't do it all the whole year, somehow he's lived up to it. So I can appreciate that. He sort of was taking it easy, and then, it, you know, as soon as it comes to this now, that could be a fun format, though. Look at some of these community post type things and use it as a debate topic. So people are really fixating on the 11 dribbles, which I'm not diminishing that, but to me, that's also irrelevant. Like, yes, you don't need the ball, but also it's like a score is a score. I don't care if you dribble 100 times or if you dribble once. I guess in the course of the game it's more efficient and everything, but I don't know. They're both super impressive. It's one of those where I was borderline saying neither, but I did take Kobe by a small amount, just because Hell's Kitchen every season 1 ranked. People were hating on Jessica because they thought LC or whatever was better. But they were both good. You could tell from the beginning. They were giving almost LC a little special treatment. But yeah, Jessica definitely struggled towards the end and disappointed me. Nerd's insane 40 million valuation roasted. What is this? It is 3 minutes 50 seconds, starting in 3, 2, 1. Roasted by Sharks, 40 million valuation. Green tea, kind of like the other guy. The green tea extract, co-leave. I like Chris, but he can be a little obnoxious. He was always nice about it. They weren't really roasted too much, just they're being criticized, right? Oh, look at him weirdly flexing there. Dumb it down for us. And like even with Apple, you wouldn't have been so enthusiastic at that time, early on. You wouldn't have known they would have been that successful, so you can't use that. You have to assume, oh, they're going to be the next Apple. Even Apple wouldn't have known they were going to be the next Apple. Or, I mean, whatever, the first. Mark shells out $500K for his kids. Shark Tanks can't stop laughing at bad hair day. Product for bad hair days. Can't stop laughing. Shark Tanks showcase. I guess it doesn't say that in the title, but it's 6 minutes, 20 seconds. Something for bad hair days, starting in 3, 2, 1. Some of these videos are weirdly zoomed in on their faces and stuff. I've seen this one before, I think, too, but... It's basically just a shower cab, then. It's just a gimmick because of the namesake, where it'll go viral because of that, but you'll be surprised. He's not asking very much. That's where you can always respect it. He's holding back the good stuff because he doesn't need you for it. You're really going to try to sell them on something else. But you could use that as a starting point. Yeah, he's being fair with the valuation. Well, he does have the inventions, but he didn't want to tell you. Maybe he's telling the truth. They're not really laughing at him, but the hilarity of... I'm a perfect customer. For that reason, I'm out. She was even saying something positive. Or that's more like Lori's thing with Scrub Daddy. It could be a springboard of a great career with all your other inventions. You'll make a good amount to be comfortable. That is actually a fair pitch. You'll get your 25 back for sure. You will get it. Based on the sales and everything. They're being a little mean, though. He came in asking for very little. He has some decent sales. Well, they were saying it's not going to be $1 billion company, not $1 million, you know. That's why they might be proven wrong. Like, you'll make a couple million, and so your 25K would have been well spent. You're not saying it's going to be the next Apple like the last people were saying. How long it lasts. I was trying to do the e-movie, but I don't know when I'm ever going to have time to look through that shit list. Shark Tank, it makes some things last longer. Shark Tank Showcase starting in 3, 2, 1. These thumbnails are pretty funny, but it doesn't make it clear what we're actually watching. I've probably already seen a lot of these. A lot of pitches are actually hard to find. You'll see it in some clip compilation, but then you go to look up the thing by the name, the pitch, and you won't find it. There's no clip for it. Oh, this is like for wine. That's too limited, though. You gotta have it. That's one of my favorite lines from James Bond, where he says, it's a Dom Perignon 65. It'd be a real shame if you broke it. Something like that. Doctor, no. That's such a good... Be a pity to break it. Or no. And then James Bond's comeback. I prefer the 63 myself. Something like that. That was really good. Or it's a Smith & Wesson and you've had your 6. That's one of the classics. It's a great game theory line, too, on top of just a good line. Now they praise the wine too. Oh, the wine is good. Like nobody cares. For how long? Yeah, I guess that's what they get caught up on, the indicator. Well, if you have a regular stopper, it'll last just as long, though. At least they acknowledge that. That's the only difference. Some of these inventions are so stupidly simple, too, that it seems like, oh, anybody could just make this thing. It's not that technical. Just not enough sales. Okay, I'm gonna pause this. I really wanted to watch actually something of substance here. I can't. Do I dare to scroll through when I'm... Why is it so hard to fucking get an alphabetical list? Damn it. I don't know what I really want to watch or do here. I'm kind of at a loss because I'll have to look through and decide on something with the letter E. It's too annoying to do it. Like, I'll have to really sit there for like an hour and fucking do this, or between this and the monk recap, those are the kind of things I don't like to do because I have to look at something else. So you can't do it while you're driving, and I don't really feel like doing it while I'm eating like I just was, so it's pretty bad. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I was trying to do that little chess thing in my head, which I did pretty well with it as far as the notation up to a certain point. But then at a certain point, it started to become insignificant. Like, I don't know. This is too bad because it takes so long to do that. So I keep delaying, and then I never get around to it. So you have the ability to consider that or here's an interesting thing with the stimuli acme, although I've said this many times before. The half-mast issue with it is the simple fact that you're able to consider like it's done for status reasons and other reasons like in society rather than some inherent value. So it's like the same society that tells you, oh, it's a sacred thing and it's meant to be, will be the same one that, oh, it has arranged marriages and it has class incentives. And so in other words, not only is it not absolute, you're just trying to control it. That's what the undue emphasis placed would show you. And it would tell you that, there's a great deal of artifice in that with respect to, there's just a clear incentive behind it. So you're pretending like, oh no, it's some higher standard measure, but it's really just, zero-sum means, it's easier to control, which is fine to argue for it on a functional level, but it's the cognitive dissonance that happens that's like, you can't tell somebody that personally. They have to pretend like, oh, it's an absolute and it's meant to be. And that's both appealing to their ego and also appealing to the stimuli acme itself, hedonism. So now you control them twofold, like, oh no, you're not being controlled by society because it's easier for it to manage it. You're being controlled by nor are you being controlled in terms of your base tendency. You're actually doing something absolute that's just meant to be. So that works on two levels. One, that you're making out to be more than what it is and less than what it is at the same time. Because if you acknowledge, okay, it's just hedonism and your inherent tendency, then you would just do it without inhibition, and you would just do it, with no special structure. You would just do it freely. But if you acknowledge that, if you acknowledge something else, so then you would do it more fully and without restraint. And then if you acknowledge the functional basis, then you might feel like, well, why would I do that? It might be useful for society, but then I don't want to feel like I'm being controlled that way, or why should I sacrifice my own practice for that, right? Some collective sacrifice. So instead, you control people easiest by appealing to their ego, like, oh no, it's your soulmate, and it's love, and it's meant to be, and it's a high standard, and it's social stigma and moralizing to reinforce it. So it's so obvious what happens with that, but yet people still go for it, especially with some of these, topics like sex. It's treated as like some sort of arcane thing when it's been done since the beginning of time. It's done by animals all the time. It's like, it's such a basic, normal, natural thing. In fact, it's the most basic, because there wouldn't be this many people if it wasn't done on such a regular, obvious level. So this undue emphasis is only to show that you're actually creating a trap for yourself, that let's glorify it to be absolute, but then not practice it freely and fully, and then reduce it to a structure for functional reasons, but then pretend like it's something else, like something above, some other higher standard, or you appeal to ego, as if like you make people think that that's what they want. And that's where specifying the conflict becomes such a major fallacy, that you have the ability to consider if you specify the conflict, what you have is the ability to recognize that I don't know, like people insist upon, oh no, this one individual, this is my soulmate and this is meant to be, rather than realizing the nature of the larger process that, oh, well, the only reason why you're specifying it to one person in the first place is because it's easier for society to control, right? So that interchangeable specificity and nearness postulate and all of that is a bit arbitrary. Like, the Stockholm Syndrome is a good example where, if you're in close proximity and exposed to somebody for a long time, you start to, that's all it takes. So, in other words, what's more defining isn't the person or anything like that. It's the fact that, oh, they happen to be, if you gave any random person a chance for a long period of time, now you might grow something for them, even though it's like, so what's defining isn't the person, it's the fact that you gave them that chance in the first place. Like, again, that's why the nearness postulate works. Like, oh, you go to the same school, you work at the same job, so like, you're just around them a lot, so, oh no, now we're in love, this and that. But it's just like a repeated basis. Like, if you were around somebody else that long, right, you might have the same thing happen. So there's an element of that where, you're mistaking it for an inherent when it's an outward process, just that you're not in control of. So that's non-choice reaction on multiple levels. One with the whole societal basis, but then the other one with the stimuli acme to say, oh, well, I didn't choose to be around this person, but now since I am, I'm going to insist upon it as though it's meant to be. Like, think about the framing there. Like, the love of your life who's meant to be happens to go to the same school and was in the same class or was in the same geographical area, etc., right? Now, I'm not questioning that you pursue that person. I'm questioning the fallacy of posing it as an absolute. The circumstance by which that came about was not absolute in any way. It's arbitrary and reactionary and interchangeable. You happen to be born there, you happen to live there, and now you happen to be with this person. So it's anything but absolute in practice, right? It's a non-choice reaction, insistence that you would try to glorify it into something more, as if to justify it, in absence of any actual standard. So you don't want to admit that, it's just a nearness postulate and some overlapping preference, which if you did acknowledge that, that's at least the healthier, more logical thing to do. But there's a lot of other undue emphasis placed to glorify it and act like it's the biggest deal in the world and it's not just some zero-sum process. And so now what you have is this, you're deferring to it in some form, and so now you're going to I don't know, you're going to look at it from a perspective that you're specifying it on one hand, but then you're specifying it on a criteria that isn't absolute, and this is how the human mind thinks versus the physical state and basically the physical body. So what people will be trained and indoctrinated to indignantly insist upon will be something along the lines of it's my choice to be with this person, it's meant to be, they're the love of my life, they're the soulmate, right? So that's the contrivance response, indoctrinated response. But the reality would be society non-consensually indoctrinated you into its social contract, right, when you were young, before you could even critically think, and then it deems that the easiest way to control you would be in terms of a stimuli-acme basis to say, well, you have to specify the stimuli-acme and it's easier to control and it creates the family system and all this. So you're not making a functional argument. Society is operating that way, and then you are taking it somewhere else. So you're making yourself easier to control that way, rather than coming to your own conclusion. Like, either you recognize it for what it is and then practice it without any structure, undue emphasis, or you kind of see through that and say, well, just recognize what you're actually doing. You're specifying it, but see, people can't think like that because that would feel... You'd rather pretend it's absolute, even though every outward sign would indicate it's not absolute. The reactionary nearness, the other elements of it, the fact that, just the inconsistent nature behind it, where it's an interchangeable process. You see a lot of consequences of that, cheating and so forth. So that's what I wouldn't respect from an absolutist perspective. It's not about what you should or shouldn't do. It's about whether you're going to be in an open relationship or something, right? Whether you should or shouldn't be isn't the point. It's like you would choose to be in a closed relationship, let's call it, where you're only with one person, but then you would struggle with that, and then you would act out, you would cheat, you would have all these conflicts occur, you would have breakups, divorces. Not saying that you can't have those things, but you're treating the process like, this is the right way to do it, but then the right way to do it has so many consequences with it. So now it makes it seem like, well, why should it be that much of a struggle if you... why should it be that much of a struggle if you're able to... if it was really such a solid process. So with the same basis, you could say, well, open relationships have a similar criteria of open relationships have a similar criteria with respect to they'll have breakups too, they'll have conflict too. I guess they won't have cheating, because inherent to cheating is the restriction. Like, maybe you set some other ground rules, but that's the whole problem, is that you're creating a structure that's artificial, but you're posing it as though it's absolute or preferential, and then you're suffering from the conflict to go along with it. And it's going to be a situation where it's your own self-created expectation, right? So you wouldn't have any respect for it, as far as you chose to be in that, and now when there's some conflict with it, why should you be surprised? Because that's inherent to the process. So you can try to struggle against it if you want, but going in that that's part of the problem, or part of the process, right? That's inherent to it. It's like with human nature. You wouldn't be surprised from an absolutist perspective of anything a human being would do. Like, how could you hurt or kill or steal? Or these are all things that are inherent to human nature. So you wouldn't be surprised. You would just be vigilant and careful about it. or you could sort of be willfully, blissfully ignorant from another perspective, like, you assume the goodness in people even though you see signs. That's the problem too with like a trauma argument or like a cynical argument, because these things are exhibited despite indoctrination, despite enforcement. So it's not a question of, it's a question of circumstance. Like, people would be willing to do that in certain circumstances, or some people do it anyway, so like, that is part of human nature, so it wouldn't be a surprise to see that. So just because, I don't know, like, nothing would surprise you, and you would be always aware of human nature and tendencies, so it wouldn't be very, like, oh, you're paranoid, but you're just aware of people's tendencies, so, why trust something when you could verify it? Why give them some benefit of doubt? Just look at their actual process. So I gotta find the E movie at some point here. With respect to, I'll have to do a sit-down session later. It's so annoying. It really is very annoying. Let me see if we can find some other clip here of some kind. I'm not exactly sure. Entrepreneur admits he's not organized. I'm sure I've seen these before. Maybe in even the same playlist sort of form. Like, it's not really my playlist or even a playlist. It's just a mix sort of thing that comes about on its own if you something that comes about on its own if you're able to, when you're watching a random video, it'll have suggested stuff or other things that show up. From Shark Tank to Amazon sale, this is that one guy. Isn't that what I did in the last session on here? Like, I did like the chess notation review, and then I played out a game like partway through. So I was able to successfully visualize like a whole game, right? Just like that. So anybody can do it. But it's a situation where at like the middle game it became very difficult to do. Or it would just take a little bit longer, but let's review what we've done up to this point. Like, we watched, let me see if I can remember every single thing. We started off just doing random sessions, right? And at some point I did Girls, so that was like the first show I watched, I guess. I guess I did Barbie. The Barbie movie, and some, the whole thing in a recorded session. And the whole beauty is I don't have to cut it up even or edit it because I'm just doing it purely through timestamp. But we did the Barbie movie, then we did a bunch of random conversation stuff, then we did Girls episode 1, then we did Girls episode 2, then we moved from that, I guess, to maybe like The Sopranos immediately after that. We might have done something else in there. I did a whole bunch of random movies here and there, and I don't know exactly what the criteria was for them. Whatever service I was using for watching shows, I would also try to find movies on there. But at some point we did Serial Experiments Lane. At some point we did like the Netflix Gauntlet, the Crunchyroll Gauntlet, where I watched like one episode of that show with the chick with the red hair, Yona. And then I did, these might not be exactly in order, but we watched a whole bunch of random movies, or other series, 30 Coins, and I got baited by Paul Giamatti. I didn't even see him in there. And then there's some other I'm forgetting. We did a bunch of random sort of just talking segments. I did some random chess-related stuff. I did a bunch of videos on YouTube. In fact, I did that whole YouTube series with a lot of like courtroom-related stuff. And Jodi Arias, Casey Anthony and stuff. And then I also did... It's been like almost a year of doing this. So you have... so like the longest parts of a series I watched, I guess, has just been Lane, which I guess that's a tie, actually. So will we surpass that with Monk? Based on all these formats and criteria I do, like, we did like 13 episodes of Sopranos, and then we ended because of the plot armor encounter, and then we watched Lane, which is 13 episodes, I think, or maybe it wasn't even that long. That almost seems shorter than 13 episodes, but it was around that, and that was actually just the whole length of the show. That is a bit of an overrated show, honestly. It's not bad, but it's like very fluffed up because it's sort of trying a bit too hard, or certainly for the time it would have been impressive, but you know, it sort of overplays itself a bit. And it's so convoluted, like you shouldn't need some 20-page essay explanation to... I can appreciate some of its merits without that, but you have like this evil twin of Lane in the cyberspace. What's it called again? The Wired. I think those are all the major things that I did, at least. For a while there, I wasn't really doing any particular series. If you try to think of it month by month, like from earlier in the year, it's like December now. Earlier in the year, you had Sopranos towards the beginning of the year, and then, you know, throughout. That is surprising. So I've watched very few series, or I guess I did the first episode of some of them, maybe, like Shameless, or even Lovecraft Country, or yeah, does Lovecraft approve of you using his name for such a shitty premiere? We probably watched some other ones too, that like, oh, if I don't like the first episode, then I stop watching. I must have done at least another series in a longer form since, but I wouldn't have stopped unless it hit some condition, so... I can't remember if I had seen any other series in a big form. I was watching like a lot of horror movies for some reason. I don't know why, like The Witch and The Witch and something else. Like Watching Until I Get Scared challenge, kind of. Which that I didn't find too impressive at all. I just gotta watch the E-list thing, and I'm just kind of stalling the session. I don't like to end off in the middle, like let's just do it, but I don't know what I feel like doing. I don't like feeling like I'm doing this just for the sake of it, but we're sort of recapping on the whole experience. So it's almost been a year of doing this. I can't remember exactly when I started, or I wasn't doing it necessarily on a regular basis then. And I had this pretension that I would actually edit it down and just show, and I guess I did that for The Sopranos, and then I gave up with Lane. I stopped doing it. But like give up trying to edit it down just to that part. Like I would cut out just a segment of a Monk episode now and like let me just upload that as its own thing. But now I've been doing them all together, and I've even been doing some replays on stream. Like I'll just let it run while I'm away, and it's like a rerun of one of my YouTube videos, which is effectively, it's not really a rerun because it's not even a stream I've done in the first place, but it should work. Like I don't see why that's a problem. Just so they know there's nobody there actually, but it's still my content. It's still fine. Like that's like just an infinite content machine thing. So even as we speak, I'm uploading to my YouTube channel the fact of I'm trying to think. I could almost just look at my own channel, but you would have a situation where you're able to consider the I'm listening to that Osama We Got Him song. It just randomly started. What's it even called? Baby I'm Yours. Yeah, it could be like that music channel, but then I'd have to show my face because he just makes weird faces at music. The music teacher reacts to songs. And he's doing like Phoenix Wright and stuff. But that's all he'll really do. Like I've seen some of his videos. He'll just kind of sit there and listen and make faces, and it's just very basic surface level stuff. Shows you how cult of personality works. Not that he sort of built up his cult of personality in the first place by doing that, but still, something about it I just don't like, but that's the kind of stuff that sells. Doing, face cam and stuff. People are very insecure in society in a general sense. Like everything is, again, requiring constant reinforcement and something from externality. So if somebody's just sort of neutral and at peace and just, low key, that's taken somehow as a negative, where you have to place some constant undue-emphasis as if to overcompensate for a flawed process, which is then misframed as a fault of the person who fails to overcompensate, not of the process itself. It's a very flawed thing. I was going to say this is one of my favorite songs, 17 Years, but it's not actually that one. It's some other song by the same band, Rat-a-Tat, like Loud Pipes or something. I forget how I even discovered that. It might have been from NBA 2K. One of the games had that as one of its songs. 17 Years. Yeah, this half-mast state that is so absolute and unquestionable, that is outward and actively contrived, but is taken as a false inherent. And it's absolute and inherent because it requires constant reinforcement through externality, right? Constant contrivance, perpetual pretense, everything like this, where you get to do it in such a way that, and the projection that goes along with that is actually good too and pretty invalidating. By being neutral, people will project onto you something. It must be zero sum, must be stimuli acme, and again, ability versus will fallacy of it must be a difference in ability, assuming that everybody has the same zero sum incentive. Not that your measure could simply be different or neutral something in that way, like it's very strange. Like it indicates a sort of indoctrinated state that again is suited to be ruled by omission, but also something deeper. Like you have a situation where people want to be fooled. Like you don't want people to be honest and to the point, because honesty and objectivity and reality are boring, or it doesn't revolve around you. So you'd rather be lied to and go for performative aspects that have no impact both in a short-term and a long-term sense. Oh yeah, this was a part that got cut off in one of my other recordings. I don't know why sometimes they'll get cut off. Like occasionally I'll notice that, and there's nothing I can do, right? You can't go back and fix it. But what you reinforce, not even just part of it, like that, the thing will just end, the recording will just end. But it's a situation where you have like performative aspects and superficiality, appearance, pretense is not valuable in a short-term sense because of it's not valuable in a short-term sense because of it's not valuable in a short-term sense because it has no impact or functional basis. Like how you look doesn't have any impact aside from people's acknowledgement, but that's the very nature of contrivance. Like it doesn't have any inherent value, right? Your clothing would only have value like as far as, okay, you're protected from the environment or it has some functional reason, but in terms of appearance, makeup, all this kind of stuff, none of it has any actual value or impact of any kind outside of the initial minded basis of people's own acknowledgement in a contrivance state. But that is exactly the point. So you could be in a nudist colony, walk around naked, right? Again, ignoring the functional basis, assuming you're safe and everything like that, but it's all just acknowledgement, so it's not real, right? So it has zero functional basis in the immediate short term, and in the long term, it doesn't have any impact either because it's not doing anything for you. It doesn't have any value. I had maybe a better way to explain the longevity there, but like in the short term, it's not functional. In the long term, it's not functional, or it's not, real or meaningful or valuable. It just doesn't matter. Like pretend you were going to die tomorrow. This is sort of an absolutist thought experiment. Would you care about how you dress today? Would you care about appearance and performative aspects? If your answer is yes, oh yeah, I want to make sure I go out with a bang and go out in style, that means congratulations, you're a human function, but and you enjoy your that state. But normally you might second guess it and say it doesn't matter because I have nothing to lose, or I have nobody to try to impress. I have nothing really to value, and so you're in a position to, again, it's not an anti-standard like, oh, you're trying to be edgy and you're against it, although that's sort of a contrivance response too. But that's a false duality that happens. Like, you're being neutral. You're just simply not doing an outward process that's artificial and unimpactful. But the other point is like, oh, I'm gonna go against the grain and go against this established structure. So I'm gonna be counterculture and I'm gonna be goth and I'm gonna be punk and this and that. But all of that is still playing into the false duality because it's like you're controlled by it either way. So like if there's a standard in society, let me try to think of an example. Whether you go for something or against something, you're still reacting to that structure. Whereas somebody truly objective and neutral wouldn't care one way or another. They would just do something else entirely or have their own reasons for doing something. So if you do something just to spite the system, that's also still being controlled by the system because you're still reacting to it. I always had some better examples of that, but now I can't remember. Like you think you're standing against something, but it's still kind of the same result in the same process. And the reason why is because reason why is because of the simple fact that I don't know. Is the simple fact that I can't think of an example. I had so many good ones that I would always use. I can't remember. So what you have is a situation where you're doing something against it. So either whether for or against, you're still controlled by it, instead of just thinking outside of it and just doing your own thing and self-actualizing. So right, whether you're for or against, or you're doing something in a specific kind of way like that. Yeah, let's do a commercialism rant, since I just did the superficiality protest thing that I talked about before. Like, oh, here we go. We got Boa Duvet, speaking of Lane. Malls are the mecca of consumerism, or even all these quotes that I have to go back to. This is the point of it, just to collect everything together like this. Is the fact that is the simple fact that you're in a position to, you can be damn sure I didn't skip this, although I tend to not skip the intros in any of these. Like, even the Sopranos had a song in the intro, but Monk had one in the first episode, but then they stopped it. I almost preferred that. Now it's just like music. That's no fun. Like, they only paid for the rights for one episode. Even though I'm the type to maybe not be the biggest fan of songs like that, it's still fine. It feels like a proper professional thing to do at that level. Like, you should have it. So it actually went on longer than The Mentalist, though. It's 8 seasons, which I hate to even spoil that, but I can't help it when it'll say that sometimes. But Monk went on longer than The Mentalist, despite how successful The Mentalist was too. And of course, Psych, I forget even how long it went on for, but it's probably around that. It's at least like 6 seasons, I think, because I had seen it like up to season 5-ish. But yeah, like, everything being used for commercial reasons, that sort of shows you a little reveal of society, that the art of the time or the traditions of the time show you the true nature of society at that time. So for example, Skibidi Toilet is trending, so that means whatever's prominently popular in art and fiction and stuff is going to reflect the state of society at that time. The Hawk Tour Girl, unironically, these things do have relevance. Like, if that's what we're focusing on, then we are beholden to the stimuli acme, and that's exactly Rome lost to bread and circuses and stuff. And then the other point is the fact that you're in a position to so the state of art will reflect the state of any time or society is going to be reflected in its art that it creates, and especially that it values. Not so much always what it creates, because it might create something very insightful, but it'll be lost on people. And so what you have is a situation where you're able to you're in a situation where you have this, it's kind of distracting when you're listening to lyrics, actually, but then again, I'm always listening to dialogue anyway. No, I genuinely like this. I wish this channel had done a little better. Like, I'm still going to keep doing it, but I don't know what, besides face cam and stuff, you could do to make this work a little better. But no, what you have is the ability to consider something here, like the art reflects the state of a society, and then also something else, which I forgot. I love when people are right behind you. It's like somebody's in front of me. I can't go through them anyway. There was something I was going to say, but now I totally forgot. This was a pretty bad session because I can't even concentrate, and I do want to watch something else, so it's a case where that is one aspect, and then, oh yeah, like all the traditions are twisted to like consumerism ends and some sort of corporate greed, like, everything's an excuse just to sell stuff, like holidays and Christmas and everything. So that's, it shows you the state of society at that time, that's the sort of thing they would value, or that's what they would do. And so now you're in a position where I'm going to end off here. Okay, so today let's finally decide on the E-Letter movie to watch. I want to be always, like, pretty selective with this. Not that I have much to go on, but, like, I want to make sure that I kind of really look through everything. I don't want to go through it too quickly and then, just kind of pick something by default. I want it to feel kind of worthwhile. This part is annoying because you have to go through page by page, and the further we get in this, the longer it'll take. And again, it's not something that you can just manually... You should be able to choose, like, the letter. Like, let me just go by letter, but it doesn't. A through Z, but then if you were on a computer, it'd be easier, I guess, but... If we're doing Netflix movies, A to Z, the site is what's on Netflix. And you gotta scroll through, like, 100 pages now to get to letter E. Oh my god, I hate this, but whatever. We'll look through, and E is going to have a lot of entries, but some of these letters thankfully don't, so you don't have to worry about it too much. So page 27, we're still on the letter B. It lets you do it kind of in a good rhythm here, as long as it doesn't, like, scroll up the page. It's just letting me spam it for now. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Last time I had to do a lot more work for it. And yeah, there's a lot of Hindi movies and all kind of other weird stuff, so we're going to try to avoid too much of that. I have to wait for the pictures to load in, too, because that's all I have to go on, besides just the title. So if it's a Netflix production, I'm not going to watch it, and if it's a foreign movie, I'm not going to watch it. So E-Team, that's the Netflix one. Earth and Blood is French. Earthquake, 1974. I haven't really heard of that one. Like a very old school disaster movie, I guess. Problem here is that pictures are taking forever to load in, so this turns it into a project just deciding this. I should just decide it some other time and then just come on and just watch it, but you have Earth and Blood, Earthquake, Bird, but that's also a Netflix one. You know, maybe my mind would have changed on that too if Bird Box had been better. But we relent and watch one that's a big name, well-known thing, and then it ends up being so bad. It could be that some of these just don't have pictures, but so Earthquake, 1974. We're waiting for the picture. Easy A, Edith Starlight, but that's Turkish. These are Italian, other things. I mean, at least it lets me skip through. Okay, so the only ones on this page that I want to see that I want to potentially look at are Earthquake and Easy A. I just want to see the picture for them. And I guess I just can't. I guess I could look them up on YouTube, but I kind of want to just go by this alone. It could just be that they don't have pictures, but it's taking forever to load. Okay, let me go to the next one and then maybe I can come back. I don't know why it would be so slow. Easy A is with some Emma Stone, I think. Oh, I get it. I didn't know what the title meant even. Earthquake. I assume Earthquake is some disaster movie. So we got Earthquake, we got Easy A, which is like her trying to get good grades by using her looks, probably, I'm assuming. So those two are at least worth considering because they're not the kind of thing I would normally watch. El Camino Christmas, El Camino a Breaking Bad movie. At some point we are going to watch big name series like that too. Or we're already watching a big name series, but it's one that's more up my alley. Let's see, Alf, Pets, a lot of things to do with Christmas, just incidentally. Eli, 2019. Hella Enchanted. Okay, we're not going to do that one. Let's just look at, okay, Eli is a Netflix production, though. So far, we're only doing potentially Easy A or the other thing. Easy A or the actual, whatever the other one was, I forgot. Ella Fitzgerald, Ellen DeGeneres, for your approval. One thing I learned about her is that she's a lot more wealthy than I realized. She's worth like $500 million. Elysium, and a lot of people don't like her, and she's gotten a lot of negative press and stuff, but like she's a jerk behind the scenes, but supposedly, which I just assume everybody is, so it wouldn't bother me. Emily the Criminal, which I did see, Aubrey Plaza, her acting was good, but the movie itself is kind of not really that special. It's pretty recent too, so when the hell did I even watch it? 2022. I don't remember watching too many movies in the last couple of years. I certainly didn't see it in theaters, but I don't know. Or did I watch it as part of this? No, I didn't, I don't think. Encrypted Letter Endgame. That's also a Netflix production. End of the Road. Ender's Game, 2013. Endless Love. So a lot of these are just... So what were the two on the first page? I can't even remember. Easy A and the other thing. I can't remember. I'll go back and look. So, Enola Holmes 2. That would tell you it must be pretty good. Is that supposed to be some sort of a play on Sherlock Holmes? Like a female Sherlock Holmes? Enter the Anime. Endless Love. Again, I'm looking for stuff that's sort of obscure and that not only have I not seen, but I haven't even really heard of it, for better or for worse. Right, just things that I wouldn't normally have watched, I guess. So we're getting close to the end here, so there's only that first page that I want to consider so far. Eternal Summer, Mandarin, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, obviously, we've seen. That picture doesn't evoke much, though. It's just Kirsten Dunst's face. Euro Trip. I don't really have any preference as far as genre either, but Evangelion, Death True. Even The Rain. Yeah, the majority of things on here aren't even in English, which is fine, but Netflix, Extraction 2. Extremely Weirdly, okay, that's also Shockingly Evil and Vile. Extremist, An Eye for an Eye of the Storm. Ezra. Okay, that was actually pretty painless, though, because there weren't that many things to consider. So let me just do a randomizer between those two movies, which I don't even remember what one of them was. So this is going to be a little odd, but there's nothing really that caught my interest at all there. Oh yeah, Earthquake or Easy A. So one is some probably comedy from 2010 with Emma Stone, and then the other one is like some old school disaster film from like 1974. So we're going to do list, or we could honestly just do flip a coin for this one because there's only two. Right, we did this to decide between Monk and Lane, and it ended up choosing Lane. Right, that was originally. So let me go. Coin flip simulator. And here we have the ability to... Well, I can't even see the coin, though. Let me test it. It's like it's not even working. Okay, so heads is going to be the Earthquake, and tails is going to be the Easy A. And... tails. Oh, wow. That's going to be Easy A. You have to just take my word that I'm being honorable about it. But, I mean, what would be the point in pretending? Like, I guess I will do it. I haven't seen it. I think I know exactly what kind of movie it's going to be. But some stupid comedy involving, getting good grades using your looks or something sexual. Some of these might not even be on here if that list isn't updated, but... of all the things to watch, who would have thought it would be this? But hopefully, at least given the genre, it might be a little shorter. Right, like, these kind of movies tend to be a little short. It is an hour and a half, though. That's still pretty long. So let me predict the whole plot here. It's going to be... somebody struggling in school and they use their looks to get ahead, and then they regret it and learn a lesson, and then they try to do it on their own without using their looks. Last day to watch, December 31st. Oh, wow. So it's about to go off, too. This shows you I'm very open-minded, though, in terms of genres. Like, I don't really care about what it is. So let's just start, I guess, even though I'm still eating. So Easy A, it's going to start with 132.28 remaining. Netflix version, Easy A, starting in 3, 2, 1. 27, 132.26, 132.25, 132.24, 23. Or, I kind of botched that. Let's start again. So we're starting with 132.28 in 3, 2, 1. So 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23. Just so you can follow the seconds. I mean, there's so many movies like this. Like that one with Zac Efron or whatever, where he's like... he's a dad and like 17 again or something like that. He becomes like a kid again. Which leads to a lot of obligatory type of moments. Where, you just do what you expect to happen. Amanda Bynes. Wait, why is Amanda Bynes getting the credit instead of Emma Stone? And Emma Stone. She gets like the background treatment though. It'd be an unreliable narrator moment. He does it in kind of a cavalier way that they seem to kind of like. And I love this when, like, these older actors and actresses play what are supposed to be high school or college kids. Um, like, Ashton Kutcher and everybody in that 70s show were way older than that age. And it almost doesn't even make sense, right? Because the show goes on too long for it to be still the 70s. Or I guess maybe they acknowledge that, but... Or no, I don't think they do. But then again, it doesn't mean it's taking place in real time. Like, every... I don't know. Because then they'll have a Christmas-themed episode around Christmas every time. So how could they go through 10 seasons or whatever amount of seasons of Christmas when Star Wars comes out early? I don't know. It's inconsistent. Because I think it ends just on... I wonder, is that actually her singing? Probably. So now she gets a reputation in school just because of that. And she just unconditionally believes it. Aren't their ages like way different though? I thought Emma Stone was much older than her. Oh, should we get Malcolm McDowell? I always think of him only as fucking Brett Stiles. She likes the attention of it always. This is all like her just making a YouTube video about it. This is how aimless people are, that this is, they just need something to talk about or make a big deal about. Right, as much as people gossip to you about other people, you should realize they'll gossip about you to other people as well. About, as much as they gossip to you about other people, they'll gossip the same amount about you to other people. She's half right about the science fiction thing, but just that she's doing it to pray, to make case for her religion instead of all others. That's always a good religion of other issues, like how can you explain every other religion and say that they're all wrong but yours is right? Like, I wonder what their ages actually are in real life to compare to this. Something not on my face? Is somebody adopted or what's happening here? Okay, thanks for making that clear. Everybody likes his teacher, apparently. But no, like she's saying, oh, nobody would notice me. This is fucking Emma Stone. You're telling me you wouldn't notice? It's like the Jennifer Aniston effect in Friends. Ah, yes, of course, a real-life Jennifer Aniston would totally end up with a guy like Ross, which there are instances like that, sure, that happen, but generally it's like, oh yeah, she totally wouldn't be a supermodel or a Hollywood actress, right, where, like, what are the odds on each of those scenarios, right, that Jennifer would have some sugar daddies or something else. If anything, Monica actually gets a sugar daddy, the guy, I forget his name, and they write him out of the show in like some stupid way, but some rich guy is with Monica for a while. I like how open about it they are. Oh, so like it's one way, like you don't get, or do they both go to the principal office? But no, it's more believable if she wasn't literally an actress of some, like, you know what I mean? Take someone more average looking. This wasn't the kind of role I was expecting for Amanda Bynes, actually. I thought she would be more like the popular girl who's kind of annoying, but in a different way. She's more like this symbol of chastity and like kind of disciplined behavior or something. Oh, here we go. We got a Malcolm McDowell moment. What the hell is he talking about? Now, she only said it back to somebody who said something to her. So when does the easy A grade come into play about? It has some pretty clever lines and wordplay and stuff. It's actually not too badly written so far. Shouldn't you be more lenient on her, considering she's never gotten in trouble before? Or she said she's fantasized about him before. See, he's trying to play all hard to get. He totally wants her. And heard the rumor too, but... Oh, so you got pregnant too, huh? What did she exactly say to the girl that she got in trouble for? You got called a skank, and then you said twat? Or maybe I missed something. Maybe that's just like a censorship type of thing that they do for that reason. Like, she really said the C word, but they just censored it for the audience's benefit and said it was twat instead. Or just because Malcolm McDowell is British that he takes personal umbrage to that word. Really, twat is that bad? She's always got a good comeback. I actually like this character. Really, that's not even a bad word. Twat? I can't even think of a really bad word with T. Testosterone. Yeah, that's really why Malcolm McDowell was so mad about it. Tosser. They probably heard the rumor too. Really? So skank is okay, but twat isn't. Yeah, you're already finished with college because you're much older than your character in the movie. Isn't that kind of giving mixed signals? Like, every character is reverse jailbait in these kind of shows because they're much older than what they actually are portrayed as. I want the parents to have a big revelation about the thing. But wouldn't they have known that she was at home? Like, where were they that weekend? It's sometimes hard to follow lots of details of information, but I was even questioning that. Like, maybe she said something else. Like how they say in How I Met Your Mother, I called Lily a Grinch, but I didn't actually say Grinch. He called her the C word, which I called Allison Williams' character Marnie Michaels in Girls because she triggered me so much in episode 2. That was a very genuine moment. I love that. He's like the leader of a cult that believes in something similar to Scientology. Let's call him Brett Stiles for code. That guy, he should have been Red John. Spoilers for The Mentalist. He was the best one. He was on Jane's level. He was so smart. He could have totally been. Oh, here we go. Fascist. You're a regular liberal from 2020. Call everybody you don't like as a fascist. Yeah, this is totally how high school kids talk, by the way. But she's kind of going along with the lie. Like, it gives you a certain power. Oh, so it was somebody less impressive. No, but nobody will believe you that you made it up. You're just saying that to cover yourself. Or yeah, there's such a fallacy with like acting a certain way in terms of like acting gay or acting feminine or something. It has nothing to do with certain behaviors like that. You could just have certain preferences, right? Like it's such a narrow perception. The same people who get caught up in the binary of gender would say like, oh, in order to be gay, you have to act like a woman or something in this societal perception of it. Some of the dialogue is actually pretty sharp, though. This isn't a bad screenplay. Or they're very like self-aware of cliches. Like nobody talks at this high of a level of intelligence in school, like at all. Oh, so now you're spreading rumors to his detriment, too. Why would that bother you that he's homo? Does that mean you have a crush on him and you would rather him be straight? You're just jealous? Yeah, like, well, it's an alternate reality where Emma Stone isn't famous. Would people find her attractive, or... That's almost what I thought it would be. That she's like a dropout, or like somebody who flunked class, who gets held back, and has to use her looks to seduce the professor to get easy A grades, but... Right, to try to pass. And like something like that. So she's older than what her character's meant to be. Oh, good one. There's some of this dialogue. So stupid, dude. Like, who is really like that? Like, you're so passionate about life and enthusiastic all the time. Well, you're not my type either, Emma Stone, because I'm gay. Oh, you should lie that we slept together, just so that you can say I'm not gay. But now you could say, or now I could threaten to. I'll threaten that you slept with me. That way people don't think I'm gay. This is a good idea. Like you. But you were in her room. Does she want to maintain it, though? She seems to not really like it. Or the fact that you were willing to lie about it. So now you're going to volunteer to lie that you slept with him too. But no, I got to give the movie high marks so far, at least for its dialogue. It's pretty clever. It's handling it at least in a more fun way. Just the fact that you were in your room enough. Look at her turning into like a sexual vigilante prostitute. You're really going to go out of your way to do this. See, I don't feel bad for you at this point. I like the voice she's doing there. Is she just acting or is she actually drunk? That's gonna start another rumor. Like, you're doing it very organically, believably. Now you're gonna have to really role play it out. But no, it's pretty fast paced and it's also pretty well written. You gotta make it believable, make some sound. Oh, look at how conspicuous they're being, though. Like, let me give you a hand job or something at least, and we make the sounds to go along with it. I don't know. But they can't hear you saying that, though? But that's just part of the role play. Calling you pathetic. That gets me off more than anything else. But you gotta scream too a little. Oh, you are kind of role playing it out pretty bad. Oh shit, she's getting into it. This is actually going to turn him straight now. This isn't too bad. Like, they're setting up some pretty good things, and what they're doing that's good is they're not belaboring the point too much. Like, even this scene was pretty quick, right? It could have been annoying and long. But their clothes aren't going to be disheveled, and I guess they did fuck around a lot. Now they're actually feeling a little intimacy together. Yeah, these people have nothing better to think about than this. And now she's gonna pretend she's pregnant too for more attention. No, now I want them to low-key end up together for real somehow, because he'll convert. She looks too perfectly made up, like to have just had sex, though. Right, the makeup artist messed that up, or it's to show that she's actually faking it. Yeah, you just pretended to have sex with somebody and you're already flirting with somebody else. Is this how fickle our high school relationships are? And then you get to do it all over again when you actually do lose your virginity. But I like how easily everybody's convinced of everything. But no, whatever issues she deals with are totally brought on herself by the fact that, yeah, shouldn't the parents be freaking out? They should be scolding her and having a big dramatic scene. She's just getting off now and manipulating people's perception. She should turn into the next Joseph Goebbels and be a propagandist. Go become Kayleigh McEnany / Jen Psaki. Take your pick. What are you talking like you're drunk now, even so? But no, the parents don't seem really bothered by it, or they're saying it all jokingly. Oh, so they're not going to be friends anymore? Yeah, what a surprise. You should be upset about it, even though you created the whole impetus for it by first lying and then doubling down on the lie. But it does create an interesting dynamic. Now, if she tried to admit it was a lie, nobody should really believe her because, oh, that's just her trying to cover up, that it happened. Why would you believe her now, right? It's easier to fool people than to convince them they've been fooled. There's a lot of good dialogue that maybe I missed the nuance of early on, but it's a lot more intelligent than you would think based on the subject matter. The parents are almost a little too cavalier. Maybe everybody's trying a bit too hard to be funny. Who did she kind of look like in that shot? She almost looked a little like Anya Taylor-Joy in Queen's Gambit because of the hair color. Oh, you're going to really do... Oh, shit. You're really going to do the Scarlet Letter thing. I would have never guessed that's what it's about. You're kind of being a little annoying about it now. You would think you'd get sort of thrown out of school or something for this. You're going to be causing a bit too much chaos. I would have never guessed that, oh, it's a Scarlet Letter reference. I thought it would have been like just her trying to get better grades using her looks. Now she has all the friends she could ever want because she's famous for being a slut. No, this is actually a lot better than I would have thought. So now how is he going to really culminate in some bigger act? Because she's telling the story, but she's not much older in that scene, so something must happen, and now she's kind of monologuing it back to somebody, or making a video out of it, a vlog. It's a bad influence of the Scarlet Letter. Now we get like an evil council meeting. I would have never guessed this role for Amanda Bynes either. Like the devout Christian goody two-shoes. I think of her as being bitchy, but not bitchy in this way, like a benevolent way. I think of it more like she would be the popular one who's sleeping around and stuff. You could almost reverse these two roles. Put Emma Stone in this role and put Amanda Bynes in the other role. That would have worked. They just get off on this. They get off on a girl telling them what to do until they actually get to get one off for real in marriage. So, like, you get off on the submission to being basically a cuck. Religion is great for cucks. Haven't been this perturbed by a religious character since Paul Dano and fucking There Will Be Blood. But no, she's not actually a bad person, this religious chick, but... Yeah, see, if they'll make fun of you, but then if you embrace it too much, then they won't like it. Because it's sort of, if you're willing to do that, now it's no longer a big deal. That shows you're at peace with it. They want you to be not at peace with it, but they still want to ridicule you for it at the same time. But no, you'd think she'd be getting in a little in trouble in school. Oh, here we go. You're doing too much. That'll make it look like you're together, though. I love it. Everybody would believe me now. You're trying to threaten and bribe me at the same time. I mean, you made your bed. You are gonna... Oh, now you're going to feel bad and do it. You can end it right now. Just drop out. What is the point, though? Like, why is it such a big deal for you guys? Amazon in 2010. This movie was ahead of its time. But giving this level of detail makes it seem like it's either it would have to be real or it would have to be made up for fake second base. Or this makes it seem like you're prostituting yourself out. You're trying to pretend to do it. You're paying to pretend to do it, but now it'll make it sound like, oh, you're doing it for real. That was a missed joke opportunity. Somebody should have overheard it and thought, oh, so you're prostituting yourself out for $100. Oh no, I'm fake prostituting. Soliciting sex for money. But how? Nobody heard you. The one guy walked behind you, but nobody even heard that. I was even saying. That's hilarious, actually, though. Now it's not the fact that she's sleeping with people, it's the fact that she's prostituting herself. Like, you're starting to become a problem. So now the school would actually do something to discipline you. No, but this actually isn't bad at all. I don't even dislike it. It's not great, but it's like written at actually a decent level. Starting her OnlyFans before OnlyFans existed. Okay, it starts to become a little old after a while, though, if you keep doing this. Panda Express. You're going to not remember all these stories and not be able to keep them straight. Okay, you're kind of pushing it way too far now, though. You should get kicked out of school. But even at least these people are acknowledging it's fake. Like, you know that you're lying for them, but then now you won't know who you're lying for or not. Well, you had your little musical number in the bath. I don't know if that was really considered awesome. Yeah, who's the director of this movie? They did, though. Bro thought he was John Hughes. No, the screenplay is written at, like, that movie, what's it called? The 50 Days of Summer or something? 300 Days of Summer, 500 Days of Summer? Like, where it's a typical subject matter, but it's done in a clever way. So this is actually looking pretty decent for a grade. It makes it entertaining because of the dialogue. It's actually pretty sharp at times. You know, like a little Woody Allen-esque. That's what I thought the movie was about. Facebook in 2010, you should still be on MySpace. Oh, like nobody had diaries before. Writing a book is kind of like documenting your every thought. Well, this is more mundane, but... Coocher. Or he's going to be into it too. We get a Phoebe sighting here. Lisa Kudrow. This is really what she's reduced to after winning Emmys on Friends. Don't be a dumb blonde, though. She doesn't always have to be that dumb character. How do you know for sure they're lies? Okay, that seems like they're trying a little bit too hard. Like, really, you have a chance to have Lisa Kudrow in your movie, and that's the best you can get? That was probably one of the worst scenes of dialogue so far. Everything is innuendo. We need that song that's in all those XQC videos. What is it called? A man who can slap but can also stroke. Yeah, why isn't your family more concerned? Well, that's your problem then. You should figure it out. She's going to make it worse now. Well, you'll talk to your husband about it, breaking confidentiality. She has the best of both worlds. Like, what is that? Oh, condoms. Like, you've both been able to prostitute yourself out and sleep with people and not get in trouble for it, and trick everybody into believing, trick the adults into believing that it's all made up, assuming it wasn't made up. Ask some of your friends' parents. What, I'm not your fucking secretary. Totally platonic, by the way. So that means you're an apologist for any flaws, which means if God didn't want me to sleep around, then was that you trying to imitate Phoebe? Look at her confiding in her, but why? Are you going to sleep with her now? Like, oh, I'm going to break the Christian girl's virginity too and turn her lesbian. Micah. Be more than friends too. Let's make a rumor about that. Now, will you admit that everything was fake? Or yeah, you broke up with your other friend, the chick. Being like a little too clingy though. All these overly aggressive hugs. Or now they'll assume that it's her. Or he'll just say it as an excuse. Oh shit, I want some serious drama out of this. Now they won't be friends anymore. The ultimate cover. That would prove that she actually did sleep with them though, but right, if somebody's accusing of getting chlamydia from her, then or now everybody who's pretended is gonna What? Wait, really? She actually gave... What? So she slept with a student, and then... I'm surprised she would admit it like that. Yeah, now this will be a real rumor, or it's some drama. Oh yeah, because he stayed in school. 22. Oh, that's always a good reason. I'm sorry, just casual. Your marriage and your job, but you'll admit, you'll take the hit for her as well. Wow, dude, everybody's guilting her into doing it. Because even she's saying it in a guilty way. I'll lose my job, like, don't you feel bad for me? Then at least people will stop thinking that you're sleeping with everybody, or stop trying to sleep with you. This is top 10 movie sacrifices since Batman and the Dark Knight, where he takes the fall for Harvey Dent, literally, because he falls off the fucking ledge, too. But... right, top 10 sacrifices in movie history, because she's willing to do that. That was at least a good dramatic plot point. I like that. Even though it felt a little bit random, because... you know, we didn't see enough of that Lisa Kudrow character to care about that. We only see her for one scene. I mean, if you admit to... popular for the wrong reason. Yeah, I almost just said that at the same time. There's a difference between popular and infamous, like, for the wrong reasons. Yeah, I think at this point you probably would get kicked out of school. Like, what is going on? Yeah, literally, that's what you did. I already have. Okay, dude, I wrote the movie. Which on one hand means maybe it's predictable, but also some of it's a little bit good. So yeah, we have a dramatic arc about to come here. Half hour left. This really wasn't bad, though. Extremist. I mean, I don't feel bad for you at all, though, because you're a clown for even indulging any of this. Still a better love story than Twilight, this movie. I'm dead. Taking Tobey Maguire's advice from Spider-Man 3. You want forgiveness? Get religion. But even here, you're doing it all in performative ways. Your sin is lying, not... Would it be worse than being a slut, or would it be pretending? Or you can tell the truth here, daughter. We're all children of God. You can tell the truth. You don't have to lie and say you were pretending, but you actually are. Is that worse, like lying about it, or actually doing it? Or the priest is going to be somebody she knows, like her dad or something. It would still be less on the totem pole than actually doing it. But yeah, her parents didn't seem to bother. You lost a good friend. Yeah, well, you're a dumb clown. Minus 1 million character points for it. You created all of this. Like, you didn't have to do any of it. Maybe nobody's there. I love it. Yeah, let's do that scene again. It doesn't mean as much when you... This isn't the KKK. Oh, but now you don't have that fancy confession booth. It kind of give him a foot job under the table, directed by Quentin Tarantino. You can't control your horror, your whoresome aspects. Look at her, tapping into his insecurities. Or lying about adultery. Oh shit, a lot of small world. You were best friends for like a whole day. It's not a big surprise though, is it, when you know she's religious? It would be nepotism no matter who you pick, because they're all part of your family. Or yeah, is that considered nepotism with a wife? Like, because they're only family by your own choice, so that's a little bit different. But it's still sort of giving special treatment to... Nepotism means more to do with kids, though. The chlamydia or the rumor about the chlamydia? Because if it's the chlamydia, then it's going around for a reason. Don't you know that all relationships by extension are prostitution? Yeah, I want to see some dramatic actual revelation here. Oh, look at that. She's confident for once though. I've got it under control. Yeah, what kind of good parents do you seem like? You had nothing interesting going on anyway, evidently. What, not being an attention seeker? You were asked out by that one guy who tried to bribe you and prostitute you first. Or yeah, now the chlamydia thing would come in. But we can do something other than sleep. We can just make out or something. Yeah, I'm going to show you my crabs tonight. I'm thinking about lobster, and I'm going to show you my crabs, give you some chlamydia too. She's too witty for these young boys to handle and keep up with. What are you, Juno from fucking Elliot Page? She got female privilege from playing a character that only a woman could play because she's pregnant, and then she changes to being gay, and then she changes to being a man. So you got privilege of playing a role that specifically you couldn't have played if you were a man, which was a big deal in your career, and you did a great job. But like, you see what I mean? Like, you took advantage of the fact that you were a female by playing a pregnant character, which you could only play if you were a female, and then you change. What about the one they showed me on Shark Tank? There was something like that was meant to be a food that makes you horny. You would think some phallic imagery stuff could be like a hot dog or a banana. She's like scared of how enthusiastic she is. She's like way too smart for these people. Yeah, she's acting all spunky all of a sudden. Or she's kind of like that on and off, but... He's always so enthusiastic about everything in life. What a great guy. That wasn't a very good joke. What was that? That was like the most flat line in the whole movie. He's dressed like a lobster. We should call him Lobster Todd. What the fuck kind of line is that? She was your best friend. Which you kind of, oh shit. I've just slept with them. I haven't dated them. I like characters that I almost can't keep up with though. She's very witty. Oh, she great continuity. She's using the gift certificate from one of the prostitution things. This guy really likes her. I love that you're willing to do this for... Yeah, really, it's a subtle difference. Oh wow, I didn't see this in this guy. Did you still take the $200? but he was taking it too literally. You're the one who set it up to be like this, though. Yeah, see, you had it coming. You're a skank like the chick in the Scarlet Letter who totally deserved it because you brought it on yourself. Not that he should be like that. He's not going to like you either now. How is she going to solve this, though? You're going to need some kind of... Oh yeah, I totally don't feel bad for you at all. You're a dumb C word. I don't want to get sent to the principal's office myself, though. Haha, so I won't say it. No, but this is actually a decent movie. This is at least a C grade, maybe even a B, depending on how it ends. Yeah, we'll leave it up to that. It's a C grade for sure, because some of the writing is actually pretty clever and witty, and some of the characters are good. So it would be a B if the ending is satisfactory, which would make it the highest of this Netflix gauntlet so far. Yeah, see, she grew up lying like that even at that point. Like, come on, bro. It's so boring, though, the amount of fixation on sex in like, society in general, which leads to subject matters like this, but... You got about 17 minutes left, so yeah, we'll leave that as the barometer. It's going to be a C pretty much no matter what, unless I guess the ending is terrible. So what it means is if the ending is really good and she solves this in some really impressive way, which is maybe unlikely, but we'll see how it plays out, then it would be a B instead. Right, so probably it's going to be a C, though. So I'm satisfied the writing is good, some of the lines, dialogue is clever. Right, it's, her character is like way too smart, almost. Okay, so let's look at a different concept today. I don't know if I'll finish that movie today or probably tomorrow. There's only like 20 minutes left, so we'll probably finish it tomorrow, the easy A, and then I'll just watch random stuff, another session, and then I'll do Monk episode 6 finally. But no, let's look at like artifice doesn't last is one of my expressions. The idea that somebody who, you can do it in a very literal sense, like, somebody's always high energy, bubbly, this and that, but they're doing it tied to some outcome because nobody would be that way naturally, inherently. So they're doing it for some zero-sum reason. So is that genuine or is that more artificial? Is it genuine to be artificial for the sake of some desire that you have, or is it genuine to be neutral? So you have that same, right? Like you have something that you're after in both cases, just in a zero-sum sense, like money or whatever, but one person is willing to be very fake and artificial and place, undue emphasis for that. The other one doesn't place that undue emphasis. So now it seems like, let's reward the person for being fake and let's stigmatize the person for being neutral and not being fake to try to, you know what I mean? Like, you both have some zero-sum need or end that you're after, but one is willing to fake it for that. One isn't willing to do it. So they're just saying, okay, it is what it is, and treat it for what it is. But somehow the fakeness is desired as if that's a positive thing. But the reason why it's fake, and the way you can identify that is like, well, the only reason why they're doing it is for that outcome, right? Whereas the other person is more unconditional, like, I'm not doing it for that outcome, so I'm the same way as I always am kind of a mindset. But yeah, artifice doesn't last. Like, the person who has to put up the biggest front is also the one who is going to be the quickest to just disappear one day or to stop doing it or to have some sort of breakdown, issue, etc. So it's a good thing in relationships, as an example, like, oh, you have to buy them flowers every day and keep up appearances and like you're trying so hard to woo them and this and that. Not saying it couldn't settle down into something more basic, but the fact that you feel like you have to do that right early on means that you're creating a structure that isn't sustainable. So for example, it's similar to childhood, indoctrination, that it wouldn't be sustainable, but now you get them to a state that when they're young, where they're more susceptible, so that they don't question it later, or it's so heavily ingrained. It's the same thing early on in a relationship, like you're trying to woo them and go over the top, but then that's not how the reality is going to be. You're not going to be able to maintain that, so that's sort of a bad thing. You shouldn't have to do that, because now it creates some imbalance that either you are going to have to try to keep that up forever, or you're going to realize that's not how it is, and then it's not going to work out later. That's often the sort of honeymoon phase issue that now you realize, oh, it's not really like that at all. They were just putting up a front, or some performative aspect. And then the other point is that it's very easy to expose the nature of a contrivance state, because it's all the same zero-sum overextension, like imbalance, overcompensation in society, that the fact that it's necessary in the first place, right, like certain exuberant activities or anything that's sort of not the basic minimum of what you need just to survive, which is most of what society is obviously overextended. Either it takes that form, as I call non-choice reaction, like the fact that you have the need to eat, and we try to overcompensate for the fact that we didn't choose to have the need to eat in one of two ways, that we make it easier, that, oh, we don't have to hunt for our food anymore, it's just delivered to us, etc. But secondary, we try to overcompensate by, oh, it tastes better, or it tastes good, and also the fact that we get to choose what kind of food to eat. So all these layers are still aware, or are still indicative of the non-choice reaction. So none of that, so it would give you false meaning and means, as I say, false meaning attributed to zero-sum means. So if a caveman is out in the wild just picking berries or hunting something and eating it, that's just them surviving, right? There's no special meaning attached to that. But, because we do it in society, in our overextended state, now we act like, oh no, there is meaning to it, because, it's such good food, or, it's such easily achieved food, or, it's just we don't have to go out and hunt, etc. So because it's so easy, we minimize the amount of effort put into the non-choice zero-sum reaction, and we overcompensate with hedonism, etc., that, it's better, and we sort of give this illusion of choice that, we get to choose what kind of food to eat. All of that doesn't change the fact that it's still a zero-sum non-choice reaction, so we attribute, again, a false meaning to it, that, that's what life's about, is good food and this and that. But it's the same zero-sum process. The same thing goes for many things that people do, like, for example, social interaction, which is overextended a lot, but the ultimate basis is a nearness postulate, or a still a zero-sum means overextension, that it's still based on something, right? So some status, some nearness, some working at the same job, something stimuli acme based. So again, to be aware of a process, or to identify that there is a process, isn't to discredit it, although if people were aware of it, they would maybe treat it that way, right? Imagine you were acutely aware of every process happening at all the times. That would make you feel maybe uncomfortable about it, but that's not a fault of your awareness, that's a fault of the process itself then. So if by your definition that would invalidate it, then that's your prerogative, but that's the point, is that everything is a process. Everything people do is part of a process, whether they're even aware of it themselves. Like, it's very simple to break it down, but people aren't that observant, or somehow being that observant is considered a negative. So again, that's like shooting the messenger, or acting as though that's basically like, it's not the reality that's the issue, it's the thinking that's the issue, that you would expose or observe the reality. Rather, you should be able to think as much or as deeply as you want, and it shouldn't cause a conflict. So again, that shows you that conflict is self-created in that way, from an overextended inherent base, that it's not simply, you're trying to survive, it's some very arbitrary, bloated thing that, you're not behaving this exact way within social contrivance that at this time in history is expected of you based on the machination process, etc. Like, it's very, very specific. And so now that conflict of contrivance becomes very, again, just overextended from the inherent state that it would be. So the way to sort of reveal the artifice of that is to simply, you could just, you go live in the wild and live off the land and stuff like that. Now all that goes out the window. Not because, you're against it or anti or anything like that, but it shows you what an overextended structure it is in terms of the outward insistence it must do, that everybody must conform to this exact thing in this exact way, that is very artificial and insecure, where you could just simply not practice it, and there you go. Now it's invalidated, it's not necessary. Or even like through zero-sum means, like if you're wealthy or something, now you no longer have to abide by it. So, you're basically saying that all of it is artificial and just a way to get zero-sum means and climb the ladder or something. It's very self-defeating because it's a process that claims some absolute state or some value to it, but that value is predicated only on some end. Even if it's not always super clear, or even if the end is social gratification, that's the easiest way to control people in that sense, is that, no, it's not for money, it's not for sex, it's just to feel good about yourself, or it's just to have some social stigma, or like avoid social stigma, or get social reinforcement. But the problem is that you're not in a position to adequately actually judge that, because again, if it's tied to your own, again, zero-sum means survival functionalism, so you're practicing it only as it pertains to that functional basis, that again, that's all social contrivance is, that it's just an overextension of your self-interest to a collective and the collective to the self, to the point that all the other form of it is just a matter of how elaborate you want to make it, but the process is still the same. So you might think there's some negative or other expectation, but the expectation is you could just recognize it for what it is, but then that sort of renders society in some ways obsolete, that you would say, well, everybody's after their own zero-sum self-interest, etc., and that is the reality of it even in practice, but we try to overextend it within the process of, it's not really about that, it's about some higher standard, but all that comes back to is the same thing, that you're only glorifying the collective because you're part of it. So it's a way to trick people, basically. And so the problem is the lack of consistency. If the basis is yourself, then that's fine, right? It's not passing a judgment. It's saying, okay, zero-sum self-interest, that's the basis, that's the criteria, that's only logical, that's only natural, that's only right the way things are inherently. But then you pretend like it's about something else, as in, some higher standard collective good, etc. But then it's not fully about that either. So now you're splitting. It's not about yourself, but it's also not about your... It's not about yourself, but it's also not about the collective fully. So this is where the half-mast concept comes in that I always talk about, where it doesn't matter what the standard is, but it's perpetually inconsistent and folds on itself because you're only valuing the collective because you're part of it and as it benefits yourself. So you trick other people. It really is this direct. Like, you're trying to trick other people into pursuing your self-interest because, you'll say, no, I'm doing this for the collective, the greater good. So you extract from that practice that, you're doing it for collective greater good, but you're actually only doing it as it pertains to your own self-interest, and then vice versa, the fact that now you're tricking yourself into valuing the collective as it pertains to the self. So there's no acuity or self-awareness or choice in that. You're pretending to value two things that you don't actually value, or that you're not actually valuing fully in practice. So it comes down to the same process. That's what you can always observe in contrivance response, is that it's still the same process exhibited. So even this sort of personalization or subjective way that something would be perceived, the problem with that is the simple fact that, the only reason why somebody would think a certain way or have a certain observation is to reinforce some state of their own. But the thing with contrivance response is you're recognizing both sides of it, the inherent reality and the contrivance response to it. So it would still be part of the same process that, you're just trying to distract yourself from that, or, you're trying to reinforce it somehow. So whether you're practicing the inherent or the contrivance response, it's the same process at work there, which is why it's not really functionally useful, right, to be objective, because it doesn't matter, right? It might be the inherent objective reality, but it doesn't matter. It's not useful to you in your everyday life, right, to even expose that. It might invalidate something, but people are already innately aware of a lot of this, or would dismiss it, or have some, again, contrivance against it, but there's no use of it, right? It's not useful in a zero-sum functional sense. But if you were to define your measure from an inherent base, then that would have some other relevance to it. So again, it's the same tendency that you might innately be aware of and you might have a conflict with every day, but you just take it for granted as an absolute because that's how society has indoctrinated you. So there's no inherent value actually present there, but yet you still insist upon it as though there is, or more to the point, you don't really think about it, you just take it for granted as an absolute. But even that supposed absolute varies from era to era, from machination process to one another. And what you see is a great degree of, sort of resentment or, again, overcompensation and imbalance for it, in terms of what happens is the same structure that would be rigidly insisted upon as being valuable and meaningful at the drop of a hat, or as soon as you get out of that social structure, now you would be more than happy to avoid it. Like, you just want to avoid people, or you want to, there's a self-aware ridicule of it. You totally value it, but then as soon at the drop of a hat, you don't. So you only value it as it's tied to something else. So there's an inherent dishonesty in that. So this is the whole nature of social contrivance, that this awareness would be associated too with, that means you can easily manipulate it if you really wanted to, as people do anyway, whether they do realize it or not. But there's this sort of base state of closed structure contrivance that you can't let people think about a process outside of it, because then that invalidates it, or at least reveals its nature. So the biggest thing to realize with that is how arbitrary and interchangeable it is. The process that you exist by and live by every day is absolute and unquestionable. But meanwhile, there was a different one hundreds of years ago. There will be a different one hundreds of years from now. It was all just subject and secondary to, again, the technology at the time, etc., right? The power structures at the time. All of that is more defining than anything else. And so now you have a situation where again, you have to decide for yourself that measure and a lot of the contradictions. But again, it's easy to indoctrinate people broadly, and then a lot of things are weaponized to that effect. So every era has its own modicum of control, right? At one point it could be religion, that you can't question it because of God, or you can't question it because of just pure brute force. But in the modern era, you see a lot of these things weaponized, like anybody who doesn't fit into some exact controlled structure is going to be labeled a certain way, right? A lot of these terms weaponized to, in medicine or psychology, right? Whether it be OCD, autism, ADHD, anything like that. A lot of these things are weaponized in that way to say, well, a label doesn't really tell you anything, though, because, it's all idiosyncrasies, but it implies some absolute state, right? That, people are exactly this one way, and if they're not this exact one way at all times, which nobody really is, but upon close observation, we're going to label stuff, but we're not going to be self-aware and say, we exhibit some of those idiosyncrasies too. But if people don't behave in that exact way, right, now they're going to be a certain label, as if, again, that way is absolute. And so, no, it's a closed structure contrivance similar to sort of Bolshevik rhetoric with respect to no alternative person or preference or anything could exist that isn't exactly this way, right? You couldn't willfully choose a different way or prefer a different way or simply be a different way, etc. It must be, you can't help it. You don't know any better or something like that, right? You have some condition or something, because nobody could possibly exist outside this absolute structure that we preconceive, even though upon close examination you would observe that everybody has some of those same idiosyncrasies that would be attributed to it. But either way, you have this insecure, false absolute structure. And so what that does for you is you recognize that again, it couldn't be any sort of any measure. It's that something is absolute, and that any deviation is taken as either, again, you're doing that just like despite it or something like that. So again, that's reinforcement through externality. Even when you see something contrary, you just say, oh, well, that's only done to be contrary because what we have is absolute. Not that something else could simply just exist on its own or be preferable, etc. You see a lot of that with open relationships. But also you have some other spectacle to do with the closed structure aspect of it is the simple fact that you have anything external would be used as a way to reinforce it. So again, no alternate measure or practice or any state can exist aside from something ordained by a power structure of the time. And so if it does exist now, you see, well, it's some label, oh, they don't know any better, etc. Right? But the problem with that is, you're sort of attacking human self-actualization because the problem, or even just self-awareness. It's not that somebody could just have a simply different measure of existence or practice or anything that they do. That's simply not possible, right? There's only one size fits all, even though that one size isn't fully defined or, like normalcy. It's not even fully defined or held accountable in practice. You could, if you are acutely aware of all things at all times or observe it deeply, you would see that, oh, it's not consistent and it's not, it would be invalidating in any way to yourself or to others, but it's not held accountable, but it's held as some higher standard in pretense. And then the other issue is the fact that you have, it's basically the fact that you're in a position to hold it as absolute, and then again, anything else you could not deliberately or just naturally exist in some other perspective or measure or practice because, oh no, the contrivance state is absolute. And even though you are well aware that people live in different ways all around the world and other, you say, oh, it's just a different culture or something else, you live in a minimalistic way. You live throughout history. There's been great variation. So it's this closed structure where your state of being is absolute. Ignore all the rest of the history of humanity. Ignore every other culture, every other way of life around the world. Your way is absolute and unquestionable, and that's how you have to be able to practice it, because you otherwise would suffer too much cognitive dissonance to do that. So it's not just that your way is something that you arrived upon by choice or through some standards that you have. Instead, it's that, oh no, it's the only way, so you won't even question it in the first place. So you just have to dismiss all else of reality, censor reality itself, and say, well, it's just unquestionable, and that's it. And then, again, so you would say, well, there's some deviation that exists, so now you're going to use some sort of label to reinforce your own state, to say, well, anybody who is this way is going to be labeled a certain way, like, oh, they just don't know any better of this absolute contrivance state that we're in. What you could actually attribute is, oh, they're not adequately indoctrinated, or they simply just choose some other state of being. But the problem with that is the simple fact that you wouldn't want to recognize the nature of that contrivance, so you would say, oh no, it's just absolute. And then, again, let's just label anybody else who doesn't fit into that absolute, because, we can't be made aware that, oh, we have other choices than to be reduced to this indoctrinated state, that maybe we would have some other measure, maybe we would prefer something else, again, like an open relationship idea. Maybe there would be some other standard to consider, that you have, you can't have that, because then everybody starts questioning everything and then won't act in exactly the same way. So the priority becomes this zero-sum functionalism, which is treated as absolute as per a longevity process as well. And so what that does is it turns it into, again, the base measure that is assumed in society, although it's not even really explicitly stated, that everybody wants to live as long as possible. But again, there are half-masked contradictions even with that. Like, that's supposedly the measure that you have, and all else is sacrificed for that purpose, like zero-sum, almost like, efficiency, as if, revering technology in that way. But the problem with that is that what you're doing is, you drink, you smoke, etc., in such a way that, if it was a true longevity process, then people wouldn't drink or smoke because, okay, they're trying to live as long as possible. Or if it was hedonism, then they wouldn't care about the longevity and structures, that reduce people that way in the name of longevity. And so what you have is the ability to consider that the structure of longevity is that it's not consistent by either measure, nor is it really self-aware or self-defined. And then the other thing is the simple fact that you have, again, the awareness of a process, that everything is a process at all times. So if somebody is made aware of that, whether through, again, a failure to overcompensate adequately, that like, somebody does something slowly or inefficiently or, inadequately somehow, now you're going to pick at them and say, look at how bad they are at doing this process. But you don't realize that, you're really only uncomfortable because they're making you aware of the process. Whereas, somebody else is more natural with the process. It's still artificial. It's still the same process. So now it becomes a contest of contrivance. Who can put up some appearance best rather than whether it's just an appearance or just a process anyway. So you're uncomfortable at the notion of it being a process, but you only identify it on the initial surface level to say, oh no, it's only because it just wasn't adequately sort of dressed up or presented in the right way. Not the fact that it's a process in the first place, although that is still the perception that, it's just, like, it's hard to explain, but, somebody's only doing something for some zero-sum end, which is the reality in any case, but, again, somebody might just be more convincing, or they might just overextend it. That still ultimately is the reason, but it's like how well somebody deceives you in that, or, again, how well they dress it up or overextend it, but that is the inherent reality. So there's a certain absolutist inherent state that it's more genuine to not pretend like it's about something else and to not overextend it, and just to be direct, right? Like, don't pretend it's about something else. It's just about that zero-sum extension. So is it more genuine to be artificial to achieve that, or is it more genuine not to be artificial so that you're not pretending it's about something other than what it is? So what society comes down to in part is that everything is about lowering your standards. Like, if regardless of what it is, you pretend it's to do with money, but there's like these two quotes that are notable that I've had in either short story context or some other, absolutist framing that I've talked about. Like, let's see if I can remember them now. It's a case where the first point is just, okay, it's everything's about lowering your standards. So like everything could be, pretend, you're the world's first trillionaire, and every second you could be, here's like an absolutist quote that I wrote before, like, the time I spent with you, like, let's say I spent 5 seconds with you just talking to you briefly or whatever, is worth more than you'll make in your entire life, right? So imagine if that was the case, like, would you value all the pleasantries, etc. then? Right, and so it exposes the lack of value or just the lack of ability of people, but that's the defining factor. Okay, then the other two would be, I can't really quite remember one of them. But no, one of them is like, damn, I just wrote them down on my computer again because I was going to try to refresh about them, but one of them has a response to it that's like, to be aware of it is not to be above it. But I can't remember what the phrase before that was. And then the other one was related to what I was just talking about, and I also can't remember that. Damn. Oh yeah, like taking credit for the machination process. Like, well, what would all these spoiled, entitled people do who rely on technology so much if they were in the wild or in an apocalypse scenario? Right? What would you ever do without the benefits of technology you rely on so much? And then the response would be, imagine what I would do without its restrictions. In other words, imagine what I would do if I wasn't restricted by society so much, right, in terms of, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that, you're raised a certain way, you're structured, limited this way. All the world would be your oyster, you could do whatever you want, everything would be yours for the taking, there'd be no inhibition, there'd be no, like, morality or anything like that. You could just do whatever you want. So that's the trade-off of society, but that's taken as, some sort of net positive, like, you benefit from whatever collective results you have, whether it be technology, whether it be, social structure and things like that. But, society reduces you to that state, presumably in trade-off for those benefits, and then you get some sort of negative thing like, oh, see how much you rely on it, see how much you rely on the things that society forces you to be a part of and, tries to give you as a concession after it restricts you in every meaningful way, and everything in the world, right, restricted in some way that, it's the government's property or it's somebody's property, etc. So you restrict every aspect of existence, but then you expect people to be grateful for what little breadcrumbs you give them back, or you expect them to feel bad that, oh, look how we can't handle ourselves in a different situation, but that would be the point, that whatever would you do without all this technology? But imagine what you could do without all this inhibition, right? That kind of, they are used to go hand in hand. All the benefits of society, let's say, but all the inhibitions that come with it too. And then the other phrase I'm trying to remember, the response is to be aware of it is not to be above it, but I really can't remember. I don't know. I can't remember. Right now, I'll be very curious to see it on my computer, though. I'm sure I typed it out in, like, a notepad or whatever. I love how if you watch, like, one clip of something, you get, like, a million suggested things related to it. Let's see what we got here. The Gukation ding, game 10 ends with yet another draw. Let's see what this discussion is about. Something to do with a straw man, like educated people using their position as a tool to reinforce ideology. Did you know... I don't know. I don't know, I gotta one day do that with, like, YouTube comments, or I like that one idea, like, you go to community posts, like, for the NBA, and you kind of debate the topic, so, like, what was more impressive, Clay's 60 points the one time, or Kobe's outscoring the Mavs, it was pretty neutral, but I somehow picked Kobe, but a lot of the comments were saying Clay. Like, they're both super impressive. But no, you could look at a post like that and debate it. That's the important thing with debate, is you got to like play devil's advocate and be able to see both sides of it, so you can predict what your opponent would be saying. Make the best possible argument for the case you disagree with or on the other side. Behind the scenes, top most Google questions answered. Magnus, 99% accuracy is worthless. Gukesh versus Ding. But no, this would be similar to the Fabiano Magnus one. It's just that it's not as high level of play, obviously. I feel like Gukesh has sort of underperformed. He was the favorite, and rightfully so. And it's easy to say that, but he hasn't really lived up to that. Ding has maybe played a little better than people were expecting him to do. I don't know. It's like Gukesh could have really taken advantage and played above and beyond, but he just didn't. Let's see this. Magnus 99% accuracy is worthless if Gukesh versus Ding, starting in 3-2-1, but it's really not worthless. It's still good, but there's a fallacy with that, or I can't even hear it. Wait, my thing's not even connected. The point is that people will say that, like, oh, chess is only a draw when played perfectly. It's also a draw the majority of time period if you have a long time format with evenly matched opponents at any level, right? Because you're never going to win unless it's something super obvious to both players. So usually it'll come down to time, or it'll come down to somebody making a mistake that they probably could have seen if they just took more time relative to the rating that they're at still. Like, so the majority of games are a draw period no matter what, as long, again, even matchup and even, or a long time format. Okay, let's watch this one. Magnus, 99% accuracy, starting in 3-2-1. I think we've come back to that. It's worthless to him, but Ding is presumed to win in the tie breaks, but I think Gukesh will win at least one game now, so. That's fair, but Ding isn't really the favorite either. I mean, that's fair, but again, I didn't say it would be easy. I just said it would be for sure that Gukesh should win. And he's maybe let Ding off the hook quite a bit because he's had a lot of chances. Craziest Shark Tank bidding wars of all time. This is like a new video too. But it'll be some clown commentating over it. That's my job. Craziest Shark Tank bidding wars of all time by the Thing Celebrity. 2 minutes 13, starting in 3, 2, 1. Wait, it's so short though. How could there be too many? Maybe there won't be commentary. It's not a very long video, so how could this will just have like one of them. Scully, I don't think this was too intense. It was just more a debate. It was over so quickly. And then they worked together. So this one doesn't actually show you them. Like we've seen the Scully one, but Lava Box, let me see that actually. If they just have a full video, I'll watch that one. The Sharks fight for a deal with Lava Box. Apparently they do. Okay, so Sharks fight for a deal with Lava Box starting in 3, 2, 1. Or yeah, get on the same social contrivance point, there's always like an assumed positive state of humanity, not just a neutral state, like, or treating neutral as a negative. Like, why can't people just be animals who just are out for zero-sum self-interest because that's just natural? So instead of building one, just buy one. Why isn't this the same as things that already exist, though? Like, okay, we got like a 5-second delay, I assume. Here we go. it's really just more for the gimmick of being able to do that. But doesn't everyone do that? Mark's kind of fluffing them up a bit. Okay, so today I'm going to finish the last 17 minutes of Easy A, and it's been pretty good so far. I'll do maybe a little recap here. Just we're at the scene where we're about to find out that her friend, her previous best friend, was had slept with somebody before and had lied about it or something along those lines. That, it was supposed to be such a big deal, and then she kept it hidden, or maybe this guy's lying about it too. Maybe this is just a rumor too. So we're going to watch. There's 17 minutes and 40 seconds left on the Netflix version. Whenever I say the timestamp, again, it's how much is left, not how much I've watched, because for whatever reason Netflix doesn't like this. But again, it would be an average cliche sort of premise picture. How do I define a premise picture? It's you take some sort of gimmick premise that, wouldn't it be funny if you did this? The Scarlet Letter, and made it like a real life high school drama, whatever, right? But what makes this work is that's what it would be, at least, right? Where it's just, it's all about the premise. It's all about the premise, and it doesn't have the ability to, what do you call it? It doesn't go anywhere with its material. There's so many movies that are like that. You can imagine them being pitched at a meeting based on their premise, and by doing that, you would realize that, okay, well, that sounds like such a cool idea. Hitler comes back from the grave and is this boy's imaginary friend. There is some movie like that I keep referencing that I want to watch, but I keep forgetting the name of it, or whatever. Wouldn't it be cool if blank? But then they don't actually go anywhere with it, so it's very predictable, and it relies on just the premise alone, right? And so now, that's how these pitches get through. Kind of like with this public domain shenanigans. Popeye the Killer, the Slayer instead of the Sailor, or the Mickey Mouse one, or the Winnie the Pooh one, right? You just have the premise alone, and you think that's enough to sell it. But and that, one thing I discovered is Space Jam actually did pretty badly at the box office. I thought it did a little better than that. It was a big flop. I thought, and then they blame, it's the streaming service, because it was on the streaming service, that's why. But if you're going to release it like that, you should be aware of that, and you should be happy with the fact that, well, that just means everybody was watching it on the streaming service, which maybe they were. And there was this stupid-ass Space Jam game to do with it that I have on, my Xbox that I guess was free, or it was free on Xbox Game Pass or something, so I just remember that. But yeah, the movie is decent, and the reason why it's decent is because, again, the premise is what it is. I wasn't expecting it to be about exactly this. I said, easy A, as in she's going to get an easy A grade when she's not really that smart, let's say, by using her looks. She slept with her teacher to get an A, or I thought it would be that. But no, she's actually taking the Scarlet Letter too literally, and she's going to, and it doesn't even apply, because the A is for adultery, isn't it? So she's not committing adultery because she's not even in a relationship, even if she was telling the truth of these. So we go through and we realize that, again, it's pretty basic, but there are some pretty interesting, funny characters. The Amanda Bynes one was kind of cool, kind of playing against stereotype a bit. not what I would have expected from her. And then, this sort of prim and proper Christian girl. And then some of the other dynamics with the men are kind of funny, with how she's getting paid basically as a prostitute, but not to actually have sex, just to pretend she had sex. And she sort of snowballs the rumor, and it's a bit of an elitist victim blamer trigger that she would be able to, you don't really feel bad for her because she didn't have to do any of this. Like, okay, the first rumor might start innocently enough, but you don't have to keep feeding into it. And you would think the school would have something to do with her, say with her, but I don't know. And yeah, the whole Scarlet Letter overlap is a bit contrived too, but yeah, what makes this movie go from what could have been a D or an F to about a C, and maybe even a B if the ending is going to dictate a lot, right? It's about a C right now, and the reason why, again, why isn't it an F? Because it has some interesting and witty characters, especially the main character is very witty. Some of the dialogue is sharp, right? So that at least makes it a D. And then from a D to a C, because, again, some of its presentation is good. It's sort of fast-paced. It's got some good jokes, some good humor, some good scenarios. The whole prostitution and whatever's going on, pseudo-prostitution. The Lisa Kudrow thing was a little underplayed because we didn't know that character well enough. So, she slept with the 22-year-old student. That was kind of a low, it didn't have much impact to me because we see that teacher for one scene and then that's it. And then we find out, right? We needed a little bit more of her. So that wasn't too super strong. But yeah, the 2 points it gets is one for the wittiness of some of the dialogue, the parents, the one teacher, obviously the main character. So you have some very witty exchanges and moments and actually decent level dialogue. And then the second thing is, again, just the general storyline of how it's told, the pacing. It's fast-paced. There's some good, little arcs that it goes through. She breaks up with her best friend. She becomes friends with the Christian girl. It's got a decent storyboard to it, despite the premise being predictable. So that gets it a C grade. Now, the ending could either bring it back down to a D if it's bad, or it could bring it up to a B if it's really good, right? Depending how it ties everything together. Or it could just stay at a C if it's sort of ordinary. But we've had a couple of these movies that I watched here lately that have had a lot riding on the ending. And what I mean by that is the Fourth Republic, that was sort of trying too hard with this ending where, she was actually corrupt too, and she was trying to rig the election. So that was a bit of a surprise, where it felt like it was trying too hard. I don't know if I gave it really too much credit for that, but that ended in a way I didn't expect. Then Alone ended in a very disappointing way that I lamented. We needed another follow-up scene where she moves into her new house happily, or she moves on with her life, she gets over the loss of her fiance, she has some catharsis with the mom, gets back. There was some sort of character interest, but it just ends with her killing her abductor, and that's it. It just ends. Are you serious? What is the thing? You know what I mean? You give us nothing. So you had some character interest, okay, the mom was calling her on the phone and she was ignoring her at the beginning, and then she was kind of maybe depressed, and she had lost her fiance. She's trying to run away from home, or she's trying to move somewhere, get a new job. She's got a U-Haul. She's kind of just lost and wandering. So either she could return home and hug with her mom, and we have a nice little cathartic scene, just to have a payoff with the character arc. This experience has taught her some newfound lesson about life. That's the whole point of a premise like this, in a way. Now she'll gain second wind and newfound appreciation for life because, she fought like hell to survive, and she was able to, revitalize herself that way. So now she gets a job, or she moves in happily. She hugs her mom. She makes up with her mom. Everything's good. She's in a better mental state. So this made her appreciate the life that she has, despite everything she's been through with losing the fiance and stuff like that. So that would have been what we needed at the end, and it could have been a C if we had that. But because the ending was so garbage, it ends up at a D. And then Bird Box was also disappointing with the ending, because again, it doesn't give us anything as to what the monster actually is. It doesn't give us anything visually compelling. It doesn't give us any real solution. Sure, blind people are immune, but so what? That still doesn't solve the problem. It's still there, and it's still going to kill people who aren't blind. So, I said that early on in the film too. How would it affect a blind person? But that's not really a satisfactory explanation of what was really happening, nor is it really a satisfactory conclusion of how you really solved the problem. Because again, that would have been true from the beginning all along, and it doesn't really solve the problem. Just make everybody blind, which is what we had to do anyway, because we were using a blindfold. So it's the same thing, like just wear a blindfold all the time, like you were doing. Or gouge your eyes out or something. Or get these new kind of newfangled contact lenses that just make you not able to see. But yeah, whatever that is was never adequately explained. We never got to actually see it. That's the whole fun of making a movie, is the audience gets to see what the characters don't get to see, right? But in this case, we didn't get to. Like, you could have shown us, even if the characters don't see it. Like, you know what I mean? It's like they couldn't come up with something effective enough, or it would make sense that it's something specific to each character. Like, you would see something that is. You would see something that is, you know, your biggest fear or whatever, but they weren't creative enough to actually come up with it, so they don't show you from that character's perspective what each of these things are. And so it was very disappointing. We don't get a satisfactory knowledge of the monster, what it was, a visual sighting finally. We don't get any payoff with that, right? Just even knowing what it is. And then we also don't get a payoff with respect to a proper solution that actually feels deserved, aside from, oh, blind people happen to be immune, like it's not a big deal. We would have known that, and it's not really anything that you're doing. You just stumble upon a place with a bunch of blind people, like, okay, so what? The life's going to be fine now, but we're all blind, so it's easy for us to get killed, for example, by the people who... I guess you have it both ways. Like, the blind people could go out and forage for supplies, while the sighted people get to defend the base against those guys if they try to come in, the ones who get corrupted. But no, that also is a D grade, because again, the ending was so disappointing. It didn't answer any of the questions. It leaves it all very vague, which is very stupid, actually. And, you know, very much like The Happening. And then for the C, Cats is a D grade as well, which might seem too high, but I can't give it an F, and the reason why I can't give it an F is because, so imagine that I'm putting Bird Box in the same category as Alone and as Cats. See, Alone is a movie that just has like a low bar. It's not really trying very hard, or it's not really, you know, doing anything outstanding. Like its ambition is low, but it manages to do okay with it, I guess. But that killer was kind of stupid, and the main character kind of goes against stereotypes, where she's always like one step ahead of him. But you have a situation where, again, Cats was just, the only redeeming thing was some of the set design, some of the visuals were good, some of the songs were okay, McCavity was kind of entertaining a little bit, so it had some aesthetic elements that I have to give credit, but other than that, I pretty much don't care. And then the other side of it is the simple fact that you have, Dinner, and the reason why Dinner is so relevant is because that is also a D. So we've had a C for Fourth Republic, then D for Alone, D for Bird Box, D for Cats, and then D for Dinner as well. And this is looking like it's going to be a C, easy A, but it could change if the ending is really especially bad. But D is going to be Dinner. And again, it was pretty ordinary, mediocre. The acting is sort of stunted. The dialogue is a little bit, you know, awkward at times, a little bit like trying too hard or whatever. But what's interesting about it is the Richie character is very well done, and he has like this epic villain moment speech in the middle that is iconic. So Richie's whole dismantling of social contrivance and stimuli acme is very, very valuable. And it's kind of stupid how it ends with, I assume that's what we see at the end. I didn't fully get it, but he's in bed and the bank's calling to show that he's going out of money, and he's sleeping with a girl, so, like, you know, to portray him as the bad guy, and the women are good. So just remember that, guys. If a girl cheats on you with a guy, or even just sleeps with a guy, then blame the guy 100%, completely give the girl a pass, and even forgive them, and even stay with them. And so, like, it's inconsistent. If you're going to forgive the girls, you should forgive the guy too. what, just because he exposed you, and like, oh, as if it wasn't him, it would have just been somebody else. So it ends up being like, okay, it would have just been somebody else, so why do I care? Like, I'm saving you the trouble of finding out that way, or I'm at least letting you find out, not that he really told them, but he was making a big spectacle of it there, where he had slept with both of them, or even the other guy had slept with one of them too. Or is that what it was? So I can't remember. One of them slept with both Richie and the other friend, and then one of them just slept with Richie. Right, so like, oh yeah, let's totally scapegoat the guy. The guy is the bad guy, even though he's exposing, again, if it wasn't me, it would have been somebody else. If it wasn't, I would just either blame them equally or not at all then. So I'll blame them equally and say, okay, I'm not going to be with you because you did that. And in some ways, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because you would say, well, Richie is in a position where the couples weren't together when that even happened, apparently, right? That was like before they were together. So that's not even really his fault. And that doesn't necessarily obligate him to tell you that either. And so it's like, oh, you're somehow tainted because you slept with Richie, but why is Richie the bad guy when the girl should be the bad guy as well? That's what's so inconsistent about it. And again, you blame them all together and don't be with them, or blame them in one sense and then do it that way. Like, I was doing such a long intro, my thing came off, so now I lost it. Either blame the guy and the girls equally, or don't blame either and forgive him too. But it's very inconsistent. So Richie's the bad guy for somehow just telling you and letting you know what would have happened kind of like anyway, or like, why did the girl sleep with him then? Like, oh, because they were depressed, or one tries to talk out of it too. Oh, he took advantage. Like, how did he take advantage when, I don't know, it didn't look like really anything. It just was her way to try to cop out. But the reality is very simple, that you're able to, like, it's just very inconsistent. It was before the relationship. You're going to blame Richie, but you're not going to blame... You're going to blame Richie, but you're not going to blame the other guy or the girls adequately or equally, which is very selective and very inconsistent, and it's a situation where... you're giving special treatment to the women. You can cheat on me. Like, think about it that way too. Like, either the girls cheated on them, or either the girls cheated on them, or they did something else. And what they did was, it's a little hard to do this sometimes when you're driving, but either you cheated on them, which is bad, or you had a relationship, you had sex outside of the relationship beforehand. Either way, right, that's clearly defined for the guy as well, but it's less culpability for the guy, because it's a situation where the guy slept with a girl who you didn't even know or you weren't in a relationship with yet, so it's not his fault, right? He can sleep with whoever he wants. And then do I have to tell you everybody that I slept with before? Like, why does it matter? And then, to the extent that they're bad for doing it, I just don't get it. You blame him for doing the same thing that they did, but they're forgiven and everything is okay. whereas Richie is just exposing your whole artifice of your process. So now how much you want to bet they'll end up cheating again, and the same thing will happen again with some other random Richie type guy. So it's not really very logical because you have some other expectation. It's just pure special treatment, right? That's just female privilege, number one. But Richie was an entertaining character, so that's why that gets a D instead of an F. That scene in the middle is actually very, very good. That when he's giving his speech and going deep into this, that he's trying to like prove a point and make a spectacle out of it. And so, but would you rather him not have told you that? Like, you should be grateful that he told you. In fact, you were upset that he didn't tell you in time. So I'm going to start here in a second if I can get... I got to get on like a comfortable route here because this is a little bit of an awkward day of driving. So we got about 17 minutes left. We got 17 minutes left. I'll start it in a second. I hate how it like went off of that though. So yeah, Easy A is looking to be a C, which will be the highest grade of the movie so far, aside from Fourth Republic, which I never would have guessed that Bird Box would have been so low. I guess these other movies I'm not really familiar with anyway. Alone, Cats, and Dinner, I didn't really have any expectation going in. So we saw two movies that were sort of, Fourth Republic and Dinner, that were either maybe made by some of the same filmmakers, had some of the same actors, like these sort of, I don't know what you'd even call it. Like, they're speaking in English, but they very easily don't have to be. They could have easily been, like, the Fourth Republic could have been a Nigerian movie in Pidgin, I guess is what the language is called, that they sometimes speak. It could have just been in that the whole time. And the same thing with Dinner. Dinner could have just been a foreign movie, right? It wouldn't have to be in English, but I don't know. You might think it's a weird thing to point out, but it's like, clearly, it just, I don't know. I don't really get the whole logic of that sometimes. It would have felt more comfortable that way. Like, you have a family of everyone who, would be more comfortable maybe speaking a different language, and even sometimes they do break into doing that. And when you do it, then, you're making them speak English because, maybe it'll appeal to a wider audience or Western audience, but I don't know. It just feels unnecessary. Of course, I would have skipped watching it if that was the case, but it doesn't matter because... that's just because I can't read subtitles now, but that's the same reason because, they don't want people to have to watch a movie with subtitles, but it just seems like a weird choice to make. Like, let's make a movie where everybody is not speaking their primary language, assuming, right, that they're not entirely comfortable with it or whatever it is, and then let's do that in that language. Like, why not do it in their native language? Or why not pick actors then whose English is their native language? You might think, you're being racist or something somehow. This is how people react. But, I don't know. It's just an interesting choice that they would do that. I'm even encouraging, just make it in a different language that you're more comfortable with. So that's not even saying, you have to appropriate and speak in English. I'm even saying you don't have to, but yet people still think about it like they do. I don't know. So what we have is a situation where I'd like to start this in a minute, but it keeps kind of fucking up on me a little bit. I can't... if you're idle for too long, it'll kind of go off of it. And then every time you start, it'll buffer and fuck up a little. It's always very annoying to do this. But yeah, we have a mere 17 minutes left, so we should easily be able to figure this shit out. We're going to start with 17 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, and the ending could have a big impact here, where if it's really good, it could change the grade. If it's really bad, it could change the grade, for the better or for the worse. Like, I'm listening to GPM, so I didn't want that to interrupt, because it does interrupt if I'm doing it, but it's a case where you're able to... It's a case where you're able to want to get to a point that I'm familiar with, but I don't remember this route at all. Let me see. I think I'll get to it now. And then we'll start again. 17 minutes, 40 seconds remaining in Easy A. And we'll finish this off. Then we can watch Monk episode 6 whenever I feel like. And then we'll move on to F. So I kind of like the rhythm and flow of how I'm doing this. where it's very freeform, but it's also very structured at the same time, where, you're doing alternate letters, like every letter, one movie for each letter on Netflix, and then it's preferably something obscure. I just kind of scroll through and go by the picture and stuff. And then I also am doing the other thing, which is called, obviously, like a big name series episode, so I kind of alternate one episode of a big name series and then one obscure movie for each letter. So it'll kind of match up that way. And you have a situation where we want to start in a minute, but I'm still not 100% sure actually of where I am. There's like this parade going on somewhere that I normally go through, so I didn't want to fuck with that. So I picked like a different route that I used to take before, but I don't like it as much, or I'm not as familiar with it, so... And I assume I'll have to do the same thing at night, too. But the weather's always better today. The last couple of days has been pretty bad. So you have a position where... We're going to start in a minute, and by the time I start, it's going to be fucking... the drive is going to be over. But no, it's only a mere 17 minutes. I've already given my general recap, like... Some of the characters are interesting and witty and fun. A lot of the dialogue is pretty sharp and intelligent, almost too intelligent for mere school kids to be doing. That maybe I'm stereotyping, but she always has the right witty kind of thing to say. She's always like this, what's that called? Like the manic pixie dream girl type of effect. Not really that, but because she's the main character and it's not exactly like that, but it's just more like, she always has something witty and sharp and funny to say. Like, it takes so much energy to be like that. Like, come on. Nobody's really like that, but you're just trying so hard. You always have a quip. You always have a witty line. For the sake of a movie, I can appreciate it in the screenplay, but for the sake of, like, whether it's a believable character, while it's still a well-written character and I like them, I wouldn't necessarily say entirely believable. And I would say that probably you're in a position to do it this way. Like, you want to do it in such a way that you're basically able to I can't remember even. I'm so distracted today, I just can't concentrate. We saw Ding Liren lose to Gukesh in the game 11 of the World Championship. That gives you kind of some context of what day it is. Otherwise, for the most part, it doesn't matter on these sessions. I'm enjoying this channel, but I'd be curious to test other things. Like, what could I show that would make this more like... I'd have to show what I'm watching, which is way too much effort when I'm watching so many different things. Or I guess now it's a bit more structured. I don't have to show all the stuff in between, but at least the movie... Because I would have only had to do 2 timestamps for it, or sync it up twice. Like, you know what I could also do is sync up the audio, because you don't seem to get in trouble for that. So I could just do a full audio reaction. Not that I'm not watching it, although sometimes I'm not because I'm driving. But it's because of the simple fact that I'm able to do it in such a way that... I forgot, like... I'm kind of driving, so I'm only watching it sometimes. But what you can do is you can basically... okay, now we're on a familiar route. And so what you can do with that is... I didn't even stop for food, but maybe I'll stop at the end here. Okay, so I'm excited to actually watch the ending of this. I'm kind of sorry that it took so long to get here, but I was basically just doing a recap. Again, it has some interesting, witty, fun characters. It has some good performances. It has some very good dialogue at times, even if sometimes even too good where I'm questioning. I'm sort of questioning it. So we're starting Easy A Netflix version with 17 minutes, 40 seconds remaining in 3, 2, 1. No, I fucked up. God damn it. Starting in 3, 2, 1. And it's sort of delayed, so I'll do it again. I'm a little particular about this, but sometimes it'll stutter and lag too, which might mess up a second or two off, but that's happened in some episodes of Monk even. I don't know if it really fucks it up too much, but... All right, 1740, starting in 3, 2, 1. So he's confessing a year after that. He's confessing that he slept with Ree, even though you're not friends anymore. The last guy was pretty dark too. He tried to solicit her like for sex for real. And see, even that's kind of witty. I like that. Some of the dialogue is fun. Now's not really the time to be doing this when you're a school prostitute. You never told me prior to that. It's only been 2 weeks in the whole events of this story. But now they'll end up together and then they'll become friends again, I guess, over their mutual hatred of each other. For $20 for a gift card at Amazon. I want you to tell everyone. This is how it happens in real life, though. You get drunk at a bar and get pregnant after you sleep with them, and that's how I met your mother, for real. Realistic version. Like the Tracy at the strip club or whatever. That's more likely how it happened. Oh, so you're into this whole prostitution thing? What are you, a cuck? Look how thirsty you are. Or are you kissing or just hugging? Yeah, don't kiss. Don't go into the cliche and don't kiss. Cuck us a little bit. Because it doesn't feel appropriate. So yeah, this worked out pretty well as a screenplay, but I just want to see, like, what sort of actual conclusion to the whole Easy A story of the thing. Just because you've heard these rumors. I'm jealous. Oh, now you have your cathartic moment. Nobody's going to believe you, though. That's one problem. Really, people are going to believe that it was all a lie? That sounds like a made-up rumor, too. Even that was pretty funny. The fact that she said, nobody hulks off with a big black guy like in Mark Twain. But do you get my money back then? But you're supposed to be an easy girl too, so it wouldn't be that big of a deal. So everybody's dismissing when... Oh yeah, she was accused of having chlamydia. It'd be hard to convince people that it was all a lie, because not nearly as bad, the sleeping of the student. Yeah, this would be more believable. You could be recording this right now. This is a little bit out of her usual character type. How would you prove it now? You should have brought a recorder in there. Oh, so guess who really deserves the A? It's your own wife, bitch, who's you're teaching the class about that, but you can't figure it out in your own life. Did it actually end the marriage, though? Oh, wow. You're such a clown, though. Even though I like your wittiness, the whole thing was unnecessary, what you did. So is this really the ending that we get? Like, yeah, this is more believable that nobody will believe you. Yeah, see, she was what you aspired to be, for real. Low self-worth. The parents are a little bit trying too hard sometimes. That was a Quentin Tarantino foot flash moment. Yeah, the parents didn't seem adequately concerned about this whole thing. Well, she does have a good sense of humor. You'll end up with somebody better than your dad because I had such bad judgment, and the low self-worth is why I'm with your dad. It had some genuine good moments. Webcast, yeah, I guess that. Either it could be a recorded video or something. You're trying to get internet famous from this, and that'll make you all just make an OnlyFans. It's much easier. Oh wait, OnlyFans didn't exist then. This is what women did before OnlyFans. So you got them broken up. So do we get another Lisa Kudrow scene? That's how this movie should end. Lisa Kudrow shoot her for revenge for telling her husband. We get a musical number. So the ending, if that's all we get, is she breaks up their marriage. That's not really a great or a bad ending. It's just kind of okay. Again, we didn't get invested enough in the Lisa Kudrow character because of the thing. We didn't see her enough. So, I'm not saying I don't care about that story, but it's not really that big of a deal. We needed one or two more scenes of her earlier on. You got Lisa Kudrow in your movie and you can't get her to do more than 3 scenes. But yeah, who would you believe? Apparently your husband would believe me just like that because he believes everything I say because I don't know why. He has a crush on me. Is this really the ending that we get a fucking musical number? Is it really her singing? Because I can almost guarantee you it's not. It turns into some sort of High School Musical thing, which I won't hold against it too badly, but what is really the key moment at the end here? Just the fact that, she broke that couple up. That was the one dramatic payoff, which is not really very satisfying or valuable, but it's just kind of okay. Oh, no, she's using her blackmail. But see, her finding out about the blackmail had nothing to do with what, that's not her fault. Like, the Miss Griffith is really cheating. Oh, she's Mrs. Griffith now. She's cheating on paying you. Now you become a big streamer based on this. Like, anybody would sit there and watch the whole fucking thing. Yeah, nobody's smart enough for you because you're just the smartest high school student ever, from at least a witty standpoint. No, but this is a good example of the premise shoots low, but it kind of hits the mark, at least where they do a good job with it. It's nobody's business, but you're the one who starts all these incessant rumors. I want to see another scene with Lisa Kudrow, though. Like, she's the big villain that you took down. But no, what I'm saying is you found that out because of the chlamydia thing, but the chlamydia angle. Or maybe they don't know that it's happened yet. That she confessed because of the chlamydia angle, I guess, but you, I don't know how to explain it, like, that's not your fault, right? That had nothing to do with you. You pretending to be a whore didn't make her cheat. Huckleberry Finn moment. Two very cliche stories, or very well-known stories that they're kind of beating to death a little bit. Not Schindler's List. What is it? I forgot. Or A Scarlet Letter, which I didn't think was really all that great of a story, honestly. You're riding on a lawnmower for what reason? I don't know. This ending is going on a bit long, but it's okay. Yeah, I think it'll set at a solid C grade. It was enjoyable. It was a good, solid movie. I wouldn't say it elevates its material too much, but it's a movie with a low shooting premise that doesn't have a lot of ambition, but within that context, it's still pretty fun. Some of the dialogue is actually pretty sharp. Like the screenwriter, Woodchuck Todd, that's actually his name there. Some of the dialogue is pretty sharp and funny and witty. So if you're going to make a movie like this, you at least have to do that. Like I said, the same thing in 500 Days of Summer. Malcolm McDowell. It had a pretty all-star cast too, even if they have relatively limited roles, like the principal and the Lisa Kudrow. I want to see another scene with her, like really lamenting something about the marriage. I love that guy just believes her too. Like, I would have kept it, like how I have a recorder with me now, I would have kept a recorder with me in that moment where I'm talking to her in the principal's office, or in her office, and use that to oust her. Then you would believe it, right? Always keep a little hidden recorder with you at all times. And, you know, that's such a technique that you should always use in detective fiction, too. The villain will confess their master plan, and then they'll, whatever, they won't necessarily kill you right then and there, but they'll be like, you'll never catch me. But then I just recorded that conversation where you confessed your whole thing, and, like, I did it, but you'll never catch me. But yeah, we got Malcolm McDowell, Lisa Kudrow, Emma Stone, I guess before she was maybe too much of a star. I'd want to see like what the age discrepancy is between the characters and the thing. We get two shots of me driving here, watching them drive here, and oh, are they on the lawnmower the whole time? Is that what this is meant to show, or what? But no, I guess it ends on a happy note. It just didn't... It could have been better if there was a little more structure to it. The only thing I got really attached to in a meaningful way was the Lisa Kudrow character's whole thing. Like, they want that to be the big payoff. Like, oh, she got them to break up. But, like, so what? Like, where is the... There wasn't enough of her for us to really care enough about that. So she cheated with the 22-year-old on the husband, and she presumably could lose her job, too. Or, yeah, why would Mrs. Griffith... why would Mrs. Griffith vouch for you the way that, once you've already told the husband, or maybe she didn't know at that point. But no, I don't feel bad for Mrs. Griffith, because what she did had nothing to do with this, right? Maybe that's just why she confessed to you. And then also the other side is that what you did had nothing to do with that. Like, I also don't feel bad for you, because you just... So it literally ends with a webcast before Twitch even existed. Otherwise, I would have said a Twitch stream. The original Amaranth over here. Even got the red hair, although it's like a different shade. I feel like Amaranth has more like orange hair. So I've heard from a friend. I've never actually watched her. But I mean, obviously you've seen a clip of her or something. But yeah, you could have turned that into a beautiful webcam career. But no, she looks almost too good to be, like, oh, I have a low self-esteem. Like, she doesn't look like an ordinary person. And also, she's, what do you call it? She's probably older than what this would reflect, but maybe not by too much. Like, maybe she's playing an 18-year-old and she's actually 22 or something like that. I don't know. So yeah, this is just the credits. And I keep getting, like, a little delay stutter, but I don't know. Just to sort of test it. So we're at 1 minute and 4, 3, 2, 1 minute, 59, 58, right, like that. So just to sync up, maybe you lose a second here or there, but yeah, that gets a solid C grade. It could have been a D if it wasn't so well written at times, some of the dialogue especially. That's what I would say. Like, the story isn't super well written as far as the storyboard, but the dialogue is written very well. And again, even to the point where I sometimes was saying it's written too well, that no young girl would actually talk like this, blah, 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 but it's okay. So you have a situation where make-believe Sony. So she likes Todd. So one thing that gets unresolved is the Ree thing. They're still not friends, right? Like, in fact, it exacerbates the fact that they're enemies because, unless I missed something, it exacerbates the fact that they're enemies because she found out that she slept with Todd before whatever, right? All that happened. And so I'm surprised that I liked it, but it was actually a good movie. Again, solid, middle of the road. A C grade is still not glowing, but it's decent. It's the average grade that you're going to get, right, with most movies, which most of these haven't gotten. But I don't regret watching it. It was actually decent. Same thing with 500 Days of Summer. I had seen that when I was trying to do like an alphabetical, like watch everything in order, right, that it appears in. But it's a situation where watch everything in the order it appears. And the reason why you can do that is because of the simple fact that you can do it for the simple fact of, I don't know, I kind of want to see some of these Lisa Kudrow scenes again. Like, see, like, you know what I should do to bolster this channel is upload like a bunch of clips, like my old reviews that I have written that I can just read through, like I did that for Man of Steel, and that got like 40 views, even though it didn't get any likes or anything. It's still, you got to do short form stuff. So I could take a clip out of this at any time I wanted. If I had infinite time, right, I could pick and choose, like, oh, this moment was funny, or like how I predict in Barbie movie that, oh, this would be a good time for the Mattel guys to show up. And as soon as I say that, they show up immediately, like right during that song, I said it, when it was about to end. So here, like, I can show my analysis and reaction to all the Lisa Kudrow scenes in this movie or something, but all we get is the fact that he's watching the webcast, and you don't think that's a little creepy? Like, I'm upset at you for watching this girl's webcast, even though she didn't do anything sultry. Like, what site does it show that she's using, anyway? If she just had her own domain for it, www.emma, save Emma something, she like made her own website for it. It's not like on another platform, like, what did people even use before Twitch? I probably used it myself, but I don't remember. And you have all these cam girl websites, or so I hear, haha. So, yeah, actually a good, solid movie. Nothing, terrible. The good things are the wittiness of the dialogue, and some of the storyboarding is okay. Some of the performances are good. And some of the bad is that it's almost a little bit unbelievable at times, like it's trying a bit too hard, especially the parents. And it's missing like some sort of dramatic weight and depth where you not only don't you feel bad for the characters, but you don't even understand sometimes the motivations. Like the whole story could be easily prevented, or it's something along the lines of the story is done in such a way that, I don't know, there's like a missing element to it that could make it more engaging. Like even that Lisa Kudrow angle was obligatory. Like the screenwriter wrote the script and like, oh, we need like a dramatic element, so let's just add 2 scenes with Lisa Kudrow that she's a degenerate who slept with a student, and that'll give it to you. Like, really? Like that's all we get? And I wanted more of that almost. Like that would have worked. Even though it's a comedy, I get it, but no, it was genuinely funny, and it was genuinely wholesome at times, and just a good, solid entertainer movie. I don't mind it. And as much as it plays up her sexual rumors, it doesn't actually rely on that too much. Like, you get very little of her from a sexual standpoint. Like, they don't actually, well, given her age group, that might feel appropriate, but that was the funniest kind of aspect, was I'm being a prostitute for gift cards and stuff, but I'm not being a prostitute for actual gift card, for money. I'm pretending to be a prostitute. Like, if you give me a gift card, I'll lie and said we slept together, even though we didn't actually do anything, right? So, like, is that better or worse? Like, the same way that people say, is it better to be a prostitute and actually sleep with people in real life, or to be, like, a virtual kind of same style, where you would video chat, webcam, pictures, OnlyFans, naked photos, stuff like that, feet pics, whatever it is. Which one is worse? And on an objective level, obviously, on every level, I guess you could say that the second one, the online stuff, is better for you, for everybody, because you're not actually soliciting in real life. So how do you really litigate that? Like, nobody's actually physically in a position to potentially get hurt or raped or get a disease or get pregnant or whatever, right? Whatever happened for either party. You're not putting yourself at risk for diseases and stuff like that. You're not actually putting yourself in any harm's way or any uncomfortable position. So now it becomes so easy and convenient for people to do that it's hard to convince people not to do it. So let me go back and watch that Lisa Kudrow scene again. But no, my point is I could upload like clips from this, basically, from some of these reactions. I could upload a clip. And the reason why I could do that is because of the simple fact that you're able to consider, like I'll cut out the best moments, like the Richie moment, or so then that'll be like a 5-minute thing, and that'll get more views than my actual super long ass compilations of stuff. And so now you're in a position to let me rewatch a moment here. But no, that was nice. So now we just get to watch Monk episode 6 when I feel like I'm not rushing it. Like, I can always do these YouTube sessions and stuff in between. But I love the structure of doing this, actually. This is great. Because I watch one movie, then I watch an episode, then I watch one movie, then I watch an episode. It's a great balance, and Monk has been hitting it on all cylinders. So for that show, we have some of the most iconic grades ever. Episode 1 and 2 are both A's. Episode 3 is a B. Episode 4 is an A. Episode 5 is a B. We had an iconic villain in episode 4 with the Dale the whale. That's not what I was expecting, actually. I thought it would be like some boxer or somebody, like some athlete who flew off the handle and killed somebody, and so he's called the whale because he's so big and strong or something, like muscular. So I thought it would be some, like an athlete. So it couldn't have been anybody but him because he's so big and strong and he's so intimidating, but it was very different than what I expected. And that actor did a phenomenal job. They gave me like Mason Verger vibes from Hannibal, like where you're some crippled rich guy, but you have all these resources and ill intent, and like you're the mastermind behind the scenes, sitting in your bed or sitting on your wheelchair, right? You're evoking like a great villain comparison like that. And then it ends with the doctor feeding him to the dogs because, oh wait, that's just Hannibal. I disagree with Roger Ebert and Gene Siskel's review of that movie, where I don't think it's great, but it's a good, solid, entertaining piece of work. And some of their criticisms are like, I remember this kind of just offhand. like, oh, we see Hannibal too much, and they turn him into like a cartoon kind of villain. But the thing is, some of those scenes are stupid, like the one in the mall where he's kind of on the walkie-talkie and looking at her. That one's like a bit overplayed. But the point is that it shows you him at his peak, like sort of unleashed, right, on the run and on a rampage. So the difference is that you say, oh, in Silence of the Lamb it's more subtle, but it's because he's not the villain. He's just a background character, even though, whatever, he's a major character. He's meant to be an assistant, like, helping you behind bars to catch Buffalo Bill. So he's a secondary character. In this movie, it's obviously called Hannibal. It's about him. It should be about him. Like, it's giving you, like, oh, you like this character from Silence of the Lambs, so now you get to kind of indulge in seeing him at his best once he's unleashed, once he's free, right, outside of jail. So that's a bad criticism to say, oh, we see too... Let me actually watch that if I have time. Let's watch the Lisa Kudrow scene, and then I can watch the Ebert, if I can get it. I want to see the scene where she's, like, in the office yelling at her. This girl is kind of cute. You said something, you're funny. Call me. Did she do it before or after this? Gift card to AutoZone, and I don't even have a car. I'm good. You can't really go back on it. We need like a virginity test thing to verify that you actually lost it. Did she go after this or before? Yeah, I kind of like that about the ending too, that she doesn't just convince everybody that she didn't do it. Or I guess kind of with the webcast she might have, but nobody would really believe you at this point. Oh, here we go. I made a bad one, so did you. Just live with your guilt. It's not against the law. See, you could have had this on recorder. I would have shown that. I would have had a recorder there. Pure evil. If that's the real issue, is the chlamydia. That would kind of prove it, actually. Is this part of your little scarlet letter experiment? I love that statement. Let's just look at that scene. Like, if I was trying to get you to watch the movie, this is what I would show you. Just this one scene. Put this in a trailer. Like, what is this movie about? Watch, I'll say it. I should not have done what I did. Here. Your wife has chlamydia and she's sleeping with a student, but she's trying to blame me. That line, that's so meme-worthy. Like, it's so oddly specific. It's true and relevant in terms of the story, sure, but it's like, it's so specific. Your wife has chlamydia and she slept with a student and she's trying to blame me for it now. I love it. Just show this one scene. No need to watch the movie now. I love it. Like, there's some sort of meme-worthy template format you could do for that. Like, just, I don't know, like, when you don't want to watch the whole movie, or when you want to sum up the movie in 5 seconds, like the Nostalgia Critic does those kind of moments. He'll do it like, I can't remember. He'll do it like a certain way that allows you to... he'll do it in such a way that it allows you to basically I don't know, whatever. It just sums it up. But the ship can't sink, and then plop, it sunk. I can just watch that on repeat. Like, would you really believe her, though, after all the lies she told about being a slut or not being a slut? Like, that's the ultimate cover. Oh, no, I was just doing it to role play as the chick from Scarlet Letter. Like, even though, you know, all the teachers and the parents immediately believed that she wasn't actually doing anything. But yeah, wouldn't the rumor have died out after the chlamydia thing, though? Because, like, okay, nobody would want to be with you anyway. Or that one guy didn't give a shit, the one who was trying to get with her at the thing after, I forgot. When you want to sum up a movie in 5 seconds. I'm sorry I spoiled the whole movie for you, even though that's not entirely what the movie's about, but it's at least a good, meaningful subplot. So what was the review I wanted to react to? Basically, it's Hannibal. Basically, they just say that, oh, he appears too much, but, like, it makes sense that he would appear more than in Silence of the Lambs, because Silence of the Lambs is about Buffalo Bill being the villain, and Hannibal just being an informant from behind bars. Now he's unleashed, so now you get to see him in his element, in his prime form, right, doing what he's doing. And so, of course, you would see more, and that's the whole point of the movie, and that's the name. So you might say, oh, it's a bit exploitative, but you go into it, you expect that it's about him more, etc. And so now you have a situation where, I don't know. So yeah, that was kind of surprising. Mr. Griffith, if you ever see this, in that way. Wait, but you're saying this on a webcast, so everybody would see that. Like, you would get her fired, too. Like, should you get fired for having an OnlyFans, or... You know, nobody should even know about it, really, so it's none of your business, but, you know, it's one thing, oh, you take an OnlyFans video in the classroom, like somebody did that, I can understand that, but just simply doing it in your own home, like, why is that anybody's business? Ask not why they have an OnlyFans, ask why you were looking in the first place, kind of a thing, right? Like, it's kind of just, don't use your real name, like, how would you even know? You could just pretend, oh, it's not me, they just look like me, I don't know. Now that everyone knows the truth, either is gone or they won't fess up, but you're kind of saying it on the webcast, and of course everybody will believe you there. No, like, why would Malcolm McDowell's character even care to say, I don't care what Mrs. Griffith says? And no, if you're saying this all on the webcast and anything, you would have already known that she's going to get fired and lose her job and not be allowed to work in a school, and you could test the chlamydia for it or something, but it's the sort of thing, like, a lot of vagaries that would be hard to prove, right? Like, how would you really prove any of this shit? That she really cheated, or that, I guess the chlamydia would be the best form of evidence, but are we really going to go to a doctor and really test this? Like, I don't know, like, none of this you can really force or compel somebody to do. You just have to kind of take their word for it or something like that. So, let's see what we got here. Okay, so here I'm going to do another random YouTube session. I kind of like that as a break in between the, major stuff. So we do a movie, then we do a YouTube session, then we do a Monk episode, then we do another YouTube session, then we do a movie. Typically that's how it's gone. And this kind of comes very randomly. I've been obsessed with Shark Tank lately. That's something I always go through phases with. I'll I'll watch clips for a while like I did a long time ago, then I'll stop. Then I'm like, oh, I want to watch the show, and I try to watch the show like for full episodes, and then I don't enjoy it. It's kind of like with Hell's Kitchen, right? The show itself isn't as enjoyable as just the clips on their own, which is kind of hard to explain. But the reason why is because it'll have like some really fun moments, right? Like, oh, he's getting mad at somebody and it's funny. But then if you watch the whole episode, there'll be a lot of boring stuff in there, right? There'll be documentary stuff, their whole backstory. I don't care about all that. I just want to see you get yelled at. It was the same thing with Shark Tank. I just want to see the pitch. I don't want to see all the build-up, the behind the scenes, all this kind of stuff. I don't necessarily want to see all that. And so because I don't necessarily want to see all that, it's almost better. These two series are great examples of stuff that's best for YouTube. Even MasterChef to an extent, although that's kind of up and down. But like Hell's Kitchen is amazing to watch on YouTube just with clips and excerpts, but it's not as fun to watch the full series. And the same thing goes for this thing, for obviously, what was I just talking about? Obviously the fucking, what was it? The Shark Tank obviously is better. It's hard sometimes to think straight when you're driving. So like you're basically in a position to, I don't know, like just, fuck. Shark Tank, Hell's Kitchen are great examples of that. Amazing to watch in excerpts and clips on YouTube, but not so fun to watch in full episode form because there's just a lot of BS in there, documentary stuff about the people, you know, some little extra behind the scenes stuff or whatever, right? But for the most part, whatever. They're both fun to watch. So Hell's Kitchen season 1 was pretty good, I guess. I saw the whole thing actually. That was pretty fun actually. It was at a time where I was starting to do these sessions twice a day, so I was able to get through it pretty quickly. And I got pretty immersed, but some of it fell a little bit flat. Like it's just kind of, oh, there it is, and then it's over. Like there's not enough meat in between, or I don't know. It was good in structure, but like sometimes it feels like they're trying too hard a little bit for content, but it falls flat a bit. So yeah, there's some good angry moments in all of those, obviously. So yeah, let's just watch some random stuff on YouTube, and aside from that, there's not really much else for me to do. I have to take this route that I don't like as much today, just because, again, that stupid ass parade. I don't know what the hours are of it. I didn't want to mess around with it. It's a pain, right? The whole town will be kind of bustling with people, and just it's a pain. Like they close off some of the main roads, so you have to go all the way around. It's like I'd rather just go somewhere other way, right? And so now what you have here is a situation where I'm gonna watch something on YouTube. This is fun, don't get me wrong. Like the Easy A really surprised me. I never would have imagined how much I would have actually liked it. Not that I loved it, but it was good. It was better than I expected. Some of the dynamics with that teacher. That actor seems familiar. Like he's been in a role just like that I've seen before in a different movie. Like exactly the same. Like he's a college professor, and I know him from somewhere. But yeah, you got Phoebe obviously playing there. Her acting was okay, but it's like that role was weird because it wasn't really comedic, nor was it really meant to be comedic. We see her like 3 times, and 2 of the 3 are very serious, like sleeping with a student, blackmail. Like it wasn't meant to really be funny. So I don't know. Who would you believe? She says it so many times. I'm sure her fans would find it funny, but it's not even meant to be funny. Right? There's nothing funny she does aside from maybe the first scene. And not to her fault. I'm just saying that character isn't. It's like when Aubrey Plaza plays Emily the criminal. There's nothing even remotely Aubrey Plaza-esque about that role. She still does a good job, but it's maybe some of the stuff in the interviews. But even that's more serious. Like it's not played for laughs. Where she's like interviewing and I need money and whatever. The way that movie ends is kind of dumb, actually. In fact, the whole movie itself isn't very good. It's just kind of, that's all it is. They attach Aubrey to it just to give it credibility. And she wants to be a part of it just so she can have a dramatic showing kind of a moment to break out of her stereotype, right, of whatever she typically does. But, you know, it's like one of those ungrateful things, like, oh, I don't want to be sort of typecast as just this one type of thing, even though that's part of what you're known for and part of the reason why you're famous. It's like, I hate when, what's her name? The Natalie Portman says that about Star Wars. Oh, she didn't like being in Star Wars, or, oh, it ruined her career. It's like you were pretty young, first of all, going into it. You knew what you were getting into by doing it. Oh, I thought Star Wars would be where I really get to flex my acting skills, and really it's going to be nuanced and deep dialogue. Like, it's Star Wars for a reason. You know it's going to be special effects, action, sci-fi. You know it's going to be mass appeal, but lowest common denominator stuff. So you kind of know exactly what you're getting into. So on one hand, you want the fame and notoriety from that, but then on the flip side, you're going to whine and complain and say, oh, but I'm going to be looked at a certain negative way. Like, you got to take the good with the bad, and it was your choice to be in it, and it was your choice to, know what you're getting into, because, some things I can understand. You might not be fully sure what you're getting into. Like with Cats, maybe they didn't show the whole thing to everybody, but like the final effects, although I find that kind of hard to believe, especially with some of the big name people in that. Like, it's just a bunch of famous people getting together and having a ball, but literally, but it's not a jellicle ball, to be exact. But the point is that that's sometimes a little bit self-indulgent. Like, we have Taylor Swift and this person and this person. How could we possibly go wrong? But they did. I mean, it's not even entirely to their fault, but it's sort of like, if you're going to do it with those people, then you may as well write it a little better, direct it a little better. McCavity was entertaining to a degree. Like, you need like sort of more structure. Like, I didn't follow the story at all in terms of, it just felt like a bunch of singing. Like, it didn't really feel like there was any conflict aside from McCavity just making people disappear. But yeah, I wanted to be like McCavity the whole time, the whole movie, not there. I would have totally written that if it was a movie review. Like, the movie, I was jealous of one character in the movie, though. My entire time sitting in the audience, I was wishing I was like McCavity, not there, because that's the line from the song. McCavity's not there, even though he's right there. But people made fun of that in the comments of some video, of the video on YouTube of that song. But I totally couldn't tell it was Taylor Swift either. I knew Taylor Swift was in it. I guess I just couldn't tell the whole movie anything, because you got the fucking, I like that one guy too, Bustafer something. Bustafer Jones. His character was kind of funny, the way he's, I don't know, just obsessed with food and some of the dynamics of the song. Just surprisingly, that still doesn't get an F grade, though, because I still have to give a little credit for a villain, for some of the visual design, even if on one hand you would criticize that. But still, I'm talking about the sets and some of the other stuff. It's not the worst movie ever made, but it's like what Batman and Robin would be, kind of. But like, some of the sets and stuff are still pretty fun, even if it's just bad too. Like, I don't know. So like, would that be an F? That might be an F, because some of the dialogue is just trash. Whereas here, you're at least giving it the benefit of the doubt that it's based on some sort of famous source material, whether that's good or not. I mean, I guess you could say, oh, that's based on Batman, but it's not really based on any particular thing, because it's just random Joel Schumacher kind of crappy dialogue. But it wasn't even really his fault. I kind of defended him actually a little bit on that. A lot of the dialogue is shitty, and he didn't have a lot of control over anything. So the direction isn't terrible, but the dialogue is really bad. It's self-indulgent. It's like a brother-sister pair who wrote the screenplay, and it was like a real, exercise in, again, self-indulgence, just trying to, where you think like everything you do is amazing, and so you can't question it, and it's just kind of, it's all these kind of puns and stuff. It works when you do it in a minor sense, but you kind of overdo it. You do it like every line's got to be a pun and every scene's got to be a thing. Like, we get it, but it's like you're just sort of overdoing it and sort of indulging the comic book element of it, but even then you're not taking it as seriously as even that. So, let me see here. Let's watch some random thing. I don't even care what it is. Just anything. Obvious wines must only be here for Kevin, right? Yeah, Kevin just takes ownership of everything. It could be peanut butter. It could be wine. It could be, you know... it could be like chef, wonderful, anything to do with food, anything to do with wine, anything to do with peanut butter, anything to do with, just literally everything in the existence is to do with him. Right, like, but yeah, if we're to stereotype, Mark, anything to do with sports and possibly food goes to Mark because he's obviously got the stadium, the Mavericks. Anything to do with clothing should go to Damon with Fubu. Anything to do with wine and just certain, I don't know, even any monetary kind of thing goes with Kevin. Anything to do with QVC type products, like just a cute little gimmick, like Scrub Daddy type things, houseware, I don't know, like tools, vacuums, things like that go to Lori. And then Barbara, real estate, which is kind of hard to define in the context of that show, like what they're pitching that has to do with real estate. And then the other dude, Robert, to do with cars, although you don't get a lot of stuff there to do with that, but you kind of forget what Robert's even about. Like, I like his disposition, but he doesn't close on a lot of deals, and he doesn't feel like he feels like the type of dude who would have like 1,000 followers on Instagram despite being a billionaire. Not that he even is necessarily, but like, you could be a billionaire, but nobody knows who you are, and they just know you from the show now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he doesn't have that kind of following. He has like 1,000 followers on Instagram, or he doesn't even have an Instagram account. Not that it really matters, but I'm just saying, for the sake of the show, some of these people just have bigger followings. Like, Mark feels like the only one, not just because he's a billionaire, you understand, but like Kevin. Kevin, we don't really know, aside from the show, you wouldn't know who he is as well as some of these other people. It's hard to explain. Like, your media presence is different. Lori, you might know from QVC. Damon, you might know from Fubu in a certain way. I don't know. Sometimes you're just known for stuff more so than you are even wealthy. Barbara for just being out. There might be a good reason for that too, because she has the least money of anybody else on there. When it started, I think Lori, Griner, and her were the same, like relatively same wealth, like around 100 million or something. But then Lori's jumped up like crazy. I feel like Barbara's didn't go up that as much, and then I just feel like the whole structure of the show is dumb in a way too, because there's like almost a pressure. I would be like out on most things too, because how many investments can you really make? You're sort of spreading yourself thin, right? I would want to make big investments, but few, and kind of, spread it out. When you're doing that many, it starts to become like assembly line, just stupid, right? That whole structure is too much. You become like a business prostitution ring, like just every week we got another investment. It doesn't really feel like you're really invested in them, truly, like just, I don't know, it feels kind of dumb. So yeah, we gotta do what we gotta do. I haven't watched anything yet still, but no, as far as rating them, I always consider Lori the best. She's sharp, she's smart, she seems all nice, and sometimes I don't like how she goes into, oh, you're like me, a strong woman, blah, 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 that kind of diatribe, but she is very smart. She has a great eye for product. She has good results with a lot of her investments. So Lori would be number one for sure. Robert and Damon, I like their disposition, but they're a little bit too much. Damon will scam people. Robert will welch on deals. Kevin is kind of too sharky, too royalty and greedy, but still okay. It's kind of hard to rate the other ones. And Mark is kind of, I guess people would decide that Damon is kind of the worst. I kind of find Mark really annoying, though. He's too arrogant and too obnoxious at times. we get that you're the billionaire in the room, but like, again, who would I rather work with? I'd rather work with Lori, or I wouldn't even mind working with Robert, but yeah, those two almost don't seem like they belong entirely. Damon and Robert, they're kind of low key, right? But they're not like super. Mark's personality kind of fits, Kevin's fits, Lori's definitely fits, Barbara kind of doesn't fit even. But I guess they want a little contrast. Not everybody can be super outgoing. Like, I'd just be super quiet and low key if I was on there. So I should almost prepare something better to watch before I do this shit. But it's a situation where, I don't know. I almost want to get something to eat, but I don't know what I want to get. Or like, I don't know where I'll end up. There won't be like anywhere to stop. I got like this KFC thing last night that was so good. I mean, it's just like a regular thing that I would get, but I enjoyed it a lot. I guess I don't get it very often anymore. Sometimes I'll just get like the same thing over and over and it gets kind of boring. But it's a situation where alright, let's actually try to watch something. Grandmasters react to Ding. Okay, let's watch this. Ding, huge blunder. Yeah, it was actually a fairly obvious blunder. Even me, I could figure it out relatively quickly. Like, for somebody who's a super grandmaster, one of the best players in the world, should not be, you know, that's a relatively innocuous blunder that you don't have to make. It's the sort of thing that a 2,000 rated player would say, oh, I could have seen that, right? It really isn't a big deal. So this is Grandmasters react to Ding, huge blunder versus Kukesh, starting in 3, 2, 1. So you might think, oh, it's hindsight bias, but it's really not that hard to see. If you're a good player, you should see it. It's not too, it's not too subtle. It's pretty obvious. It's just not a necessary move, I'll say it. Night before. He had plenty of time, too, I thought. Or maybe not, I don't know. That was a very bad blunder, though. Alright, he does this head nod that everybody goes crazy about. I find Tanya kind of annoying, actually. She's in too many of these broadcasts. There's no other move. The Indians are really cheering him on, obviously, Gukesh. This is like a sporting event, like, oh, look at him, he hit the game-winning shot. This is the closest, the game-losing blunder. This is the closest we get to some excitement. Look at this, you're trying to turn it into like a sporting event. Because you rarely see a move like that. In fact, in a good, high-quality chess game, you won't see a move like that, because it'll be very close and stale, and nobody cheers like this for a draw, but that's actually the proper thing. If both players play well, you might get like a brilliant move that's like really high level, but typically, you know, a impact move like that is not real. Oh, so Ding is in time trouble. Okay, I can kind of understand. I thought he had more time than that. 7 minutes left. I can understand. Because if you take, then he checks on the back rank and you have to take with the queen, or you check and take the rook for free. It's fairly obvious, honestly. It's not that hard to see that. And then he just resigns too. Like, he could still keep playing. This is the guy who's always working with Botez. I forget his name. But it was an even position, so there wasn't anything desperate about it. Some of them don't seem to even notice it. Because if you take with the pawn, then he takes the rook with the rook, and then the queen is in check with the king. Then he takes back. So you trade a rook and then get the queen. And of course the bishop is covering, so I'm not saying I would see it in the course of a game, but I'm saying if I was a 2,000 plus player, super grandmaster, that's something an intermediate level player should probably see. But I get the time pressure. This is the kind of choke moment for Ding that's just like, you can lose a game, and even the other game he lost was on time. So it's always something weird with Ding where it's kind of nerves. Knight d8. Everybody's caught on the knight move. They didn't really have much of a reaction. A lot of these people only react based on the engine. They don't really see what's wrong themselves either. I mean, anything's obvious in hindsight, but I didn't look it up or anything. I just kind of looked at it for a long time. And if you take with the queen, he takes with the bishop, then you take with the pawn, then you take the rook. Or if you take with the queen, then you take with the bishop, he takes with the pawn. It really came down to time pressure, though, more so than anything else. This is like when they made those compilation videos of people looking at the tweets, like showing all the NBA player tweet reactions to a big shot in a game or something, stupid like that. So we got to figure a way to, I don't know. Gotta figure something out here. What else I want to watch? Imagine watching chess stuff. Commentators react to Ding. This will be the same thing, though. I don't really want to watch another one like that. But now it'll trap me into watching chess videos. I almost want to get that shit again, but it's kind of expensive. Maybe it's like the Taste of KFC thing. Maybe I'll get a smaller version of the same thing. It was so good, dude. But I don't know how I'll even end up there. We'll see. If I end up there, I'll get it. I've just been so tired and kind of sick the last week. I don't feel like doing anything. I even skipped a couple sessions of this. I'm dead. It's a change in weather. I don't feel like doing anything. Right? It's cold. It's kind of unpleasant. The driving isn't fun because you've got snow. It just makes you lethargic, right? The cold weather. And the sudden change and all this kind of stuff. And I don't like driving this much anyway, normally, but I've had to do it. I'm going to destroy my fucking car. You're witnessing the death of my car on these sessions. I'm literally, bro, I'm fucking deceased. It's just in a horrible, it's in good shape, but I mean, I'm overdoing it. You can't drive this much. You just can't do it. I mean, I don't know. If you work Uber or if you do deliveries or some shit, maybe you can get away with it. Even then, there's all these horror stories of just ruining your car with respect to, I made $20,000 in a year, but then I also did more than that in damage to my car. It's just not worth it in the end. And so now you're in a position where I haven't watched anything else. I should have some other way to watch stuff in a good faith thing. Like, I should have a playlist ready, but I really don't know what I want to do. It's just all kind of random. I wouldn't mind some Shark Tank thing now, but I can't find it. Top 3 dadpreneurs. But these will be like all positive. I want to see the negative. Right, let's get negative. Like, what else did I say that with? Like, it's more fun when you, like, even in Hell's Kitchen or something, it's more fun when they do a bad job than a good job. You want to see them get yelled at or something. Top 10 dadpreneurs starting in 3, 2, 1. Maybe somebody who, father figure, somebody who uses their kid to exploit them or something, like the clown who has, my daughter invented this 20 years ago, and you thought it was a little girl right there. She was in product development. 15% equity. The way they edit these is actually impressive, because supposedly the pitches go on for like an hour, but they make it seem like it genuinely, this is the whole thing. They cover everything. What are they cutting out? Like, I don't know. They really make it seem like this is legitimately the whole thing. Kendra Scott, we got to have a little hypno fetish fantasy. I'm the big CEO, and Kendra Scott is a nobody, and she's pitching her necklace to me, and she swings it back and forth and hypnotizes me with it without me realizing to accept her deal, and that's how her career started. Actually, very fetish friendly. Or yeah, like that Fortnite thing. How there's a hypnosis thing in Fortnite. You can like swing a thing and hypnotize them. I mean, it's a common trope in fiction, but okay, we got a 5-second delay, so we skip. So just add like 5 seconds to something. Okay, this one's kind of dumb. I'm gonna skip it. I want to see something negative. I think I've seen probably some of the best things. Pitches will get you ready for the, I don't know what, 9/11 firefighter Keith Young. I hate those kind of things where they appeal to emotion or some shit in some way. Like come out as dry and monotone as me and let the product speak for itself. Kind of a thing would be my mindset. But yeah, I like how Hans Niemann drove everybody nuts, but he was never proven to have cheated anything wrong or done anything wrong in the context of the, at least over the board. Like, sure, he's done it online at some point, and he's admitted to that, but it's a situation where you would never know anything any different. Like, so where will I end up that will have some kind of food? I feel like I won't, actually. Well, I don't have to do it, but I want to try the $10 version. So I got the $20 version that was like super big, and you know, that lasts like 2 meals. I had it at like 6 o'clock, then I went to bed sometime early, like around 8, and then I woke up at midnight and I had it, and it was so good. You can't really save it till the next day, then the chicken won't necessarily taste good. But I don't know, it's just one of those things that just makes you happy. Like, it's just a nice thing, you know. It's not something I have very often. I like either that or Pizza Hut are my 2 go-tos, like when I want to stay at home the next day. That I, wait a second though. Oh, I guess I thought I was going to get it the day before, but I got it, okay, I got it during the day, never mind. But whatever, like, it's something that can last you into the next day, right, that'll actually taste good. Some things just don't work for that, like typical fast food doesn't work, or like even Chinese is great, but it doesn't last. It won't taste good if you do it like that. Pizza tastes pretty good, like Pizza Hut, Domino's. I don't really like Domino's, but Pizza Hut is good. I heard this discussion a long time ago that people saying Domino's is better than Pizza Hut. Like, are you out of your fucking mind? Like, Domino's is trash compared to Pizza Hut. Like, Pizza Hut's expensive, I get that, so I'm not disputing the value proposition of Domino's, but I'm saying Pizza Hut has that nice, thick, juicy crust compared to Domino's has that little kind of thin, rubbery, plasticky kind of quality. I cannot imagine anybody, again, aside from the cost efficiency, that's different, but nobody genuinely, if they were the same price, you got to get the pan pizza from Pizza Hut, and it's so good, the crust, right? That's way better than anything Domino's has. You can get it from Domino's to the handmade pan, but it's just not as good. Pizza Hut's recipe has been one of my favorites since I was a little kid. Like, it's this juicy, thick, full, succulent, beautiful crust that is just perfect. Like, that's what pizza is meant to be. It's not meant to be this little baby, thick, thin kind of just plastic kind of cardboard crust that's just so papery. It's horrible. But again, I've gotten it a bit over the years because it's so much cheaper than Pizza Hut. Is expensive, and that's their main issue. But yeah, the handmade pan thing, the pan recipe from Pizza Hut is so good. That is just like a deep dish kind of a pan. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I always call it deep dish, but whatever. The crust is thick and juicy. I feel like Ryuk talking about his apples and Death Note, like, oh, it's juicy. So what I want to do here is, see, some of these sessions are just less engaged, but I genuinely enjoyed the Easy A movie, and I genuinely am going to watch Monk maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. I don't really care when. I'm sort of dragging this out, but I cannot tell you how much Monk has impressed me. Like, I can't even put it into words. It's one of the most impressive moments of my whole life because I was not expecting it had no business being this good. Like, it just didn't. Because you're in a situation where I've already seen the shows that come after Psych and The Mentalist, and so it could have been half as good and I would have still been satisfied. Like, okay, it was good for the time, but that's not what I'm left saying. I'm not saying that, it was good for the time. I'm saying it's good for all time. It's one of the best shows ever made. It's just God level status. Like, are you joking me? It's just the best thing I've ever seen in my whole life. Like, the first 5 episodes is like, obviously it can't live up to that for the whole show. Or you know what else I've been having? Let's just make this a food talk session because I'm totally streaming. Like, I've had this little peanut, I get like obsessed with something when I have it. Yesterday I went to Walmart in addition to getting KFC, but like I get this sugar-free drink now, like a Minute Maid sugar-free, because I can't have too much sugar, my teeth hurt, whatever. So I had a little bit, and then I ended up, along with the KFC, I ended up having like half of the bottle between yesterday and today, and it's like a big thing, like at least, whatever. It's not like a small container, so I have like half of it in 1 day's time, and then I got like some peanut butter, chocolate peanut butter, which that's sugar too, and I should not be doing it, but then I had a scoop, but then I've had a couple scoops since then, so I've gotten through a bit of that, and I put it in the fridge. Like, the point is that I'm trying to avoid sugar, but then I keep having it. I mean, I guess the Minute Maid is 0 sugar, but you can't really think like that. Like, it's still bad for you. Like, I'm sure there's something that's going to affect you, but then I only go to Walmart like once in a week, or maybe even less than that, so if I finish it, then that's all I get. So that's a good way to set a rule. So I'm already through half of it. So if I finish it by tomorrow, I'm not going anywhere for another 10 days. So fuck it. I'll just have to deal with not having it. But no, like, let me maybe rank some fast food. This was something that people would do like in tier list. Like, McDonald's is garbage. I hate it. The only thing I like from McDonald's is their breakfast. Like, I guess I won't do a tier list necessarily, but I don't like anything from McDonald's. Their nuggets are kind of soggy. Their fries are kind of crap. I think I remember them being better when I was a kid, the fries, but I don't like anything. I like their apple pie, and I like their breakfast is really good. Aside from their breakfast, everything else is garbage, right? So their hash browns are really good. Biscuits, egg biscuits are good. Everything like that. And then beyond that, you have the simple ability to consider the fact that you're basically able to that's like a filler moment there, right? So you can I like keeping the commentary running, even if it's not good, even if the subject is dumb, we just want to keep it going. So I've only watched like 1 or 2 things here, and that one playlist was pretty good, but I think I've seen most of it, the stuff from there. The like rudest / something pitches, like rudest and most worst pitches. So it starts off with the over easy chicken coop guy and stuff. That guy is fucking hysterical. And he's still been very successful with it, so it doesn't matter. But it's like, he was actually he was just trying to be convincing that he didn't want a deal and he just wanted exposure. But he was just pretending like he wanted a deal, and that was his best way of trying to get out of it. because that makes him seem like he's just genuinely can't help himself. You almost feel bad for him instead of somebody who just is unreasonable. He was being reasonable, but he was being obsessed with Robert. And yeah, sometimes when they say, oh, you're taking forever to explain something, it doesn't seem that bad because we're only seeing a 30-second cut-down version of it. But in the context of the full hour pitch or whatever, right, I'm sure that would be kind of a fun form of content. Show us the full unedited version of it on the DVD set or whatever. Show us the full thing without any editing. And I wonder how good that would be, right? I know it wouldn't work for television because it would be too long. Although arguably it might not. No, it would be because every single pitch would be like an hour. So that would be the whole episode right there. They have several pitches. So all we got to do is find something else to react to, and I can't find it, so forget it. This was kind of put a damper in my day because I had to do this route that I'm not familiar with as much. But it's a case where I still enjoyed the ending of the Easy A, and so that was kind of fun. I genuinely liked it. Like, it's a C grade, it's solid, it's fine. I can't say it's bad. It's kind of average. It wasn't great, but sometimes, you're giving undue credit, like, oh, I'm just impressed or I'm surprised. I thought I might hate it. I thought it might be terrible. But when you have such a witty kind of character and such a good performance and everything like this, I can't deny that it just sort of worked, right? The best compliment you can give a movie is, like, I didn't notice its machinations. Like, you want to be fooled by it. You want to kind of be immersed by it. So, like, I wasn't thinking, like, oh, look, it's Emma Stone, or, oh, look, it's a cute little movie trying to be all fun. I was kind of immersed. Like, oh, I'm thinking about the character. I'm thinking about the character dynamics. The one thing that sort of should have been more serious is the parent shouldn't have been so supportive, right? There should have been more dramatic scenes with them where they're genuinely worried or they're kind of just too nice. There should have been more of an adversarial relationship with the parents, like, one of them is mean to her a little bit, or not even mean to her, but, like, really being strict and stuff. They're kind of just laid back, like, oh, you might be pregnant, nobody cares. You have chlamydia, nobody cares. Oh, you're known as a slut at school, nobody cares. Like, there was never, like, a really deep dramatic moment with the parents the way that it should have been. Even the Lisa Kudrow character, the Mrs. whatever, I forgot her name already, Griffith, she was the one who had, like, the dramatic payoff moment. They were almost treating that like that's the final thing of the movie, right? Like, it's hard to explain, but that was, like, the final payoff climax of the movie. The fact that we find out that she's doing that, and the fact that Emma Stone tells her husband, right? That was meant as, like, oh, this is the final dramatic payoff, but it wasn't really that good because you needed to see more of the Lisa Kudrow character in order to, I just refer to every character by their actress's name. But, yeah, she was kind of understated with her role, but I guess you needed, like, one or two more scenes with her. You can actually appreciate what's going on with her more, whereas, like, we see her once, and then the next scene we see her, oh, I cheated on my husband with this 22-year-old. Like, that's it? That's all we get? Like, so we barely even know her, and yet we're supposed to worry about this. Like, I don't care. It's hard to care enough at that point about her. The first time she even offers to confess, but then Emma Stone says no, and then, So yeah, this was almost like her breakout kind of role, Emma Stone, I guess, because she is certainly very photogenic in this way. She's kind of photogenic, but in an understated way, not in the bombshell kind of way that, like, Allison Williams is with her facial symmetry, and then Anya Taylor-Joy to a degree, and then who's the other one? There's always, like, three people I use as an example of being very photogenic. I guess Emma, what's her name? The chick from Emmy Rossum from that, what is it called? Shameless. But that wasn't one of the examples because I only just discovered her a while ago. a little bit ago, like Kristen Milioti kind of has that quality. Like that's where their face kind of stands out on the screen. And you might say, oh, well, it's just makeup. But everybody uses makeup, so I'm saying for you to stand out that much. But no, who were the three? You got Anya Taylor-Joy, you got Allison Williams, and you got one other, and I can't remember who it is. It would have been Ellen Page if she was still around in that form. She's the one person to break every man and every woman's heart in the world. You broke every man's heart because you went gay, and then you broke every woman's heart because you became a man. Or wait, I don't know. Wait, I don't even get it though, because, you know, you would have, I'm in a lesbian couple, but then I become a man, so now I screwed you over that way too. Because every woman who would, whatever, like, she was married to somebody as her wife, and then you bait and switch them like that, and now you're a man, so that they're not going to be into you necessarily anymore, or you're going to break up with them. Like, you could view it as attention-seeking behavior, but she's already a successful actress, so, like, I kind of view that as a little bit weird. You know, like, why do you need more attention? You're already doing well for yourself. Only the second most abominable thing she's done after Beyond Two Souls, because that was really, not that she was the problem with it, but that was a big mistake. The David Cage special kind of clown show that he did there. Whereas at least Heavy Rain was ahead of his time a bit more, and Detroit was certainly good. I don't think Detroit was ahead of its time, but it was just good, right? It was like right on time, and still very good for what it is. And so we can try to look for another clip to watch. I love when they laugh at just the evaluation itself. When they say, or the valuation, like the Lark guy comes out and says it's, but then they end up offering him almost what he asked for because his sales are pretty good and stuff. So you're in a position where you're basically able to, I don't know, like they laugh, but then they offer him almost what he asked for. They don't go like, oh, I'm going to offer you for 50% or for 20%, you know. He asked for like 1% and they get like 3% or something, or like 2% each at the same valuation. Like, it really wasn't that much different. So basically he wasn't being that unreasonable. And Damon even owned one of his models. Stuff like that is such a gimmick, though. Like, you're really gonna, like, who cares? Just fucking buy a water bottle and just fucking drink it. Like, who gives a shit? People get so caught up in all these little gimmicks. Like, oh, it's so cute. Look at what I have. Like, who fucking cares, you know? The biggest forms of wealth are something that become ubiquitous and universal. Like, everybody's not going to be using that. But everybody, you know, like a phone, when a phone first comes out, like, okay, now this becomes a big thing. Or, you know what I mean? It's different. Like, it's something universal, not something that's just a gimmick, a one-off. So you have to be ahead of the curve when it comes to something else. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's just a universal, everybody has to do it, everybody has it, and you're the first on the scene with it, and then you stay on top, or for a while, so you got to be on the cutting edge with something. Like, what's something new? Like, if you're an AI person doing something, or I don't know, and then you almost develop a monopoly over it, because then you become so wealthy off of it that you buy out everybody else who tries to do it, or you somehow just have all the resources. Like, everybody has to go through you, basically, now, where everybody has to go through you, like with Amazon or something. Like, anybody who wants to sell anything has to buy a space from Amazon, like a web space, or I remember seeing something like that before. So you can shut them down because it's like, oh, you're going to compete with us, so we're just not going to give you a web domain because we own all of them, or something like Google and Google and Amazon and stuff. So they could easily freeze people out if they really wanted to. right? That's the kind of power that you give them. But at the same time, I never even used Amazon until a couple years ago, and I don't use it on a regular basis. So I'm not one of those people, because I don't really buy stuff online. I don't need anything, especially like food products and stuff. It feels kind of weird. Like it'll go bad, or it'll break, or it'll whatever. Like it seems dumb. So yeah, we're in a position where you're basically able to watch a video, but I don't know what I want to watch. Swimming with sharks, like all water-related products, I guess. That grill everybody makes fun of, the grill, the float and grill or whatever. It was like something along those lines of you're gonna electrocute yourself, something's gonna fall in the water. Like it's just a gimmick. Like just have your grill outside the water and go use it, and then go in the water. And like, how lazy can you be that you can't? You'd be better off just having something you can put food on in the water. Like make it out of the water, then put it on the thing, and eat it as you lay in the water. That's one thing. But not something to cook the food in the water, just something to eat the food in the water, like a tray type of thing that you could put in the water, right? Like that alone would be good enough, just to simply have it. Or that's something I always love too, is those pretzels from like Auntie Anne's or whatever. I hate those hard pretzels that you get as far as like chip capacity, but this is like a get to know me kind of session. I'm just talking about random stuff. I hate those hard pretzels, but I love the soft bready kind of pretzels. But the problem with that place is they're only in the mall, so I can never go there normally. Like it's so out of the way. And then you have a situation where there was that one day when I was playing Until Dawn for the first time, and I guess I've only played it once, and I got like these Cinnabons delivered to me as I'm doing it. That was such a fun day. Like I'm just kind of chilling and I'm doing some work, but I'm playing Until Dawn, and then I get that delivered and I take a break and eat it, and it was like a whole big thing of 6 of them. And then I, really the sort of thing I shouldn't do now because my teeth are in a bad shape, but I had one and then I took a break and then I go back and I play a little more, and then I guess I was streaming it then though too. Yeah, because I've only played it. I love that, yeah. I played it, but I was streaming it. So I was streaming a bit, then I took a break, I ate that, then I streamed a little more, and then I just kind of paused it, and then I ate it, and then it was so good. Like just simple things like that. It was so fun. So I don't think I'll be able to get like a KFC type of thing here because I will, where does this end off? I don't know. This might go like right to my house, but I might make a little detour because it would be worth it. I don't know why I enjoyed that so much. So presumably the $10 one would be like the same thing, just like a smaller portion. Like instead of 4 sides, you get like 2 sides. Or you know what? They always fuck up my thing. I get mashed potatoes, but then they give it with gravy. And I specifically say with no gravy, and they put, but it's because we only heard gravy. But like, what's that one joke to do with that that's kind of good? It's like, you said something and they only heard one part of it. So like, there's a good one with Star Wars like that. Like, not from a Jedi, and like somebody overhears it and says, oh, from a Jedi? Like they don't hear the not part. So is it possible to learn this power? And then I only hear, oh, from a Jedi. Okay, let me go find a Jedi to learn the dark side from. Because you don't hear the not part. So, like... Yeah, the Tragic Tale of Majorian one was pretty fun. Where I made up, like, a mock trial of that. Or, like, a different version of that. He taught his Senate everything he knew, then his Senate killed him in his Senate. That's the Julius Caesar one. It's actually accurate. Replace every other word with Senate, and it works. He taught his Senate everything he knew, then his Senate killed him in his Senate. It's actually all accurate in saying that. because the Senate is both the place and the governing body, of course. I ended up not really watching anything, but I touched on some interesting topics at least. He taught his apprentice everything he knew. Then his apprentice killed him in his sleep. Which, the way they portray that, like in the book or whatever, is like super drawn out. Yes, you killed him in his sleep, but it still took a while. Kind of like an anticlimactic way to kill a major character like that. But it showed the same thing. Like Darth Vader could have killed Palpatine in his sleep then, but like how do you sleep safely? That's all it would take. You know, you must somehow be protected when you sleep, but how do you know your guards won't turn against you, or you have some way, I don't know, you sleep in a chamber that nobody else can open, that, I don't know. People like that would never feel secure, because you're always looking behind your back, knowing the rule of two, and you're going to betray each other, and all this kind of stuff. There's some severe contradictions to the rule of two, though, because they obviously hadn't thought of it yet in the first trilogy, like when the Emperor says to bring Luke to me and we'll turn him to the dark side. Now, why would a Sith ever say that to another Sith? Like, because you know, oh, I'm trying to replace you, right? With the rule of two would preclude you saying that. Oh, I'm going to go find Luke and turn him to the dark side, which would mean that I'm going to replace you because it'll be me and Luke, because the rule of two, like, you could say that's the rule of two in effect. Like, oh, the Emperor is trying to get Luke and to replace Vader, and Vader is trying to get Luke to replace the Emperor. Well, Vader is trying to replace the Emperor himself and get Luke as his Vader, basically as his right hand. But you would never say that, because why would the Emperor say to Darth Vader, let's turn Luke to the dark side? He might try to do it behind his back, but why would Vader obey that and say, oh yeah, I'm going to turn Luke to the dark side, and we're going to be a happy family of 3 Sith. But oh wait, you can't do that because it's the rule of two, so you would already know that, so you would never say that to a Sith. And there's like all this portrayal that like, oh, Vader hates the Emperor, but he seems genuinely loyal to him in the movies, and they almost seem to have a good relationship. Yes, he might be strict and a dick, but there's a certain respect there. Like, he calls him friend. You might think he's just manipulating him, but there's a genuine respect there. Like, in a lot of the comics and the other material, which I haven't even really read, but just, I know, like, oh, they hate each other, and it didn't seem like that, really. It didn't seem like they hated each other. In fact, the loyalty that Vader seems to have, it seems genuine. Like, that's why it seems so hard when he betrays him. That's why it seems like such a big deal when he betrays him at the end, like, that he just wouldn't do it because he was so loyal or something. It wasn't like out of fear, as much as it was out of some respect or something. I don't know, like some actual genuine loyalty. That's kind of what I sense from the writing originally. Because if you really hate him that much, just don't obey him then, and just escape, or just get killed, or I don't know, like, there seemed to be some genuine relationship there that was better than just out of fear or out of something. It was a genuine, like, okay, I actually respect you. And the way Palpatine and Anakin have a relationship is kind of that way too. Like a mentorship. It wasn't always just like negative the way that it might be portrayed. Like, oh, I put you in that suit to torture you or something. It doesn't even make sense. Like, no, I put you in that suit to save your life, and you should be grateful because I saved your life. And he actually did save his life because he would have died in the lava otherwise. So, it's like one of these overly villainous things that, oh, we want to make Palpatine seem worse than he already is. Like, you don't have to do that. Like, it was a good setup. He would always be grateful that you saved my life, so I know you're on my side because, you did that. So, right, so you're in a position to, you're in a position to believe him a little bit being on your side because of the simple fact that you're basically able to do it in such a way that you're basically able to, I don't know. Do I really go out of my way to get KFC? I kind of want it, but I also don't need it. I guess I have time. It's only like 6 o'clock. It's just kind of out of the way a little bit, but I kind of want to try it. I don't know where this will end up, though, if I go. Like, it'll be the right road, but it'll be, like, the wrong side. Like, I'm going the wrong direction from it. So I ended up watching, like, hardly one video, just the chest reaction, I guess. Everybody reacting to Ding Chilling's blunder. That's one of those memes that's become vastly overused, I guess. Or maybe this is the right direction somehow. I'm going from, like, the opposite way, but it ends up... Oh, okay, that worked out. We're going exactly the right way, then. That's so weird. So regardless which way I come from, it ends up going the same way. That's easy, I guess. Let me think, what else do I want to watch? Something here. I hope it's just exactly the same thing, like the same chicken and stuff, but it's just like, oh, instead of 4 sides, you get 2, and instead of something, you get like, I could almost just get the whole thing again, but that ends up being too expensive, then I can't afford that shit every day. Let's just try it for the little bite-sized meal. But no, I've been feeling so lethargic lately. Like, I don't feel like doing anything, but I don't know. I'm just not too happy. Like, it's just weird. Like, I'm just feeling lazy and stuff. So yeah, let's see if we can maybe watch something else on the way back, or I don't really care, so it's okay. Yeah, let's just go here, get this, I'll give it a shot. It should presumably be like the same thing that we've gotten yesterday. Like, I really got to narrate myself doing this. Like, I love that too, like, oh, this is the Facebook culture and stuff like that. Guy was making fun of it. Oh, why do we have to put this on Facebook that I went and got a Diet Coke or something, or a Coke Zero. But at the same time, you don't realize that that's partly what literature and stuff is about. Like, it's just making these sort of observations, and yes, you might do it more or less articulate in some way, but if you really describe yourself getting that Coke Zero in great detail, you might have some insight in the process. Like, you might observe something about human nature that, look at these people going on a zero-sum trail, longevity process fallacy, that if you truly valued your life, you wouldn't consume such things like smoke and drink and blah, blah, blah. And you realize that the very fabric of social contrivance is just overextending self-interest to a collective, and like all these kind of things that you could observe in a daily basis. Not useful to reinforce half-mass functionalism, I know, but still objectively observable nonetheless. So what you can do is you can basically do it in such a way that that's a principle I would use too. Like, maybe what you need to see the world objectively would be like, because that's the worst prostitution of the mind, is like reduce it to a functional state and a level in which you're able to basically, like, the reason why you think what you think is only because it's useful or necessary for your functional state that you've been reduced to and the structure that you're in, rather than something like this. And by this, I mean, what? I forgot. Like, you only do it because it's necessary for a functional structure. So it might seem like you believe certain things or you have strong views or something, but it's nothing more than a product of half-mass functionalism. Like, whatever you have to believe to justify the state that you're in is what you're going to do, and it's just merely reactionary, and not, no inherent standard, no accountability, nothing. Just so the point is that you're in a position to basically do it where you realize that I forgot. Alright, so it's about 6 o'clock, so I can just eat this and go to bed. I've been wanting to go to bed like early lately. Like, I'd rather go to bed and then wake up early and do something than something else, but I don't know. Okay, so today I'm going to finally watch Monk Season 1, Episode 6, and the title motif that we've started to see in the last couple, I feel like. It's always like Mr. Monk does something, but it was like Mr. Monk meets the candidate, so this one is Mr. Monk goes to the asylum, just like the last one was Mr. Monk goes to the carnival. So they're starting with that, like just telling you where he goes, which is, not very inspired for some of these titles, but whatever. I'm trying to remember what some of the other ones were, like Mr. Monk meets Dale the Whale as episode 4. Episode 3, I guess episode 1 and 2 were the same. So what was episode 3? Mr. Monk, I actually forget that. But whatever, the point is, I wanted to recap my character point system up till now, but I can't do that. I don't have time right now. I kind of have to be stopped in doing it, so I'll do that like tomorrow, or I'll do it before episode 7, even though I just said I'd do it before episode 6 the last time. But whatever, we watched the Easy A, which was surprisingly better than I thought, at least. Right, so now we'll do this, then we'll watch a movie that starts with F. So yeah, this is Mr. Monk Goes to the Asylum. The last episode was pretty good. The villains were kind of the weak point, that I like the guy kind of planning the thing out of jail to try to frame the guy, so frame the cop who arrested you, so therefore you get out, which is exactly what happened. So that gives good motive and stuff. So I sort of adjusted one of my rule sets last time because it seemed kind of unfair. So what it was is, we have a lot of different formats. I don't even feel like going over them now, but the main thing is we have the plot armor count at 1, but it was negated. So if we get 3 plot armor counts for the main character, I stop watching the show. The show is over. So we had 1 count in episode 1, but it was negated by the A grade from one of these episodes. So we've had 3 A grade episodes, episode 1, 2, and 4. So episode 1's A grade is used to negate that one. It doesn't have to be the same episode where the plot armor count happens, right? So that one's negated. So we have 2 more A grades in reserve for this, right? And then the other failure condition that we have is the fact that if I fail to guess the culprit adequately, right, but I made it more vague. So here's the criteria. It's much easier because it was very stressful. I tried to do the last one and I couldn't quite figure it out. Even though, and I sort of flowed the theory, so it's hard to verify. Like, I said, oh, that woman looks suspicious. Sometimes just the camera angles and the zoom-ins that they do on characters was like that. Even in episode 1, even though I thought my deduction was pretty good, the fact is, oh, the guy's pointing up there, and they kind of zoom in on that. So that ends up being the final clue of the case. It's like, you could say they're making it kind of obvious, but also you're not really thinking about that in that moment. So you have a situation where you're able to just the light criteria is I get a strike. So if I fail to guess in 3 episodes in a season, I stop watching the show. But my criteria is only light. So in order to survive that, I don't have to guess exactly the method and exactly the culprit. I just have to, like, with certainty. That's how I was trying to treat it, but that seems kind of unfair, and I can't seem to do it. But what I have to guess is at least, I have to mention at some point in the episode the killer, right? I have to at least come up with some sort of theory. So I did say, okay, that girl looks suspicious, right? and I said, okay, she might have stabbed him after. So I have to vaguely come up with the theory and at least mention the culprit. So that's just to survive. If I don't at least mention this person is the killer, possibly, right? And this is how they possibly did it. And so it has to be vaguely correct. At least you have the general idea of what happened, right? So I have to do that just to survive a strike. But the better condition is I get a pass, like how the A grade works, except for this, where if I fail to guess in one episode, that's a strike, but I can negate the strike if I get this condition, which is like what I was saying before. So it's a bonus. It's not a necessity. If I guess exactly who did it with conviction and exactly how they did it, right, by like the midpoint of the episode, or at least before, obviously, they clearly reveal what happened. I guess exactly who did it, and I'm confident in exactly how they did it, and lay out, so if I'm exactly on point, that negates it and gives me a bonus negation of a strike. So to survive, I just have to say at some point in the episode, this person did it, and generally this is how they did it, right? Just generally, it doesn't have to be exact. So I did say that with this last episode, like, oh, that girl looks suspicious, maybe she did it, and maybe he could have been stabbed after he got off the ride, because we didn't see him on the ride being stabbed, right? So I vaguely said it there, that's good enough to survive, right? And then the positive condition is I can get a bonus that would negate a strike if I guess exactly who and exactly how with absolute conviction, which I didn't do there. I wasn't sure. I said that maybe he killed himself. I was throwing out theories. Now, the negative condition that would give me a strike is this. If I fail to guess at any point even, right, and I'll try to be disciplined about it. Like, you can't just say, oh, every character you see, they did it. But you have to, if I don't even mention the person or the theory, the method, that's a strike. So, for example, if I don't even mention, like, I'm trying to think how this would apply to episode 3 and 4, but I mean, I didn't fail either way. Or I guess episode 4, I would have kind of been wrong. Right, I didn't come up with that one at all, actually. So maybe I should go back and assign a strike, because episode 1 and 2, I certainly had the killer on lockdown, that it was the campaign manager. And even to the point where maybe you would get a bonus if I said, I was sure he did it. I explained even how we would know it's him, at least, like, that he couldn't, why is he pointing? How does he know exactly where it is? I was on top of that from the very beginning. I don't know whether it should be like I have to do it by a certain point in the episode, or I have to do it immediately as soon as you possibly could come to that conclusion, but that's sort of hard to even define. Episode 3 doesn't even count because you see it happen at the beginning, so that's a neutral. That's just like a free pass anyway. So episode 1, I guess I was pretty on point, because I was, it's pretty simple because you're using a contract killer, so it's not exactly like there's much to come up with in the method. Like, okay, he shot him with a sniper rifle. Like, you already know that. So that one, maybe I'll give myself a bonus point, just because I was so on top of it. As soon as I see that guy point, I immediately say, oh, how could he know exactly where it was? That means he hired him. So I was all over that one. So that gives me a bonus point. And then episode 2 is the same thing. I mean, they're part of the same thing. So that's just one bonus point overall for that. And then episode 3 is neutral, doesn't matter. Episode 4, I actually have to use that bonus point to negate the strike. And this is like some sort of mental gymnastics just to try to get around my own format, but whatever. It's just a fun bonus thing. But episode 4, I do take a strike because I didn't guess that the doctor did it. I thought he might have helped him, but I never said that the doctor did it. I never said that he wore a fat suit. And you know why? I'll even defend why, but this explains that I'm wrong. Like, the woman on the phone said, I see Dale the whale, it's Dale the whale, or whatever, right? So at that point, I had no notion that anybody else could have done it or been there. So I kept coming up with theories. How could he have gotten there? The doctor helped him. I don't know. Or maybe he's wearing a fat suit himself, but apparently he's not. So I never said that the doctor did it. I never said that he would have impersonated the voice to be the girl on the phone. Like, never. So that was completely above my head, where that negates the strike from the first 2 episodes. I'm sort of combining those into just one. I don't want to give myself 2 points. So that one negates it. So now we're at a neutral 0. Then episode 5 is, I think, a neutral pass, because I was able to I did identify she looked suspicious, the girl on the ride. I did identify that, okay, he very well might have been stabbed after he got off the ride because we never saw him on the ride getting stabbed, right? So it could have happened at some point after. I was just sort of a little confused as to how, because again, it would have to be done super conspicuously when everybody's like looking around, because the guy's yelling and screaming, but nobody notices this chick just stab him once he gets off. Like, even the way they show it is kind of dumb. Like, oh, she just stabs him. Like, what? So nobody notices that as he gets off the ride, he isn't stabbed, and nobody notices her standing right there stabbing him. Like, it's not done in a concealed, inconspicuous spot. So whatever. But the point is, I at least laid that out vaguely, that, okay, it could have happened when he got off the ride, and it could have been her, right, that at least she's in on it, or it was either her, like the chick taking pictures all the time, the little Casey Anthony wannabe, where how she would do that same thing, like taking pictures of you by the Incredible Hulk ride. So I at least threw that out as a theory. So again, those are the three layers to it that I think is fair, because you have the ability to consider that again, in order to survive just not get a strike, I just have to mention at some point in the episode who the killer is and what the method was and how it could have been done, right? In a general sense. It doesn't have to be exact, but it has to be at least this person, this is the method, as a theory. It doesn't have to be the final theory, right? Then for the bonus point that I get to negate a strike, you have to say exactly something with certainty and conviction, like the campaign manager did it and hired the guy, and we know because he's pointing and nobody else is pointing, and he knew exactly where it was, and all that kind of stuff, right? And then, so that's a bonus point, and then the negative point is only if I don't mention at any point. Like, you might think, oh, how could that happen, though? You'll just say everybody did it. But like episode 4, I'm genuinely acknowledging that. Like, I had no idea that the doctor did it. I had no theory. I wasn't thinking about the fat suit. I was thinking that maybe Dale the whale is wearing a fat suit. I never considered that somebody else could be wearing it, because that's what I even said too. I was totally fooled. So that's why that strike is there, but it's negated by the one thing from episode 1. So the girl's voice on the phone is saying that, oh, it's Dale the whale. So yes, the doctor could be wearing a fat suit, but how could he get her to think it's Dale the whale? She would have seen his face and known it's not Dale the whale, or something. Right? Like the kid outside might have been fooled by the fat suit, but the woman on the phone with 911 would not have been fooled by that. So I had no counter to that, and so therefore I couldn't come up with the theory plausibly that, I certainly didn't say that, oh yeah, it was the doctor. I never even said it was the doctor, period. But it was the doctor, and he was wearing a fat suit, and he imitated the girl's voice, even though we get the clue. Like, that was totally above my head, right? So, I want to do the character point recap, but I can't do it because, whatever, let's just watch episode 6, but that's setting up the formats pretty well. There's so many formats, like, so just the A grades that I get can negate the plot armor count, which we had happen once. So the A grade from episode 1 is gone, but it's negating the plot armor count there as well. And then we negate the strike that we got for episode 4 with the bonus that we get from episode 1. And then we also have the F grade scale, which we don't have a single F grade yet. But if we get 3 of those I think that's in the whole show that I said. If I get 3 F grade episodes in the whole show, I stop watching at any point. Whereas the plot armor resets every season, and the plot and the strikes also reset every season, the deduction strikes. So we laid all that out, and so that's pretty much all the formats that we have. We have the character point system, which is, I've had a hard time keeping track of it. I don't know why. I would almost say, I have to write it down or something, but that's why this is hard to do when you're driving. So yeah, let's just go ahead and start the shit here, and that'd be fine. Where we get to... So, Season 1, Episode 6, Mr. Monk goes to the asylum, starting in from 0000 with like 4322 remaining, starting in 3, 2, 1. But no, this has been an unbelievable start to the series, which I don't expect to to necessarily maintain. Like even some of the imagery for the series, like the monkey on the cover art and stuff, makes it seem like it's going to be too goofy, but it's actually not. It's very smart. The deductions are very good and everything. He seems to struggle with like very simple tasks at times, even though he's being all suave here. Like he can do the most minute thing, like put the shredded piece of paper together, but then he can't drive a car, or he can't I don't know, do like very simple things. Distant police siren blaring. And the way they're setting it up is kind of believable too. It's like, oh, this is a problem that people often have in stories. Not every case is going to be something super exciting and elaborate, but he's only called when it is something elaborate, because he's not doing the run-of-the-mill cases because they don't need him for that. They only call him if they really need him for a special circumstance. What the hell? Now he's going to be the culprit in this one. Or like they'll think he's going crazy. I thought he was getting better too, and he was so swag about it. He was just doing good too, but I was disappointed in the captain for not giving him his badge back. That was in the last episode. There was that great fake out scene where, here's your badge back, but he was telling it to the other guy who he got off. The guy, the cop who had anger issues and stuff, his friend. So now you have a case where you thought it was Monk, right? The way they showed that was very interesting. So this is a little bit disappointing to see him go through this, because he seemed like he was getting better and getting in his rhythm. Even the beginning of this episode was like, oh, look, he's finally comfortable, and he's playing around with his groceries, and he threw it behind him, and, you know, he's finally getting comfortable, but now he's getting too comfortable. Yeah, this guy and Monica from Friends could end up together with the whole OCD aspect and stuff. Two portrayals of OCD. I wasn't expecting him to be quite like this, though. I don't know what I was expecting, but you almost sympathize with him and feel like he can't help it, and it's the trauma associated with his dead wife. They say that with Jane a little bit, like, oh, it's reckless, it's untethered, and stuff, but, you know, it's different. Jane still seems more in control of himself. So how did he get in the house so easily, though? Now he's going to solve a case in here, wow. Or is this going to be like some sort of the mentalist thing where the doctor's actually the bad guy and he set him up like this on purpose? I like how his deadpan look after. You tell me. But no, like his Dr. Kroger is drugging him, and doing this to try to frame him or get away with something, right? Like the way the Doctor does to Lisbon and the Mentalist. I'm almost getting that vibe a little bit, but there's something sus going on. But no, it's like, I prefer it if that's not the case, but they don't have enough time to go through all this, and how many people have you heard it from before, though, who are like ace detectives who are smarter than everybody on the fucking planet? How about that? Who literally, did you hear about that case on the news? Oh, like all 5 of them that I just solved in the last couple months? What would that even tell you? Okay, dude. We gotta see some flashbacks. Yeah, but you're not nowhere near as good as him. Oh, that's a good line. You look outward and I look inward. Bro thinks he's Monk. Bro thinks he's on Monk's level. Oh. Okay. Okay, that's a good... I can understand it a little bit then. It was some sort of flashback episode. It was her birthday or some anniversary or something. Oh, here we go. He's probably done research into Monk. Well, there are his problems, like... You can't just turn it off. He's like a PTSD, prisoner of war type of thing, but... See, they're spending too much time here, so you know there's got to be a crime or a killer here. This can't just be the whole episode. Although I like the idea of breaking from form. It doesn't always have to be a detective procedural thing. This episode could just be nobody gets killed and there's no crime. But, like, he'll solve a crime while in here or what? I like that idea of breaking free from the structure of that. This guy's being a bit of a dick now. I mean, you could open it yourself, can't you? Like, It's not like it's locked. Again, it's not a prison. You can do whatever you want in here. Or he's going to ask him to solve some mystery of the prison or the asylum. He's getting friendly real quick. You would think you would hear about him in the news because... Oh, he's going to try to get another guy off, too. Or he's just delusional. Pretty nice place, though, for all. What's the funny story, then? Or he's been in here a very long time to know all this. You're allowed to go around pretty freely, though, for a place that, you know, they're being pretty cavalier. Yeah, you'll get the Epstein treatment in there. Why? You're afraid of needles? Recently, is this the case of the episode? An unsolved murder. So he's going to solve it. Now, would you really believe this guy is credible? It's going to be like The Shrink, just on the cliche of... I love it. They have to find a way to make it a procedural. So you're going to exonerate this guy somehow. He's like me, he's a role-play detective. So last episode was the same thing. This guy's going to turn into a defense attorney. Where he exonerated the one cop last episode. Now he's going to exonerate this guy. Gives him something to occupy his mind. He's never sharper than when he's on a case. Just keep yourself occupied. Even though it's justified, this frustration. is me dressed up as Santa Claus. Are you calling him fat? This is kind of like my ideation. Don't bother. If it can't be perfect, then don't bother doing it at all. So he's going to solve that case somehow, which I have no idea what to make of it. I'm just suspicious of a doctor for some reason, because that's kind of a cliche type of thing. It's a little bit early to be celebrating. You just started. I couldn't even tell what it was, really. So who lives in Trudy's house now? I want to learn more about that. Woman squeals. Yeah, what a great place to put you in to make you go better. The fact that you're surrounded by crazy people. But they're being generally pretty nice. So it's going to be some unsolved murder from years ago. Is that the same girl who was lashing out or somebody else? A lot of people are wrongfully put in places like this, though, and that's kind of scary. Because then they won't believe you belong to get out or whatever. Modern witch hunts if you don't abide by some contrived principles. And they try to like weaponize certain things, like, oh, if you want to be clean, you're OCD. If you're quiet, you're autistic. If you're this, you're ADHD. It must be pretty close to each other, I guess. The character interest of this show is pretty good so far. Like, you want to learn more about him. This guy is awesome. Medical school. The people who own the house. I could have told you that. Or you lost the house for other reasons too, because of Dale the Whale. Or you can't use that to hit on me. Now he's going to be telling the truth somehow. I don't even know, like, what we're focusing on. Like, all these people you're going to doubt, but they're going to be telling a bit of truth. Like about the old case or this guy seems worried. He almost seemed worried about that, so I'm sus of the doctor. It's going to be him. That's my theory. Although I don't know what he did the old crime, but how? Like, he sort of framed the guy. I don't know. We don't have enough details. Oh, yeah, okay. I don't get what this is even about, but... Yeah, this was at a time when the internet was actually more of a novelty. Early 2000s. It's a highly desirable room. So they wanted you to see him to try to get you out of the room, I guess. For some reason. Could be part of his getup. You know what this episode almost makes me want, though, is again, like, not every episode has to be you solving a case, but I get it, like, it could just be a story episode, like, that's how The Sopranos is. Not every episode in The Sopranos is a mob hit or some big event. It could just be soccer drama or whatever, like something... So it's going to be the Santa killer who he's trying to... Junkie patient kills docs. Why are they letting him do this when he's still in? Can't send this guy anywhere without him causing trouble. And then he overdoses and kills himself the next day. What part of that story doesn't add up? This is a great, like, moment in time. Or somebody put him back in there. Only the killer opened the locker. Oh, this guy's gonna try to play detective. He's like me right now. Meaning he was a doctor, like the guy who's your shrink. That was a fun little exercise. It's gonna be this guy. It's this guy. So you had some fight. It's not a joke. Oh, now you're gonna try to... It's totally this guy. And it's gonna be, how did he do it, or why did he do it? He used it to reel back this costume. Or he's trying to frame him, basically. Like, this doctor's manipulating everything. He put that there. And then he's also took the camera. He's stealing everything. I was starting to like the doctor at the beginning too, but... So it's going to be the doctor, but how? I mean, I guess he just shot him. He just went in there and shot him. So we should try to come up with the motive at least. He framed Bill and Frankie. We have... Why would he do it, though? Why would he do it? The guy's stealing some drugs for himself? Or... Or this is just how he brainwashed you to think. Well, there's going to be more to it. He's actually the bad guy. It's going to be some... He's going to pretend to drink it and not actually drink it, and it's going to be something... This is totally the same thing. He's being drugged to make him worse. Right, so that he never gets out, or... Yeah, here we... Bipolar? That's not really what I... And that would be valid, except... Wait, how do you know that? How do you know? They never told anybody. Wait, that proves it right there. Nobody told him that he hit that piece of... Or you keep making stuff up and then deny it. Like, he didn't actually make it, but then you'll say he did, and then he'll deny it. Oh, he stole that too. He stole... You fucker. So he dresses up as Santa Claus to do what, though? To do what? What's the motive? What's the... He dresses up like Santa to steal drugs for himself or something so that nobody notices him. And then if they do see you, don't believe it, Sharona. Don't believe it. You know how smart this guy is. No visits. Somebody's going to have to vouch for him, though, to make this credible. Now, this could be like, oh, you're trying to shoot authority. Like, you have issues with authority, so you try to claim he's a murderer to get away with it. But Sharona should believe him a little more, because you know who this guy is. You know who he is. So she's going to do something to test the theory. Right, otherwise... See, okay, she gets a character point or something. She's gonna think something about this. So somebody's gonna have to help him. Stottlemyre, where are you? Or... Sharona has to save the day and she'll get 1,000,000 character points for this. You're going to try to seduce him, or you're going to try to be like Monk. Okay, that was a little bit lame, but okay. That's like her trigger word. You'll do whatever I say whenever I say that. Or just bring them to him, but I guess you can. Or take a picture, or make a copy. He was going to become the director, so he killed him because he doesn't like him, or she's going to hide it in there somehow. Look how careful he's being. He's keeping her even out of there. It's like what the Joker does. You want to know how he got these scars, and they're metaphorical scars, like emotional, psychological scars, but... Oh, shit! Oh, wow, Sharona, you get the character points. I was wondering how she'd sneak it in there. Dude, the writing of this show is so good. Remember how they showed you that at the beginning? No, you are crazy. You showed that at the beginning with the kid playing with it. So you set up for Sharona to use it to give him a coded message. Holy shit, you're smart. I knew she was going to hide something in there, but I don't know how. Of course he's not crazy, bro. He's the main character of the show, but also... So I've guessed the killer, but I can't figure out the exact... He dresses up as Santa Claus to steal drugs, or to make everybody... I don't know. But nobody was able to solve this shit until now. Oh, don't give him the Epstein treatment. So what does he mean, IQ of 17? Like, he's going to drug him, obviously. Or he's been drugging him probably anyway. So now we got Sharona to save the day, or Stottlemyre. You know, even the scenarios and subject matters of this show are sometimes a little cliche, although it was still ahead of its time. But he's going to let him go or something because he feels bad. So he's actually going to fuck him up good. And nobody will question the hospital. But he's a, former detective and all this kind of stuff. But this is scary, isn't it? Like, they could do this to you for real and nobody would believe you and there's nothing you can do. Right? Once they get you in there, nobody's going to believe anything. Right? Because, you're just crazy. They'll discredit you. I don't see how he's going to get out of this himself. He's going to have to be saved by somebody. Like, how? Really? You think he's going to go ace? How the fuck would you escape that shit? How? You gotta have Sharona sneak in here, Stottlemyre, anybody. This is kind of like a game theory moment in the waiting. So he's gonna somehow escape and knock this guy out, or what? He's gonna make it look like it's... How would you just escape from that, though? That's not believable. Or he's going to make it look like he hung himself. Okay, that was a decent thing, but... What a great realm of credibility to be in. So every night he's sneaking out some drugs, and somebody found out, and that's why he killed him. We already know the method was he got shot. He sneaks some drugs out, that's the only thing. And if anybody sees him, then... But you would think other people would see him too. Or, I get it, that's why he was put in that room, because you could only see it from that room, mainly. So, nobody else would believe you. You would think he wouldn't be so brazen to do it now, the Santa act. So he's either stealing drugs or destroying evidence or whatever, and it's like... because nobody would believe him. The gun. But he would have left it here all this time? Like, he drops it in there with... Oh, I guess he didn't really want the drugs. I guess I suspected him sort of early, but not early enough. But you would have never done anything. You would have never gotten rid of it in the meantime. Why would you leave it that long? Why wouldn't you take it out earlier? Really? I guess you weren't afraid of getting caught, but you would think you would get rid of it at any other point if it was that easy for you to get rid of it. What else were you doing every night? You're probably getting drugged by him, though, too. It's only August, you dumbass. What did he say? Now he's sleeping in Trudy's house again. That's how it'll end, and he will go back there. But no, that's stupid. Like, why did he leave the gun there that long if all he could have done was take it out anytime he wanted? Or what else was he doing then dressed up as Santa Claus? Or maybe he was trying to, but then... not just the other bed that you set up to look like your house somewhere else. That still doesn't explain why he genuinely went into someone else's house and he has issues. Like, just because you solved a murder while you're there doesn't mean that you're not crazy. Oh, he had clap-activated lights back in 2002? What kind of rich guy is this? Like how Patrick Jane is actually pretty wealthy. But that was pretty good. It would almost... it should be a B again. It was good, solid. But what stops it from being an A? It could almost be a C because of the stupid-ass ending. I'm really disappointed by that. As sharp as the show is, that was stupid. Why did he leave the gun there that long in the chimney? And you might say, oh, he was dressing up as Santa to try to take the gun out, but why was he doing it then? Like, it made it seem like he was sneaking drugs out as Santa every night, or he was doing it on a regular basis, but for what? Whenever he wanted to get rid of something and make people seem more crazy than they are, or he would throw stuff in the chimney. So it should have been something more subtle than just the gun. Like, the gun is in, like, I think that's a B, maybe borderline even C. But no, it's good. You know, some of the good dynamics, like you see, Psych does have some real mental issues. He did go to Trudy's house. We learn a bit of backstory there. We see some good dynamics with the people in the psych ward. The Santa Claus thing is kind of overplayed a bit, but there's so many things that are confusing about it. Like, so he waited all this time, right? The guy was on an 11-year wait list to try to put him in that room so nobody would see him go up there as Santa Claus just so that he could get the gun out that he was trying to do maybe a night before. But why is he trying to get the gun out now? And what are the chances that after 4 years he would have never had the chance to do that? Like, and why this night? Why not a night before? Or, you know, he just took a picture of him and he just saw that. So, like, what was he doing then when the picture was taken? Was he trying to take the gun out then and he couldn't figure out how to get it out? Or it's just dumb that he would wait that long. Like, so yeah, that issue number one would keep it from being an A. And some of the cliches about the setting are a little bit, you know, what a surprise, the doctor did it, you know, kind of a thing. But it's okay. It was good. Again, I like some of the backstory and character interest to do with Monk and his genuine issues and his Trudy and all the stories that he's telling and all the other people at the asylum. And you have sort of mixing in that you're trying to solve the case. And obviously you have this doctor with the double dynamic, you know, the crooked doctor. And you also have a situation where you're basically able to consider the fact that Sharona had a couple good moments. That little glow-up light thing was a good game theory moment to try to sneak something in. You had a very dark moment where he's going to get Thorazine up the wazoo. I thought that guy might almost have a change of heart, that he wouldn't do it or something. And then, you know, some of the characters and dynamics. This show takes itself very seriously. Like, that was a pretty serious episode. There wasn't really too much room for humor. right? Or it almost would be dark humor if it was, like, just, I don't know, it was very different than the kind of tone of this series than I thought. So I'll give it a B. That's almost on the B minus to C level. Again, not that it's bad, but it's still a solid B because, again, the case solving was okay. Some of the character interest is what's really strong. The villain is decent, but the problem is, again, that last moment is so nonsensical. There's so many layers to my issues with it, right? Why was the gun still there after 4 years when you have plenty of time, any time to take it out? Anywhere, when nobody suspects you anything. It's been 4 years, right? Not only that, whatever method you use to get it out, you could have done a lot sooner then, right? Why do you have to do it right now? Also, you waited for that guy to get assigned to that room, I guess, so that if anybody saw you, it would be the guy who's obsessed with Santa, and that's why you're dressing up as Santa, obviously, in the first place. And he's maybe seen him in the past, too. Like, that, but he didn't dress up as Santa the first time he did it. I don't know, that seems all sort of contrived. Like, this guy has an ideation with Santa just by coincidence, and you just happen to throw the gun in the chimney by coincidence, like, or did you do it because you knew he had the ideation, but then again, you weren't thinking about that at the time? So, like, I don't know. There's so many problems with that. You could have done it sooner. You could have done it any time. Nobody would have noticed. You were waiting for that guy to get moved to that room. How convenient. The guy happens to have an ideation with Santa Claus and you happen to throw it down the chimney even though you didn't know that at the time or you couldn't have really thought that through. So you just did that on a whim. But now it adds up to, it always becomes a trope in these stories. Like, why would you ever doubt this guy again when he's been so smart and solved all these kind of crazy cases, right? Of course he's not crazy. Of course he's right, because he's always right. Like, maybe not about every exact detail, but like when he suspects the wife of the candidate or whatever in the first episode, that might be a wrong theory at that time. And he's not even really saying for sure she did it, but whatever. You have a situation where, why was the gun still there? Why didn't you use this method earlier? Why didn't you sneak around Santa Claus some other way? What are the chances that you happen to drop it in the chimney and that he happened to be obsessed with Santa Claus and that he happened to get moved in the right room at the right time? That this happened to all be still there even when Monk is there 4 years after the crime? Right, like all these sort of holes with the case that despite it being a good production value episode, this is all kind of contrived. This is how you kind of write a show too. They'll write all these storylines and just have them in waiting, so it doesn't matter so much in the order in which they present them. Like, this could be episode 20, this could be episode 10, right? It doesn't make a ton of difference. Maybe some of the backstory and the continuity with Trudy that's the hard part of a show to really do. But all the other stuff is just kind of plug in these little case-solving elements. The other point is the simple fact that you have, again, why didn't you do it the night before when a picture was taken of you? What were you doing then? Why did it take you so long to try to do it? Why did you suddenly start to care about it? You might think, it's because Monk starts to show interest in the case or something, but, like, what does that mean? Because as soon as Monk gets there, now you suddenly get worried, but he didn't even know about the case. You didn't know he knew about the case for a while. And so you just go up there to Santa Claus. Like, there should have been some other reason for why he's doing that. He's sneaking drugs out every night, or he's doing something on a regular basis. If he's only going there to get the gun or to retrieve the evidence, why is that so hard for you to do earlier or any other time? Or why do you have to wait till now? Like, that's really moron. It's been there for 4 years. You couldn't come up with some time or some way to do it. Maybe you were just afraid, like, what if somebody sees me with the gun? Then I'll get caught. The fact that I'm taking it out. You could play it off like, I was just doing something else and I happened to find a gun. But, like, okay, so today we watched Monk Season 1, Episode 6, and it was pretty good. The ending sort of triggered me a little bit. Maybe I could kind of, I don't know, what you could do to really understand it better. Like, just why was the gun still there? Why did he leave it there so long? right, Monk just appeared on the scene, but, like, this case has been solved, or somehow it was considered unsolved by the other crazy guy, but, like, I don't know. Why was he still going up there as Santa? Why was he trying to get the gun out? Why didn't he get the gun out in 4 years? Right, like, it makes sense from Monk's perspective, like, oh, look, he's trying to go get the gun, but Monk just got here, like, so that's what prevents it from being an A and almost pushes it down to a C. That might be the first one where the writing was a little bit off, not in terms of the overall story, but in terms of the scenario is a little bit cliche, and the, you know, asylum, and the guy was a little predictable. So, like, I guessed the thing right, that it was him, but I didn't guess exactly the meaning, or I guess the method. I don't know. But I guess that's still fine. Like, my condition is kind of a little more generous now. Like, I don't have to guess it exactly. So I said that he probably did it, and he's probably using his influence, obviously, to steal stuff and everything. But whenever a character seems too nice and too positive of an influence, they always have to be the bad guy, because you just can't have genuinely positive characters that aren't the main cast, like Sharona. That one moment was awesome for Sharona, where she put the little glow-in-the-dark stuff in there. She brought, like, a picture of something, I forget what it was. Was it his wife, or was it... But no, I guess, you know, we already knew he shot him. I guess my theory was kind of wrong, like he was stealing drugs or something, but he actually wasn't. He was just trying to kill the guy because he got promoted, and I feel like that was a pretty credible theory, though, that he was actually stealing drugs from his own place just because, whatever, he's addicted, or he's trying to sell them behind the scenes for extra money. And then this guy found out, and so he killed him and made it look like a junkie did it. I mean, we already knew the method. I guess the motive is something I don't have to figure out exactly, but I should have to come up with 2 of the 3 at least. But the thing is, the show typically shows you 1 of the 3, so, like, oh, he was shot, but we already know he's shot, and then he did it, which I guess I did credibly pick that he did it, but then I didn't understand the motive at all. But how could you know that? Like, that, oh, the guy got promoted. Nobody knew that until Sharona read about it. So Sharona had an ace detective moment and then did the glow-in-the-dark thing. What did she give? I can't remember. It must have been a picture of Trudy or something. But no, I want to watch some of these Shark Tank moments, something like that. Then I can watch a movie that starts with an F, on Netflix. Then I'll watch episode 7, and we'll continue on like that. I almost want to rewatch part of that because I don't know what exactly happened. The ending sort of disappointed me, though, because, again, the guy's method and stuff was stupid. First of all, how was he getting out of there? I couldn't really see. He must have had, like, a wire rope to pull it out. And, like, he kept throwing stuff in there that he stole, like the camera maybe and stuff. But it's too many convoluted things. Like, oh, you're dressing up as Santa Claus just because this guy, you know, nobody will believe him. But also, you're acting like you couldn't just do that anyway. Like, you can't go up on the roof and just do something, ever, because people are always living there and they would see, like, do it when they're all asleep, or I don't know. So he waited 11 years for that guy to get that room, just so, well, even that doesn't make sense because the crime didn't even happen until 4 years ago. So you waited 4 years for him to finally get that room, just so you could dress up as Santa, just so you could have an alibi, just so nobody would believe him, just so you could try to get the gun out. And it happened just around the time that Monk got there. Like, I don't get it. Like, there's some convenient element to it that maybe I'm overestimating, but no, this show is absolutely just firing on all cylinders. So what we have here is, I want to go back to episode 6 here. that wasn't even a case he was called on to do. Right, like, Stottlemyre didn't even appear in the episode. Which sometimes actors get annoyed by that. Like, Jason Alexander at Seinfeld said, oh, if you have an episode without me, then I'll just quit the show. Like when they went to Florida or something. I think it's a pretty normal thing to happen in a story. It's not like they're trying to write you out. Just some episodes you might have characters, some you might not. They might come up with an excuse because you're pregnant or something, you know. Well, that would be more like a season-long thing, but whatever. It's just like you got to work around it, or you're busy, so you want off the case or something. Or not the case, the episode. So you keep seeing this shot of the bridge at the beginning of the episode. So he's in somebody else's house, which I guess I should have known that. I didn't really pay any attention. Maybe his house looks kind of like that, or that would be like an Ace Detective moment. Like, wait, that isn't his house. He's too happy though, so you know something must be wrong. But I honestly was celebrating this moment, like thinking, oh look, he's finally getting better, things are looking up. And then they bait me and say, oh no, he's in the wrong house. Like, what the fuck? He seems so comfortable with where he is too. Or he knows her number obviously offhand. Or the cops are... Oh, I get it. The sirens are in the background because he broke in, but how did he break in even? Like the cop sirens must be for him, I guess. This is like Chekhov's glow-in-the-dark whatever. I like how quickly Sharona knows. I guess I didn't tell you the timestamp, but Sharona immediately knows that he's at the wrong house. I like how sure she is of that. Or based on that, too. Yeah, obviously the cops. Okay, I didn't connect that the cops' siren in the background was for him, but it makes sense now. Like, I wasn't thinking about it like that. So it was Trudy's house, so he genuinely did just have an episode. You know, you might think, oh, it's all part of the shrink's plan, but it's not, because... Yeah, what does Dr. Kroger have to say about this guy? Sharona sort of starts to believe that he's a little crazy, but also believes in him to a degree, like, enough to investigate and stuff. I kind of don't like this intro anymore. I want the song back from episode 1. I really don't get it. They couldn't afford the rights to it for the whole thing. Like, it's okay, and I prefer instrumental personally, but, you know what I mean? Like, you should have a sung thing, like Psych had that. Let me see if I can remember it. Or yeah, it's one that has a lot to do with this story, like... I can't remember it exactly, but... Like, it's just about lying, and I'm deceiving you, and I'm this and that. I'm literally just watching the episode again. But, I don't understand. I just want to see what the picture was of. Yeah, even this doctor's being fishy by trying to keep people out of seeing him. And he's so sus. I mean, this guy was sus from pretty early on, aside from, like, the first scene of... So she uses her charm to get the guy... We haven't seen too much what Trudy looks like. So whoever that actress is going to be important if there's a flashback episode. It would have to be her. So he's just making sure there's no hidden messages or anything with it. Or she would know that he would look at it now. That is so smart, dude. This is like a Light Yagami, invisible ink in the Death Note in the final. Mikami used invisible ink, so even when the notebook didn't work and Nier looked at the names were gone. So you don't know the Light's name isn't written there because... And who's to say that wouldn't work with the notebook? I had him use invisible ink that would disappear exactly 40 seconds after it was written down, so the effect would still take place, and if the effect didn't take place, then... Like, how can you prevent that from being the case? You're not crazy, so what? What else did she give? Or what else did he find? Or his ink got caught on his hand. I don't understand how he escapes from this at all. Like, you can't just do that. I understand he's smart, but this was one of those game theory moment missed opportunities where instead of him just somehow magically getting out, somebody should have come to rescue him, like Stottlemyre heard something from Sharona and goes out of his way to do it, or the other, Sharona herself somehow gets in here. How about give him 2 now and then give him 2 later? He does a little gambit where he puts the shit on the ground and... Or like, this was actually a bad thing too. Another patient should have helped him somehow. Read that he earned their trust. This is a dumb scene. He shouldn't just escape on his own. Assume he can't escape. He's actually trapped. But one of the patients he won over helps him because he's befriended them over his time here. So he's able to... he's able to get help from them somehow. That they snuck in through here and he knows all the tricks and he opens it. So he knocks this guy on his ass. I thought maybe this guy would even have a change of heart. Because we saw him at the beginning and he was kind of being a little dickish, but maybe he would have had some hesitance. Instead of giving you 4 of those, he lets you go, kind of. And then my boss was always a dick to me, like how he just said, did you just graduate from medical school? Yeah, this is kind of dumb that he's able to escape that. Like, this is where game theory comes in. Like, Monk is very smart, but he's not able to just do whatever he wants. Like, you might think that's impressive, but it's not, because it's like, what's impressive is that you were able to escape in the first place. What is he doing, and why is he doing it now? Yeah, good question. What is he doing? Oh, the fish. Oh. See, why did he wait that long? I guess it's a Red John thing, like, oh, Red John waits till they're building a parking garage for him to remove a body. That's what the fishing poles were for. Okay, I didn't even catch that. It's hard to catch all this. You might say, oh, it's because I'm talking too much, but it's fine. Like, it is what it is. There's a lot of material here. Everything is with a purpose, and that's why he had all those fishing poles, or at least he... So it took him this long to find the gun, and he happened to find it just now? I guess he just couldn't find it. It was very hard, and it took him a long time, and he was nervous about it. I kind of like my theory better, though. With the very same drugs that you stole, too, for continuity. See, how does he just conveniently find it now when he's been trying for 4 years, or he should have been? That's a pretty funny line. He's not really Santa Claus. Of course, he was never worried in the first place that he knew that about the gun. Bro is on a different level. Monk is it's such a good character, such a good show. That's kind of a sad commentary on the medical system. Doesn't that cast doubt on the whole asylum too? Like, you gotta let everybody out. Like how when Harvey Dent goes down, all the people he put away get released. So he's back home now. I don't see why that even proves it too, because he really was a clown. Like, as observant as he is, you would think he would know whether he's in his own house. It would make sense for Trudy's picture to be there if it's Trudy's house, but I guess it's not anymore. Do some ASMR hypnosis to put me to sleep over the phone. That's my fetish. I gotta see them end up together, too. That's how the series will end, that they'll get married, like Jane and Lisbon or something, I don't know. She'll be the new wife. Like, replace Trudy once he's ready. Oh my god. I love how serious it is, though. Like, I would have never... Like, will I end up liking this more than The Mentalist? I hate to say it, but the biggest thing that'll dictate that is actually... Because, again, the characterizations, everything is good. The thing that could make this better than The Mentalist, which I doubt they'll do, is if the villain of who killed Trudy, like the big mastermind villain behind that, who blew up the car, right, that killed his wife, if that's an arc that's really good, that we try to find out who that is, and over the course of the series, and it's as satisfying as the Red John stuff, and it ends on a better note than the Red John one, because the Red John one was absolutely fucking garbage. Right, but if that ends on a more satisfactory note, right, then I'd be very happy, because that would be the best, because that would actually make it better. If not for that, then it could just be about the same, just being really good and just a high quality show, which it already of course is, and it gets points for originality. I would say I already like it more than Psych, not that I can say that for sure, but it could go downhill. But the thing with Psych is it's too kind of goofy and too funny which is good. It's good at doing that, but maybe it's just my preference or whatever. Psych is an amazing show, but for my preference, I actually do like these two better, The Mentalist and Monk. And the reason why is because they take themselves more seriously, which I wasn't expecting to say about this. And I even said it might be more goofy than Psych, but it's not at all. It's much more serious. There are a few goofy moments, but it doesn't feel like... It's hard to explain. I almost want to watch Psych now, just to kind of compare. But no, if I was to rank them, The Mentalist number 1, this number 2, Psych number 3, just maybe in my preference alone, just because I like it more serious. But the only reason why The Mentalist is on top is because of the Red John aspect. Even as bad as the ending was, that is a pretty electrifying, amazing thing. So again, they've hinted at it here, like, oh, somebody blew up Trudy, somebody blew her up in a car bomb. Who is that? Are they somebody, really notorious? Are they this genius mastermind, twist kind of villain? Is it going to be Stottlemyre? Is it going to be Sharona? Like, I don't know. Is it going to be Dale the Whale because he had impetus against her, like grudge against her? Like, we need a little more on that, right? That they've sort of dangled it in front of us, but they haven't really pursued it. And so... just give us some, or what you could do, you don't even have to address it directly. You could have just done it in such a way that you're able to, I don't know, I gotta write a story like this from scratch, but that's so much harder to do. I always come up with these scenarios that feel like, oh, that's so much better than what they actually did, but, you know what I mean, the stuff in between to actually make it work is a little bit different. So, the assassin who was in episode 1, right, that was so capable would survive, and he was the actual one who blew up the car, but he was working for some unknown person who hired him. So we'll run into him later and try to catch him for another assassination job, and then try to interrogate him as to who hired him, and you'll set that whole up as an arc. So he's the main villain for now that we don't know that, but we find that out later. And then so it allows you to pursue a very capable villain that's already been introduced in this assassin, and it allows you to have the bigger villain in the background, in the backdrop, who hired him. But what they could do is they could introduce, like, oh, there's this serial killer on the loose and nobody can catch him, and then we don't know that that's the same one who killed Trudy, but we come to find that out later. So now we know the serial killer's out there, and we know that there's somebody who killed Trudy who's out there. So then we can combine that. I feel like it's actually not going to be that good of an arc. Like, it'll just be in the background and they won't actually do anything with it. But whatever. It's like, they haven't mentioned it at all so far. Like, they show you... In fact, they really haven't mentioned it, period. They mentioned it, once verbally, and they showed you, the newspaper clipping, and that was about it. Or, they went to the garage where she died. There's going to be some type of inside job where the mayor himself is going to be doing it, or of the characters we already know, who could it be? If it's Stottlemyre, I'm not really that impressed, because it's he's not that smart or whatever. Dale the Whale, I was almost thinking, if he didn't get caught for that crime, he, we'll come to find out, oh, he didn't get implicated, his lawyer saved him, so his doctor got all the blame. So now he's actually the big final villain boss of the whole story, which you might think, oh, some fat guy sitting in bed isn't that impressive. But it does kind of work because he's so smart. He had great dialogue. He was very, he has an animus against Trudy. He's able to basically, he has money, resources, wealth. He has the grudge. He has very good dialogue. He's sharp, he's smart, he's successful, he's powerful, he has influence, pulls a lot of strings, right? He has all the elements of a major villain like that I was even saying during that episode, this guy could be a series caliber villain, a Brett Stiles type of guy, even though with Brett Stiles they kind of undercut it because they don't actually do it they don't do it from the perspective that he should have been Red John and he wasn't. I guess spoilers for the Mentalist, but no, how they do that arc would be interesting. If that's actually better, like I said, it would be hard for it to be better though, because again, even if the ending is good, it's hard to... They sort of overdo it a bit with the Red John thing, but at least for a couple of seasons worth, like the first 3 seasons, it was very electrifying to see that dynamic between them, of Jane trying to catch him and the cat and mouse thing, and it was really good. You know, Craig O'Loughlin's like his right-hand man inside the FBI there, and like there's a lot of good stuff that goes on. That whole Hightower arc of who burned the guy was very, very interesting. That was a great season-long kind of mission to try to solve the what's his name, Todd Johnson, where it could be Hightower, then Hightower's being framed by Craig O'Loughlin, then you find out it's Craig O'Loughlin, then you use that to catch the guy. Like, I don't know, that season 3 thing was perfect. Like, that felt, that whole series, you know, it's not just, oh, look, we caught Red John. We didn't even catch him. He's going to get away. But he shoots him in cold blood like that way. That was actually the ending of that arc, at least, even if not the series. That was legitimately, genuinely a great ending. It was earned. It was deserved. You had this whole season-long arc where Red John's guy has to kill Todd Johnson because he knows too much, and that one act allows you to use him as a weak link, if you will, that he's able to, once you find out who that is, which is very difficult to do. I mean, that's like a season-long arc. It's episode like 2-8 or something with the Red Queen, all the way to the end of the season. So it takes, or wait, and maybe I'm right, it's like 3-8 to whatever. But the point is, it's a season-long escapade to try to figure out who did it. You eventually think it's Bertram, and then you think it's Craig O'Loughlin. You find out at the last minute, Lisbon gets shot, you know, everything's going insane. Like, that was so good. Everything, Lisbon could die for all I care. You know, not that I want that, but like, this is what it took. And then you finally catch him. And, you know, Grace loses her lover, all this kind of shit. Jane pisses off Bertram. Jane's going to go to jail for shooting a guy in cold blood. Like, look at the path of destruction that Red John carved. And so that was a believable, good ending, that Red John was kind of outwitted for once, barely, even though it still was like the last second thing. But because that's what Red John did, I guess. Like, I guess I finally never really thought about it. Red John didn't fall for the trap. Red John, I never understood that. Yeah, like, how could Red John's mold be that dumb to fall for the trap? But he didn't, because they said, go to this room, but then go down. So we're going to frame Bertram. I think I just figured that out. I never thought about it like that. Like, I thought she just happened to use the rope, not to tie the guy up, but to come down, like a level, but... Right, so when they catch her, she's in the wrong room. Or... Wait. She needed the rope to... Oh, no, she hadn't yet gone to the right room. So they catch her in a different room, like the room above, which just by happenstance happened to be empty, I guess. But I guess they all had to be. They were all being watched and whatever. But the point is... there's so many layers to it. You got Red John directing Craig O'Loughlin, directing an assassin, an anonymous assassin. And so what they do is they kill, they go to kill, but they go to the wrong room on purpose, I guess, to mislead you. But then they would have seen her use the rope, too. I don't really get it. So, like, Red John did that to sort of trick them. But, I guess. But there's so many things with it that could have been. Or she was, like, waiting and sitting there. I don't know how you could have planned it out. But they somehow told her, go to the wrong room, just so that they think it's somebody else, like Bertram. Then, after a while, if they don't catch you, they must not be watching or whatever, then use the rope to go to the next room and then actually kill Hightower for real if she's actually there. And if she's not, then no harm done, but they're, you know, I guess that's what that was, but it's a little convoluted, where, like, they do it on purpose that Red John didn't actually fall for that, but then at the last second, Jane figures out she needed the rope to climb to another room. that is actually maybe a little better than I thought. Because, yeah, I was wondering, how did Red John and the accomplice fall for that? But they did that so that he thought it was Bertram. And then, you know, he's sitting there, he's watching, and then once he's convinced it's Bertram, then Craig O'Loughlin was about to kill everybody. Lisbon, Van Pelt, and everybody. And then that's it. Like, that's all he expected to happen, and you would have never found out. But because Craig gets killed, now you unexpectedly get his phone, and now you unexpectedly reveal him. And even then, he doesn't have to admit it, so I guess that's one thing you would poke a hole in. Like, he doesn't have to say he's Red John. He could just say, I don't know who this guy is, how are you going to prove it? Jane should have come with more certainty. He's just genuinely asking him, tell me who you are. Okay, so today we watched Monk Season 1, Episode 6, and it was pretty good. The ending sort of triggered me a little bit. Maybe I could kind of, I don't know, what you could do to really understand it better. Like, just why was the gun still there? Why did he leave it there so long? Right, Monk just appeared on the scene, but, like, this case has been solved, or somehow it was considered unsolved by the other crazy guy, but, like, I don't know. Why was he still going up there as Santa? Why was he trying to get the gun out? Why didn't he get the gun out in 4 years? Right, like, it makes sense from Monk's perspective, like, oh, look, he's trying to go get the gun, but Monk just got here, like, so that's what prevents it from being an A and almost pushes it down to a C. That might be the first one where the writing was a little bit off, not in terms of the overall story, but in terms of the scenario is a little bit cliche, and the, you know, asylum and the guy was a little predictable. So, like, I guessed the thing right, that it was him, but I didn't guess exactly the meaning, or I guess the method. I don't know. But I guess that's still fine. Like, my condition is kind of a little more generous now. Like, I don't have to guess it exactly. So I said that he probably did it, and he's probably using his influence, obviously, to steal stuff and everything, but whenever a character seems too nice and too positive of an influence, they always have to be the bad guy, because you just can't have genuinely positive characters that aren't the main cast, like Sharona. That one moment was awesome for Sharona, where she put the little glow-in-the-dark stuff in there. She brought, like, a picture of something, I forget what it was. Was it his wife, or was it... But no, I guess, you know, we already knew he shot him. I guess my theory was kind of wrong, like he was stealing drugs or something, but he actually wasn't. He was just trying to kill the guy because he got promoted, and I feel like that was a pretty credible theory, though, that he was actually stealing drugs from his own place just because, whatever, he's addicted, or he's trying to sell them behind the scenes for extra money. And then this guy found out, and so he killed him and made it look like a junkie did it. I mean, we already knew the method. I guess the motive is something I don't have to figure out exactly, but I should have to come up with 2 of the 3 at least. But the thing is, the show typically shows you 1 of the 3, so, like, oh, he was shot, but we already know he's shot, and then he did it, which I guess I did credibly pick that he did it, but then I didn't understand the motive at all. But how could you know that? Like, that, oh, the guy got promoted. Nobody knew that until Sharona read about it. So Sharona had an ace detective moment and then did the glow-in-the-dark thing. What did she give? I can't remember. It must have been a picture of Trudy or something. But no, I want to watch some of these Shark Tank moments, something like that. Then I can watch a movie that starts with an F, on Netflix. Then I'll watch episode 7 and we'll continue on like that. I almost want to rewatch part of that because I don't know what exactly happened. The ending sort of disappointed me though because, again, the guy's method and stuff was stupid. First of all, how was he getting out of there? I couldn't really see. He must have had like a wire or rope to pull it out. And like he kept throwing stuff in there that he stole, like the camera maybe and stuff. But it's too many convoluted things. Like, oh, you're dressing up as Santa Claus just because this guy, nobody will believe him. But also, you're acting like you couldn't just do that anyway. Like, you can't go up on the roof and just do something ever because people are always living there and they would see, like, do it when they're all asleep or I don't know. So he waited 11 years for that guy to get that room just so, well, even that doesn't make sense because the crime didn't even happen until 4 years ago. So you waited 4 years for him to finally get that room just so you could dress up as Santa, just so you could have an alibi, just so nobody would believe him, just so you could try to get the gun out. And it happened just around the time that Monk got there. Like, I don't get it. Like, there's some convenient element to it that maybe I'm overestimating, but no, this show is absolutely just firing on all cylinders. So what we have here is, I want to go back to episode 6 here. So that wasn't even a case he was called on to do. Right, like, Stottlemyre didn't even appear in the episode. Which sometimes actors get annoyed by that. Like, Jason Alexander at Seinfeld said, oh, if you have an episode without me, then I'll just quit the show. Like when they went to Florida or something. I think it's a pretty normal thing to happen in a story. It's not like they're trying to write you out. Just some episodes you might have characters, some you might not. They might come up with an excuse because you're pregnant or something, Well, that would be more like a season-long thing, but whatever. It's just like you got to work around it, or you're busy, so you want off the case or something. Or not the case, the episode. So you keep seeing this shot of the bridge at the beginning of the episode. So he's in somebody else's house, which I guess I should have known that. I didn't really pay any attention. Maybe his house looks kind of like that, or that would be like an Ace Detective moment. Like, wait, that isn't his house. He's too happy, though, so you know something must be wrong. But I honestly was celebrating this moment, like thinking, oh, look, he's finally getting better. Things are looking up. And then they bait me and say, oh, no, he's in the wrong house. Like, what the fuck? He seems so comfortable with where he is, too. Or he knows her number, obviously, offhand. Or the cops are... Oh, I get it. The sirens are in the background because he broke in. But how did he break in even? Like the cop sirens must be for him, I guess. This is like Chekhov's glow-in-the-dark whatever. I like how quickly Sharona knows. I guess I didn't tell you the timestamp, but Sharona immediately knows that he's at the wrong house. I like how sure she is of that. Or based on that, too. Yeah, obviously the cops. Okay, I didn't connect that the cops' siren in the background was for him, but it makes sense now. Like, I wasn't thinking about it like that. So it was Trudy's house, so he genuinely did just have an episode. You might think, oh, it's all part of the shrink's plan, but it's not, because... Yeah, what does Dr. Kroger have to say about this guy? Sharona sort of starts to believe that he's a little crazy, but also believes in him to a degree, like, enough to investigate and stuff. kind of don't like this intro anymore. I want the song back from episode 1. I really don't get it. They couldn't afford the rights to it for the whole thing. Like, it's okay, and I prefer instrumental personally, but you know what I mean? Like, you should have a sung thing. Like, Psych had that. Let me see if I can remember it. Or yeah, it's one that has a lot to do with this story, like, I can't remember it exactly, but like, it's just about lying, and I'm deceiving you, and I'm this and that. I'm literally just watching the episode again, but I don't understand. I just want to see what the picture was of. Yeah, even this doctor's being fishy by trying to keep people out of seeing him. And he's so sus. I mean, this guy was sus from pretty early on, aside from like the first scene of. So she uses her charm to get the guy. We haven't seen too much what Trudy looks like. So whoever that actress is going to be important if there's a flashback episode. It would have to be her. So he's just making sure there's no hidden messages or anything with it. Or she would know that he would look at it now. That is so smart, dude. This is like a Light Yagami. Invisible ink in the Death Note in the final. Mikami used invisible ink, so even when the notebook didn't work and Nier looked at the names were gone. So you don't know the Light's name isn't written there because... And who's to say that wouldn't work with the notebook? I had him use invisible ink that would disappear exactly 40 seconds after it was written down, so the effect would still take place, and if the effect didn't take place, then, like, how can you prevent that from being the case? You're not crazy, so what else did she give? Or what else did he find? Or his ink got caught on his hand. I don't understand how he escapes from this at all. Like, you can't just do that. I understand he's smart, but this was one of those game theory moment missed opportunities where instead of him just somehow magically getting out, somebody should have come to rescue him, like Stottlemyre heard something from Sharona and goes out of his way to do it, or the other, Sharona herself somehow gets in here. How about give him 2 now and then give him 2 later? He does a little gambit where he puts the shit on the ground or like, this was actually a bad thing too. Another patient should have helped him somehow. Read that he earned their trust. This is a dumb scene. He shouldn't just escape on his own. Assume he can't escape. He's actually trapped. But one of the patients he won over helps him because he's befriended them over his time here. So he's able to... he's able to get help from them somehow. That they snuck in through here and he knows all the tricks and he opens it. So he knocks this guy on his ass. I thought maybe this guy would even have a change of heart, because we saw him at the beginning and he was kind of being a little dickish, but maybe he would have had some hesitance. Instead of giving you 4 of those, he lets you go, kind of. And then my boss was always a dick to me, like how he just said, did you just graduate from medical school? Yeah, this is kind of dumb that he's able to escape that. Like, this is where game theory comes in. Like, Monk is very smart, but he's not able to just do whatever he wants. Like, you might think that's impressive, but it's not, because it's like, what's impressive is that you were able to escape in the first place. What is he doing, and why is he doing it now? Yeah, good question. What is he doing? Oh, the fish. Oh. See, why did he wait that long? I guess it's a Red John thing, like, oh, Red John waits till they're building a parking garage for him to remove a body. That's what the fishing poles were for. Okay, I didn't even catch that. It's hard to catch all this. You might say, oh, it's because I'm talking too much, but it's fine. Like, it is what it is. There's a lot of material here. Everything is with a purpose, and that's why he had all those fishing poles, or at least he... So it took him this long to find the gun, and he happened to find it just now? I guess he just couldn't find it. It was very hard, and it took him a long time, and he was nervous about it. I kind of like my theory better, though. With the very same drugs that you stole, too, for continuity. See, how does he just conveniently find it now, when he's been trying for 4 years, or... he should have been. That's a pretty funny line. He's not really Santa Claus. Of course, he was never worried in the first place that he knew that about the gun. Bro is on a different level. Monk is it's such a good character, such a good show. That's kind of a sad commentary on the medical system. Doesn't that cast doubt on the whole asylum, too? Like, you gotta let everybody out. Like how when Harvey Dent goes down, all the people he put away get released. He's back home now. I don't see why that even proves it, too, because he really was a clown. Like... as observant as he is, you would think he would know whether he's in his own house. It would make sense for Trudy's picture to be there if it's Trudy's house, but I guess it's not anymore. Do some ASMR hypnosis to put me to sleep over the phone. That's my fetish. I gotta see them end up together, too. that's how the series will end, that they'll get married, like Jane and Lisbon or something, I don't know. She'll be the new wife, like, you know, replace Trudy once he's ready. Oh my god. I love how serious it is, though. Like, I would have never... Like, will I end up liking this more than The Mentalist? I hate to say it, but the biggest thing that'll dictate that is actually... Because, you know, again, the characterizations, everything is good. The thing that could make this better than The Mentalist, which I doubt they'll do, is if the villain of the... who killed Trudy, like the big mastermind villain behind that, who blew up the car, right, that killed his wife, if that's an arc that's really good, that we try to find out who that is, and over the course of the series, and it's as satisfying as the Red John stuff, and it ends on a better note than the Red John one, because the Red John one was absolutely fucking garbage. Right, but if that ends on a more satisfactory note, right, then I'd be very happy, because that would be the best, because that would actually make it better. If not for that, then it could just be about the same, just being really good and just a high quality show, which it already of course is, and it gets points for originality. I would say I already like it more than Psych, not that I can say that for sure, but you know, it could go downhill. But the thing with Psych is it's too kind of goofy and too funny, which is good, you know, it's good at doing that, but maybe it's just my preference or whatever. Psych is an amazing show, but for my preference, I actually do like these two better, The Mentalist and Monk. And the reason why is because they take themselves more seriously, which I wasn't expecting to say about this. And I even said it might be more goofy than Psych, but it's not at all. It's much more serious. There are a few goofy moments, but it doesn't feel like... It's hard to explain. I almost want to watch Psych now, just to kind of compare. But no, if I was to rank them, you know, The Mentalist number 1, this number 2, Psych number 3, just maybe in my preference alone, just because I like it more serious. But the only reason why The Mentalist is on top is because of the Red John aspect. Even as bad as the ending was, that is a pretty electrifying, amazing thing. So again, they've hinted at it here, like, oh, somebody blew up Trudy, somebody blew her up in a car bomb. Who is that? Are they somebody, you know, really notorious? Are they this genius mastermind, you know, twist kind of villain? Is it going to be Stottlemyre? Is it going to be Sharona? Like, I don't know. Is it going to be Dale the Whale because he had impetus against her, like grudge against her? Like, we need a little more on that, right? That they've sort of dangled it in front of us, but they haven't really pursued it. And so, just give us some, or you know what you could do? You don't even have to address it directly. You could have just done it in such a way that you're able to, I don't know, I gotta like write a story like this from scratch, but that's so much harder to do. I always come up with these scenarios that feel like, oh, that's so much better than what they actually did, but you know what I mean? The stuff in between to actually make it work is a little bit different. So like the assassin who was in episode 1, right, that was so capable would survive, and he was the actual one who blew up the car, but he was working for some unknown person who hired him. So we'll run into him later and try to catch him for another assassination job, and then try to interrogate him as to who hired him, and you know, like you'll set that whole up as an arc. So he's the main villain for now that we don't know that, but we find that out later. And then, so it allows you to pursue a very capable villain that's already been introduced in this assassin, and it allows you to have the bigger villain in the background, in the backdrop, who hired him. But what they could do is they could introduce, like, oh, there's this serial killer on the loose and nobody can catch him, and then we don't know that that's the same one who killed Trudy, but we come to find that out later. So now we know the serial killer's out there, and we know that there's somebody who killed Trudy who's out there, so then we can combine that. I feel like it's actually not going to be that good of an arc. Like, it'll just be in the background and they won't actually do anything with it. But whatever, it's like they haven't mentioned it at all so far. Like, they show you, in fact, they really haven't mentioned it, period. They mentioned it like once verbally, and they showed you like the newspaper clipping, and that was about it. Or like they went to the garage where she died. There's going to be some type of inside job where the mayor himself is going to be doing it, or like, of the characters we already know, who could it be? If it's Stottlemyre, I'm not really that impressed, because it's like, he's not that smart or whatever. Dale the Whale, I was almost thinking, like, if he didn't get caught for that crime, he, like, will come to find out, oh, he didn't get implicated, his lawyer saved him, so his doctor got all the blame. So now he's actually the big final villain boss of the whole story, which you might think, oh, some fat guy sitting in bed isn't that impressive, but it does kind of work because he's so smart, he had great dialogue, he was very, he has an animus against Trudy. He's able to basically, he has money, resources, wealth, he has the grudge, he has very good dialogue, he's sharp, he's smart, he's successful, he's powerful, he has influence, pulls a lot of strings, right? He has all the elements of a major villain like that I was even saying during that episode, like, this guy could be like a series caliber villain, like a Brett Stiles type of guy. Even though with Brett Stiles they kind of undercut it because they don't actually do it. Like, they don't do it from the perspective that he should have been Red John and he wasn't. I guess spoilers for the Mentalist, but no, how they do that arc would be interesting. If that's actually better, like I said, it would be hard for it to be better though, because again, even if the ending is good, it's hard to. They sort of overdo it a bit with the Red John thing, but like, at least for a couple of seasons worth, like the first 3 seasons, it was very electrifying to see that dynamic between them, of Jane trying to catch him and the cat and mouse thing, and it was really good. Craig O'Loughlin's like his right-hand man inside the FBI there, and like there's a lot of good stuff that goes on. That whole Hightower arc of who burned the guy was very, very interesting. That was a great season-long kind of mission to try to solve the what's his name, Todd Johnson, where it could be Hightower, then Hightower's being framed by Craig O'Loughlin, then you find out it's Craig O'Loughlin, then you use that to catch the guy. Like, I don't know, that season 3 thing was perfect. Like, that felt, that whole series, it's not just, oh, look, we caught Red John. We didn't even catch him. He's going to get away. But he shoots him in cold blood like that way. That was actually the ending of that arc, at least, even if not the series. That was genuinely a great ending. It was earned. It was deserved. You had this whole season-long arc where Red John's guy has to kill Todd Johnson because he knows too much. And that one act allows you to use him as a weak link, if you will, that he's able to, once you find out who that is, which is very difficult to do. I mean, that's like a season-long arc. It's episode like 2-8 or something with the Red Queen, all the way to the end of the season. So it takes, or wait. And maybe I'm right, it's like 3-8 to whatever. But the point is, it's a season-long escapade to try to figure out who did it. You eventually think it's Bertram, and then you think it's Craig O'Loughlin. You find out at the last minute, Lisbon gets shot, everything's going insane. Like, that was so good. Everything, Lisbon could die for all I care. Not that I want that, but like, this is what it took. And then you finally catch him. And, Grace loses her lover, all this kind of shit. Jane pisses off Bertram. Jane's going to go to jail for shooting a guy in cold blood. Like, look at the path of destruction that Red John carved. And so that was a believable, good ending, that Red John was kind of outwitted for once, barely, even though it still was like the last second thing. But because that's what Red John did, I guess. Like, I guess I finally never really thought about it. Red John didn't fall for the trap. Red John, I never understood that. Yeah, like, how could Red John's mold be that dumb to fall for the trap? But he didn't, because they said, go to this room, but then go down. So we're going to frame Bertram. I think I just figured that out. I never thought about it like that. Like, I thought she just happened to use the rope, not to tie the guy up, but to come down, like a level, but... Right, so when they catch her, she's in the wrong room. Or... Wait. She needed the rope to... Oh, no, she hadn't yet gone to the right room. So they catch her in a different room, like the room above, which just by happenstance happened to be empty, I guess. But I guess they all had to be. they were all being watched and whatever. But the point is, there's so many layers to it. You got Red John directing Craig O'Loughlin, directing an assassin, an anonymous assassin. And so what they do is they kill. They go to kill, but they go to the wrong room on purpose, I guess, to mislead you. But then they would have seen her use the rope, too. I don't really get it. So, like, Red John did that to sort of trick them. But, I guess. But there's so many things with it that could have been. Or she was, like, waiting and sitting there. I don't know how you could have planned it out. But they somehow told her, go to the wrong room, just so that they think it's somebody else, like Bertram. Then, after a while, if they don't catch you, they must not be watching or whatever, then use the rope to go to the next room and then actually kill Hightower for real if she's actually there. And if she's not, then no harm done, but they're, you know, I guess that's what that was, but it's a little convoluted, where, like, they do it on purpose that Red John didn't actually fall for that, but then at the last second, Jane figures out she needed the rope to climb to another room. That is actually maybe a little better than I thought. Because, yeah, I was wondering, how did Red John and the accomplice fall for that? But they did that so that he thought it was Bertram. And then, you know, he's sitting there, he's watching, and then once he's convinced it's Bertram, then Craig O'Loughlin was about to kill everybody. Lisbon, Van Pelt, and everybody. And then that's it. Like, that's all he expected to happen, and you would have never found out. But because Craig gets killed, now you unexpectedly get his phone, and now you unexpectedly reveal him. And even then, he doesn't have to admit it, so I guess that's one thing you would poke a hole in. Like, he doesn't have to say he's Red John. He could just say, I don't know who this guy is, how are you going to prove it? Jane should have come with more certainty. He's just genuinely asking him, tell me who you are, and, like, and Bradley Whitford does an amazing job. Like, I love it. Like, they give you an alternate ending that's better than the real ending, but it's just like, there's so many ways you could have written it, too. It's like, he really was Red John, but, like, Red John was multiple people somehow working together. So you took out one half there. He was, like, the brains behind the operation who planned everything out. And then the other one is Thomas McAllister, who's, like, the brawn who goes out and actually commits the killings, like, does them, or something like that. So you could still have that play out. And that would make it more believable, because you can't beat them both together. It's just impossible. So you take out one while the other one's not really there to kill you, because that's his specialty, is the killing in person. And then you take out the other later. That would have been perfect. You would have just had to write it in that Timothy Carter wasn't like a random dude, which is effectively what it is. Even if he's Blake Association, we don't even know. But, and I guess he must have been working for Red John or being threatened by Red John, I don't know. But you could have Timothy Carter. Timothy Carter is Red John. Right, that's all you'd have to say. That he would, you know, Red John is more than one person. And he could come to that conclusion, like, the Red John I saw didn't fit his body shape, which means, but yet he had intimate knowledge that only Red John can have. Not that Red John could have just told any random person that, but that's, you know, but whatever. So he must have been involved. He must know Red John. He must plan for Red John because he's so smart and knew all these details. But he's not the Red John who actually went out and did the killings. That must be Thomas McAllister. So with that simple little bit of writing, now you split Red John in two. You might think that's still convoluted, and I still don't like it. It would have been enough if he was just Red John overall. But what happens is, now you have a situation where that's always more credible than what they do. Just, oh yeah, he was just a random guy who we somehow convinced he was Red John enough to shoot him in public in cold blood, and then we trivialize that with jury nullification, the old Darrell Brooks dream come true moment, where that's actually what objection, you're not allowed to argue for jury nullification, which is what Jane actually does do. He says, I have a right to kill the man who killed my family, and then he does it again too. So don't you think he would lose credibility after a while too? Like, you shot a man in cold blood who wasn't even Red John, and we just let that slide? Like, when he starts to accuse other people that, oh, it's Bertram, oh, it's this, like, well, what about that guy you killed in season 3? Like, not that it was justified anyway, it still wasn't justified. I guess you could show that, oh, he had a gun on him, but he wasn't really even threatening you at that moment, like. And being Red John, he probably wouldn't have had anything incriminating. Well, then again, I guess he wouldn't have expected that somebody would just take his phone. Like, he would have had some way to, aside from Craig O'Loughlin, like, having called him, you would have that record, but I guess that's all it would have taken, too. Van Pelt could have just stolen his phone and fucking found out who Red John was at any point, but you would have never known. I guess when you found out he was a suspect, you could have done that. But no, that was a beautiful, beautiful arc, and it's just too bad that they didn't end it there. Either the show or the storyline. I keep seeing these clips of Fiona Gallagher, too. Like, I love it. She's like, that's what that show is about, I guess. She just gets like a million different jobs. One time she's in a supermarket, one time she's in a call center, one time she's in a diner, one time she's in a fucking, I don't know. Like, it's awesome the way that's all the movie's about. Like, this odyssey of Forrest Gump equivalent, just going job to job and just kind of wandering around, doing what you gotta do. Which, those clips are entertaining in their own right, but they're not necessarily, I don't know. The first episode wasn't very good. I gave it like a D grade. And I think the subject matter of the show is kind of lacking. Like, yes, she's going job to job, and that's cool, but so what? Like, what else? We need something more than that. And I feel like there'll just be some drug shit going on, and it feels like a kind of show that'll be looking for something. Like, oh, the story itself is very bland. Like, it's just this girl trying to get by and just doing jobs, doing work. Okay, cool. But then it turns into you have to keep coming up with some contrived narrative. Like, even in the first episode, oh, this guy's trying to woo her. Like, this wealthy guy's trying to win her over. Or something like that. Or, and then when that arc ends, there'll be another one. Like, oh, now something else is happening. Like, you have to keep coming up with a storyline, because the story itself doesn't have enough of a built-in kind of thing to it. Like, there's no real story. The story is her dad's just a drunk, crazy dude, and she's just a hard-working person. Like, okay, so what? Okay, so today let's just discuss some other psychological, philosophical topics, and then we could just watch random stuff, or I could decide what to watch for F as a movie, but I'm sometimes lazy about doing that, or it takes a while. And I was also lazy about doing my character point review for Monk. It's actually pretty important that you keep up with it. I kind of want to skim through the other episodes. I won't watch them, but I'll sort of just look at every scene, like sort of skim the thing. And if I can do that, then what happens is you end up in a position where I'll have a running count going forward. I had such an easy time with it with The Sopranos that I can't figure out. I knew like every moment, I guess because I'm spreading this out too much and watching movies and stuff in between. I don't know what I was watching in between Sopranos, maybe nothing. I was just doing that like every time. So let's look at a few concepts. Like here, number one is that a reduction to structure fallacy, like anytime anybody isn't adequately reduced to structure, kind of like a tamed animal, the way that people are trained in society, like you give them a label, and that's sort of weaponized even through psychology or medicine in a way like, oh, they're this label or they're that label, right? But that just means that's part of the infinite variable that human beings have. Like, of course, you wouldn't want to be reduced to the variable, so it's assumed like, oh, you're not able to be, assuming that that's the desired state to be in, right, rather than a compelled state and a sort of trained, tamed state that you're in. And so the point is that any variance from that is like, oh no, it couldn't just be that somebody doesn't want to be reduced to structure, or somebody doesn't want to be, whatever, right? They don't want to be that way, or they're doing something by choice that's different. Oh no, it just means you will be part of this very restrictive structure and you'll like it. And if you don't like it, we'll call you names and label you because you don't acquiesce to it exactly, even in ways that don't really hurt anybody, but it becomes so inflated, like this sort of false inherent fallacy and everything like that. So, and then there's also another like self-fulfilling fallacy of a lot of things like preconceived notions. So for example, if you're young, there's certain preconceived notions. If you're old, there's certain preconceived notions. So you kind of let reality dictate itself, and you kind of become a slave to that structure too, right? The same way that people have those preconceived notions about you are the same way that you will have them about others, instead of realizing, let me be a little more objective and not let that define everything. Let me actually think a little bit more clearly. And then the other point is the simple fact that you have the ability to basically, the reason why a lot of that is done, it goes back to the absurdist kind of philosophy of people are unwilling to be puzzled in such a way that you'd rather be falsely certain or something like that, right? That's what God is about. That's what a lot of things are about. Like, you'd rather be falsely certain about something than reasonably uncertain. So like, that's where people are, everything is like a quick knee-jerk thing in everyday life. Like, oh, everything's a quick judgment. Even if that ends up backfiring and hurting you in the long term, you end up doing it in such a way that, people do it without thinking. So everything is just first impressions, first appearances, kind of, you're easily controlled by appearances then. Like, oh, you're going to judge people by their appearances. Even though that's a criteria that can easily be manipulated and is done for performative aspects. Like, people know they're being judged by appearances, so they create an appearance that they want people to see and look at them as, based on that. So they're manipulating it so they know what you're looking for and they know how to manipulate it. So now you're controlled by that, even if it's not true, and it's kind of like the weakest measure to go on, right? You're judging them by all these things that are just fake, that are done strictly in a performative way, right? Like, I guess, again, there's this sort of false inherent element that happens where, oh no, but that's genuine, like the whole eye contact idea or stuff like that. You don't realize that all these things are just performative. They're not things that people naturally inherently do. Just like even speaking a language is not something that people inherently do, let alone all the social elements that come along with it. So all these things are contrived and perhaps learned behaviors that might be preferred or functional in some way, but you realize that it's all artificial anyway. So it's like, are you really going to let that artificial process control you or define you when you know that, oh, anybody could just do that or anybody could just not do that? So you're just taking people at some reactionary, definite way, which is easy to control in society or justify that way, but what you have is this, it's not real, it's artificial, anybody can do it, but you take it on that initial level. Oh, so if somebody artifices a little better than somebody else, that's taken as genuine. Or if somebody just doesn't want to do it, that's not, like, it's somehow negative. So you're kind of still, either way, you're controlled by an artificial process. It's just a matter of how well somebody is artificial, how well they keep up that appearance or something. So you're basically pretending it's not artificial, or you're attaching some sort of external or inherent value. So the way that works is an unthinking, reactionary kind of society where you're reduced to human functions instead of human beings, of course, as far as, like, you take everything at first glance, first appearance. And so nobody's ever thinking very deeply about anything of what they're doing. They're just kind of doing it. So that's defined. Like, oh, your first instinct, first reaction, first judgment, first appearance, all that is defining. And so everything is on the superficial layer of, again, it's not even about a particular basis or example. It's about, like, to even use that criteria shows you that you're not really thinking, and it's easily manipulated, and it's artificial, and it's not really telling. So it's just not a very good criteria to use, because it won't really tell you much, especially when people are aware of that. Like, people are aware that they're being judged, to some extent at least, although they might not think about that either, but, like, they lack self-awareness in that sense, or they might not even care. But you're aware that you're being judged by it, so you craft it and manipulate it in such a way that you know you're being judged by it, so now you present it in a certain way. So that's kind of what it shows you, is that people who care more about that or uphold certain appearances, so you're rewarding people for being artificial and punishing people for either being genuine or even, again, just sort of in a neutral sense, like you just don't care enough to put up appearances. So that's now going to be construed as a negative somehow, because I don't know. So maybe we'll look through the list, or maybe I'll just do random stuff. I don't know. This segment, I'm not even using the microphone. I'm just holding it like I sometimes do here when I'm too lazy to actually set that up properly. And so you're in a position where you probably could sound worse, although in some ways it almost sometimes sounds better. But at least that's more consistent, or I don't have to project as much or whatever. But let me try to think of some other examples. But no, there's this like backwards way of thinking that, again, it works for a functional half-mass society, but it doesn't actually have any inherent standard and thought to it, which is why you need some sort of bypassing elements, like, okay, it's all okay because God says so, or it's all okay because of some higher whatever, just any sort of higher standard or thing. So the reason why that's important isn't because it's true or something. It's important because it's necessary, because otherwise there's too much cognitive dissonance and other issues that you run into. And the reason why is because you're being controlled by a basis that you're not even aware of. The absolutist way to look at this objectively inherently is simple. Like, it's not even an absolutist thing. It's just a general, human being using their brain aspect. Like, regardless of anything, you should be aware of a process. So, like, let's say, hypothetically, that you thought about everything deeply, objectively, inherently, critically, right, and analyzed it and tried to understand everything, right? If you did that, suppose the conclusion would be the same. Like, you would behave exactly the same way, you would be exactly the same way, your life would be exactly the same, hypothetically. Even if that was the case, the premise is you should still do that. You should still, even if everything's right and you just assume that, think about it objectively from an inherent perspective. Like, if you were born in the jungle, would you perceive things the same way? If you were born in a different time period, would you perceive it the same way? If you were born in a different family or different technological era, machination process, if you were, so what that shows you is that all standards are reactionary. So, like, if you just won the lottery, now all of a sudden all the standards that you hold are no longer necessary. Like, oh, you have to be this way socially, or you have to do this, or you have to do that. So in other words, it's not a question of the zero-sum means or anything like that. It's a question that, so those standards are artificial and they're only done because it's necessary, and they're only necessary. So it's not a question of whether you should do it or not, or whether you need to, or whether it's useful to. It's a question of whether there's any inherent value attached to that, and more so whether there's some sort of other standard at work. Like, for example, just again, this sort of indignant insistence upon things like associating them with your personality, like, oh, that's just how I am, but that's just how you are in reaction to a contrived state, so that's just what little of you is left after that influence, rather than realizing the infinite variable otherwise, like all the variable things that you could possibly be, but oh no, this is just what little of you is left that you're defined by because you're reduced to structures, some sort of social structures, whatever other circumstance. So that's more so your reaction to something than your any inherent state of being or any sort of choice. If you think about it more logically, like, oh no, I want to be this exact way, so I'm going to define my measure or my criteria, versus, oh, you just are this way reactionarily without even thinking about it. And so you just let that define you instead of saying, oh no, I want to think about it and I want to decide on it and everything like that. So again, whatever the criteria standard might be, you should think about it from an objective, inherent perspective where you're able to come to that for yourself. Like, okay, you happen to come to the exact same conclusion as what you did in a reactionary sense. Like, it doesn't mean that, I don't know how to explain it, just, you don't really think about I have some expression with this, like, you don't think about the why, you think about the what. Like, people will think deeply about, okay, how do I solve this problem in a functional sense, in a workplace setting, and all this kind of stuff. Or you complain about the conflict of contrivance, but you don't recognize the nature of it, or you just take it for granted or as an absolute. So you don't question that inherent perspective, and of course that's not useful in the human functionalistic basis, right? Objectivity is not useful, but you'll struggle with the conflict of contrivance, but you won't ever actually recognize the nature of it, or even try to just think about it. It's kind of a little bit tricky to explain. You won't question it, but you'll struggle with the details of it, basically. And so that sort of pokes a hole in the absolute notion of it. Like, oh no, all these social norms are absolute and unquestionable. How could you possibly not, abide by them? But then if they're so absolute, then why is there so much variation? Why is there so much struggle with it, conflict with it, inconsistency with it? That's not to say whether you should or shouldn't do something. It's to recognize that it's far from an absolute process. It's much more variable. It's much more arbitrary. And so you can't insist upon it blindly that way either. Imagine if you think about everything in every moment and you self-actualize a bit, it would be hard to explain any one thing that you do. So the solution to that, of course, in society is just don't think about it. Just don't think, and therefore everything is fine. Not to say that thinking just exposes some flaw that already is there, right? It's sort of framing thought as some outward subjective action when it could just be some objective observation. It's like, oh, if you don't like what you see, just close your eyes, just gouge your eyes out and don't look, so then everything's fine, right? Not that, oh, what you're seeing is the issue, not the fact that you're seeing. So now focus on that. However you decide to deal with it, whatever your standard happens to be, none of that is important, as long as you're able to basically do it in such a way that you can consider something like I don't know, it's very it's very reactionary. So again, when you realize something is reactionary, a lot of your behaviors, your personality, quote unquote, your standards, your life, your actions, what you realize then is the simple fact that you have it's not about whether you should do it or not. Okay, you're a trained animal who behaves a certain way because that's the way you're trained to be, expected to be, and it's functional to be, and if you're not, then you'll be adequately dealt with by structure in some reinforcing reactionary way. Those are like the layers of contrivance, right? You have enforcement to say, okay, if you do something wrong, you're going to be punished for it. So that's how we enforce it. But then the other layer is like indoctrination, where we're going to socially stigmatize you, or we're going to, again, like raising children and appealing to morality and higher standards and God and all this kind of stuff. That's a way to do it psychologically, where that tries to prevent you from doing something in the first place. And then if you do, then there's the threat of enforcement after. But that's how you control people the other way. Like you say, okay, let's indoctrinate them. Let's try to do it socially, psychologically, when you're raising children, all this kind of thing, right? So the point being that you're not coming to any of that yourself. So even the functional basis might be argued for, but it should be recognized, it can be rather recognized as such, as in, you're not saying that, you're not going to be so indignant about it as what you observe. Like, you didn't choose any of it, and it's all just a reaction to whatever circumstance you happen to be in, whether it be physical, family, society, that state of technology at the time, the arbitrary state of morality at the time defined by all these other factors. Like, it's all a reaction. So, like, there's an expression I have for this, like, the only reason why something is the way it is because of blank. And so if you understand the nature of the process, any time period, any circumstance, then you say, oh, the only reason why they're doing this is because of blank. If that invalidates it, then that shows you, it's a false duality of expectation. Like, the only reason why this guy's talking to you is because, he wants to have sex with you. That's why he's being nice. And so you can trace everything back to that one incentive, no matter how extrapolated. So, in other words, that is the only reason, but some people are simply more cavalier or more, they put more effort into that, but the motivation is still the same. So in other words, it's not that the motivation is that's the issue, it's that they don't overcompensate for it or dress it up well enough. So you just want to be deceived, like, that is the only thing you're after, but you're just a little bit better about sort of dressing it up or something like that. And then, you're only doing this for money, or you're only doing this for this or that. And again, there's like this false stigma to do with that. Like, the only reason why somebody's doing something is for zero-sum self-interest. But that's only natural. It would be strange if you weren't doing that. That would be against your interest or, negligent. So there's nothing negative about a living being like an animal even seeking out their own zero-sum self-interest. That's the natural action that they're going to take. The problem is that when you go from that to something else where you're able to consider something else, which I'm not exactly sure, like, so much of objectivity is just deconstructing the contrivance that's before you, and then you may or may not come to the same conclusion. Even on a functional basis, then it becomes inconsistent. Like, you do this just because it's useful or necessary. That's really the biggest fallacy that's used to control people. The perspective that, you're somehow personalizing something. Like, everything is always a personal, they're going to discredit you personally, or they're going to, personally attack you somehow, or they're going to, how can I explain it? Everything is, you're indignant, but you take pride in that way of being, even though it's fully reactionary and you didn't choose it and it's non-choice reaction insistence. So they get you to, society gets you to do that, where you're not simply doing it as a functional basis, some overextended sacrifice that you make to be a part of society, that you would begrudgingly hold because, I'm only doing it because it's necessary or functional, even outside the extent that it is functional, so you're doing it partly in pretense, all this kind of stuff. But instead, no, you take it as a false, inherent, absolute, almost like it's a desired state or state that you take pride in. But it can easily be explained by reactionary tendencies, and so now you realize that exact notion because you have even a functional basis isn't fully practiced. Like, you're not fully doing it for maximum efficiency. You're doing it for that in part, but that in part only as it pertains to also overextending it to people. So again, what is more important than even functionalism within a functional state of contrivance is the structure itself, like whether it be the government or whether it just be some other social structure. So that comes first, right? It's never about maximum efficiency. Structures and school education or whatever, everything exists not for maximum efficiency, not to enable you but to inhibit you, not to empower you but to indoctrinate you. So when you have that happen, that's the priority. So it's always this arbitrary power structure at half mast. Like, oh no, we need to assemble this power structure in order to best, most efficiently achieve some zero-sum end. But then it gets overextended. Oh no, it's not for a zero-sum end. It's for a higher good, greater purpose. It's for God. It's for this. It's for that. And that's only used to overextend that collective interest into self-interest of certain people more so than others, right? The process is still the zero-sum basis, right? What is the only measurement or process at work in society and for human beings? It's subjective zero-sum self-interest. So you only sacrifice your own for the collective, supposedly, or you overextend it, to get something back from the collective. So it's just one form of self-interest versus another, instead of this phony sort of higher standard, right? Like, even the higher standard would be like, oh, you're doing good for other people, so let's give to charity and sacrifice. That's fine if you want to glorify that, but what it means is, it means that it's still the same standard. It's somebody else's zero-sum self-interest that's being, the basis you're glorifying. So, again, it's one self-interest versus another. There is no higher standard at work there. You could say, really what you're doing is you're stigmatizing one form in favor of another to say, well, you're not starving, so this person is, so therefore that self-interest is better than your self-interest or more valuable. But even if that's the case, again, it's not really a higher standard. It's just a preferential treatment of the same exact standard. Not like, oh, God wills it, or some, moral gratification as a placeholder for your own self-interest or something like that. Okay, so here we're just going to watch random stuff, I guess. I want to watch some of these chess interviews for some reason. They're kind of funny. Maybe Gukesh is a favorite. Like, I don't know how to... There's so many kind of funny things that happen with chess, but the least entertaining thing is actually... Should I try to do one where I do a classical thing myself? Like, I almost pictured it. I almost want to do that. Oh, it's too hard, though. Like, it'll fuck up, and then you should almost play against a bot. I don't know. Let me see. Like, you gotta watch all the old Bobby Fischer interviews. Let's just look up chess, and then see, like, what the most viewed videos are. If it's something of, like, a reasonable length, like, view count, just chess period on YouTube. Like, let's see what some of the first things are. The shortest game of Magnus's career, he had, like, constipation or something, so he accepted a draw. Murray had one night in Bangkok from chess. I don't know what that is. Human chess in real life. I love how they have to specify that, like, human chess in, like, that. You would think that implies, you could say one or the other, like, human chess would imply it's in real life, or chess in real life would imply it involves humans. Like, I don't know, it's always in real life. Here, let's just go with this one. Mixed chess. But see, I don't necessarily... whatever. We'll just watch something. And give my own insightful commentary on it shortly. I don't know what I really feel like watching, but... But they're all going to be the same guy, isn't it? There's this one guy, Agmedator, or whatever the fuck his name is. Whatever, I'll give it a shot. It's going to be some famous game of Fisher. So, Queen for a King, one of my favorite Bobby Fischer games, by Agmedator's channel. The guy who's always... whatever. I've seen a lot of his videos and suggested and stuff starting in 3, 2, 1. Hello, everyone. He really quit too early, unfortunately, that... I don't know any of these people. I'm just a normie. I only know the big names like Fisher himself. This sounds like a made-up story. Yeah, why the hell wouldn't you publish that game? The game that literally saved my life, in case that happens again. I wish there was some better way to do it. Like, I could play against, like, a bot. It requires you to look away too much, though. It's kind of dangerous while driving. I shouldn't do it. I am boring, Bobby Fischer. Or, yeah, his real name is Robert Downey Jr., apparently. His birth name. So I haven't been this excited for Robert Downey Jr. since Iron Man. This does actually bother me. Yeah, what do you do with the knight? That looks like such an ugly, bad development game move. Seems to be quite bad for black because you push your knight back and then you... So you're not losing a pawn because that knight on the back rank actually does cover it, but... It's always some random dude you've never heard about. Like, these people are still so good, but you never, you know, you don't get points for being second or for being good, right? You have to be the best. and the king is in the middle of the board. The white king is such a horrible spot. It looks like it's just losing a pawn. I might have thought like c2 more so, queen to c2. Or this is what he was saying he should have done before. But no, I would love to do that, like where I play a classical game with the voice thing, but the problem is that you, you just can't seem to do it. I think I'll try to do it, but see, now I've already fucked up too. Or no, I should just play against the bot. I should play against the bot with the same thing, and just I can relax and do it at my own pace. And if it's a good bot, you know, we'll try to just let me try to flesh out my principles of like how I play, basically. Let's say she give it a shot. It's such an interesting concept, and chess is a perfect kind of game for that. So I don't even have to log in. I can just play a computer on anywhere, on chess.com or on Lichess. Let's just do Lichess. Or no, I guess it might have to be Lichess because you have the voice thing. Hopefully it's still enabled, but it might not be. Or I actually am logged in, but it maybe won't matter, or... But yeah, what fun is a multiplayer game unless you can stroke your ego against other people, but... Let's see, play the computer, computer strength. Let's go to like a 6, because I feel like these tend to not really be that good. Like, not compared to... So I'm trying to do the thing. The voice where it'll pick up, it has to download something, 41 megabytes. It has to do this like every time for some reason. But let me see what I can do. The problem is the position of this is even bad because I can't see the whole board. And you can't really talk in between, and you have to keep toggling it on and off. Like, I don't know. And I have to keep narrating their moves, I suppose. But there's at least less pressure as far as time, and there's less pressure as far as anything else. Like, my main issue is that, again, I can't see the board. Like, I have to move over the phone more because it's just on the left side of the screen and there's nothing you can do about it. So this is the main problem, is the sort of toggling whether it's listening on or off. I tried that like a million times, and there's nothing you can do, so you just have to deal with it. It'll never, you just have to manually hit it. I've tried that. So we effectively still have to touch the screen, but we only have to touch it in the same spot. So let me try to figure this out a little bit. So I'm playing Stockfish level 6, and I'm playing as black. They're obviously white. There's only 8 levels of Stockfish, so there's sometimes a contradiction with these levels. Like, I've played some of these before, and it's like, oh, level 6 isn't even that good. Like, it's good, but like, oh, it's only a little better than me or something. And the problem, oh my god, the problem with that is the fact that I think it just shut off my phone. Like, all right, forget it. I won't even bother. Okay. Like, it's not that much better than me. And it's like, Stockfish level 8 is supposed to be better than Magnus Carlsen by a lot. Stockfish level 7 is probably as good as Magnus, so how can level 6 only be a little better than me? Right, if you think about it, level 8 is like 3,000 ELO or above. Then level 7 is like Super Grandmaster. Then level 6 should be like Grandmaster. Level 5 should be like IM. Level 4 should be like, it should go kind of like that. But it doesn't necessarily work that way. So this position is fucking infuriating, and there's nothing I can do about it either. So it's a situation where I don't know how I did it before, honestly. I have no idea. The position was like totally the opposite, I guess. Like, or I don't know. Or if you're good enough, again, you could play any game like this. You could play like Classic WoW, and I'm just telling the character where to move and this and that. Some of these communities are so stupid of like, I don't know, they get very egotistical, like, wow, they've played it their whole life and whatever. So now I have to download the 41 thing again. 41 megabyte thing. I don't know why you have to do this every time. I don't understand how you physically make this happen. Like, I just don't get it. That is really irritating, I must admit. Like, I can't get it to work. And if I try to move it too far, then it'll hit the power button, and it'll either turn off the screen or it'll... Oh my god. This is so fucking annoying. Bro, you can't be for real. Yeah, I can't do it. That's too bad. I mean, I tried. It just won't work. It physically will not work. So if I think about the position that I can maybe change it, it would have to be like upside down. And so maybe if I don't charge it, that could help. Assuming I have enough battery, which I don't know. I think it turned off again. Yeah, you shouldn't try to do this show while driving. This is a fucking nightmare. Okay, I have like 27% battery, which is good enough. So now let me try this again. If I put it like on the other way, so that, like, I put it upside down so that now the power button's on the other side, so you don't have to worry about it as much. I'm probably going to have to pull over to actually do this, but basically we're just putting it on the other direction, so it's not an issue as much. Try to find somewhere a little better to pull over here, and if I can do that, then it'll be okay. By the time I do this, I guess that's the good thing about playing a computer, although I don't know if it saves the game or not. It didn't do that against It didn't do that on chess.com. When I would play the boss there, it wouldn't save the game. It was actually kind of bad. It just wouldn't do it. But it's a situation where I should really set this shit up when I don't know, when I'm stopped and eating or something of the sort. Okay, can I please do this or not? And now it's going to be like the wrong orientation, but somehow, I don't know. It's going to be a situation where oh my god. It still didn't even help. Like, how does... Wait, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, it's... Like, I could push it over further now, but it doesn't help because... Okay, just give me a second, man. I'm not too happy, but... There's just like a part of the board you can't see, so I guess it's not that important. Like... Okay, so we're playing Stockfish level 6 on the chess. We are playing as black, they're playing as white, so their first move was pawn to e4. Pawn to e4. So I'm going to respond with pawn to e5. Pawn e5. Then they respond with pawn to f4, which is kind of a weird move. I don't know exactly what this is about, but I don't know whether you'd rather reinforce or whether you'd rather take it, like a gambit pawn. So now I'm going to, like, I'm more just concerned with developing, but let's say I reinforce it. No, I don't know. You know what? I'll take it. Pawn f4. So I go pawn f4, capturing the pawn, and then they go knight to f3. Then I have to develop quickly, and so you're going to get probably bishop to... Oh, I have to... Bishop... c5. No, bishop, cancel. I mean, you can take back, like, that's just... Bishop c5. Fucking garbage program. So now they go pawn to, what is that? Pawn to d4, I guess. So now I can... I'm sort of learning notation by doing this, though. Like, I kind of know it offhand. Or, I mean, I guess you always know it, but you just have to think about it for a second. Now they have the pawn on d4. You just got to remember white is a higher number and black is the lower number. Like, I almost said bishop to c4, but that would be for white, right? You're opposite of that, so like one square below. So, like, from my bottom, it looks like, oh yeah, you're going 4 squares from the bottom, so it must be 4, but So now I'll go, probably just have to go back with the bishop. So bishop bishop b6. So you can kind of take your time as much as you want with this, and you don't have to worry about waiting for the opponent. So now they capture with the bishop. So I go bishop b6, then they go bishop to like f4, capturing the pawn at the beginning, right? That they kind of gave that away as a gambit pawn for whatever reason they're doing, right? Some nuanced part of their opening that I just don't really get. And then my next step should be to develop the knight, but the problem with doing that is the presence of the bishop being able to pin it. So my first move would actually be to pawn h6. So that's specifically just to stop the pin. Now they go bishop to c4. So bishop c4 after pawn h6. Now I bring my knight to f6 in a second here. Knight f6. So knight f6, and then they castle king side, obviously, and you're able to basically probably just follow their lead. So knight f6, they castle, and then I'll castle. Both king side castled, obviously, because the other side isn't even adequately developed. So castle. Okay, so we castled. This is at least better than doing it. You can take back against other people. You can take back as much as you want. You're still playing a high level player, actually probably a much higher level player because it's a bot. And then you can take it as long as you want. You don't have to worry about losing on time. You don't have to worry about waiting for your opponent's moves, really, because they're pretty much instant. Now they go bishop to d3. And the reason why, so that's the light square bishop on d3 after I just castled. And so now, so much of chess isn't about doing a threat, it's about sort of baiting threats. And then okay, so here we're just going to watch random stuff, I guess. I want to watch some of these chess interviews for some reason. They're kind of funny. Maybe Gukesh is a favorite. Like, I don't know how to... There's so many kind of funny things that happen with chess, but the least of which, the least entertaining thing is actually... Should I try to do one where I do a classical thing myself? Like, I almost pictured it. I almost want to do that. Oh, it's too hard, though, like... It'll fuck up, and then you should almost play against a bot. I don't know. Let me see. Like, you gotta watch all the old Bobby Fischer interviews. Let's just look up chess, and then see, like, what the most viewed videos are. If it's something of, like, a reasonable length, like, view count, just chess period on YouTube. Like, let's see what some of the first things are. The shortest game of Magnus's career, he had like constipation or something, so he accepted a draw. Murray had one night in Bangkok from chess. I don't know what that is. human chess in real life. I love how they have to specify that, like, human chess in, like, that you would think that implies, you could say one or the other, like, human chess would imply it's in real life, or chess in real life would imply it involves humans. Like, I don't know, it's always in real life. Here, let's just go with this one. Mixed chess. But see, I don't necessarily... You know, whatever. We'll just watch something. And give my own insightful commentary on it, surely. I don't know what I really feel like watching, but... But they're all going to be the same guy, isn't it? There's this one guy, Agmedator, or whatever the fuck his name is. Whatever, I'll give it a shot. It's going to be some famous game of Fischer. So, Queen for a King, one of my favorite Bobby Fischer games, by Agmedator's channel. The guy who's always... whatever. I've seen a lot of his videos and suggested and stuff, starting in 3, 2, 1. Hello, everyone. He really quit too early, unfortunately, that... I don't know any of these people. I'm just a normie. I only know the big names, like Fischer himself. This sounds like a made-up story. Yeah, why the hell wouldn't you publish that game? The game that literally saved my life, in case that happens again. I wish there was some better way to do it. Like, I could play against, like, a bot. It requires you to look away too much, though. It's kind of dangerous while driving. I shouldn't do it. I am boring, Bobby Fischer. Or, yeah, his real name is Robert Downey Jr., apparently. His birth name. So I haven't been this excited for Robert Downey Jr. since Iron Man. This does actually bother me. Yeah, what do you do with the knight? That looks like such an ugly, bad development game move. Seems to be quite bad for black because you push your knight back and then you... So you're not losing a pawn because that knight on the back rank actually does cover it, but... it's always some random dude you've never heard about. Like, these people are still so good, but you never, you don't get points for being second or for being good, right? You have to be the best. And the king is in the middle of the board. The white king is such a horrible spot. It looks like it's just losing a pawn. I might have thought like c2 more so, queen to c2. Or this is what he was saying he should have done before. But no, I would love to do that, like where I play a classical game with the voice thing, but the problem is that you, you just can't seem to do it. I think I'll try to do it, but see, now I've already fucked up too. Or no, I should just play against the bot. I should play against the bot with the same thing, and just I can relax and do it at my own pace. And if it's a good bot, we'll try to just let me try to flesh out my principles of like how I play, basically. Let's say she give it a shot. It's such an interesting concept, and chess is a perfect kind of game for that. So I don't even have to log in. I can just play a computer on anywhere, on chess.com or on Lichess. Let's just do Lichess. Or no, I guess it might have to be Lichess because you have the voice thing. Hopefully it's still enabled, but it might not be. Or I actually am logged in, but it maybe won't matter, or... But yeah, what fun is a multiplayer game unless you can stroke your ego against other people, but... Let's see, play the computer, computer strength. Let's go to like a 6, because I feel like these tend to not really be that good. Like, not compared to... So I'm trying to do the thing. The voice where it'll pick up, it has to download something, 41 megabytes. It has to do this like every time for some reason. But let me see what I can do. The problem is the position of this is even bad because I can't see the whole board. and you can't really talk in between, and you have to keep toggling it on and off. Like, I don't know. And I have to keep narrating their moves, I suppose. But there's at least less pressure as far as time, and there's less pressure as far as anything else. Like, my main issue is that, again, I can't see the board. Like, I have to move over the phone more because it's just on the left side of the screen and there's nothing you can do about it. So this is the main problem, is this sort of toggling, whether it's listening on or off. I tried that like a million times and there's nothing you can do, so you just have to deal with it. It'll never, you just have to manually hit it. I've tried that. So we effectively still have to touch the screen, but we only have to touch it in the same spot. So let me try to figure this out a little bit. So I'm playing Stockfish level 6, and I'm playing as black. They're obviously white. There's only 8 levels of Stockfish, so there's sometimes a contradiction with these levels. Like, I've played some of these before, and it's like, oh, level 6 isn't even that good. Like, it's good, but like, oh, it's only a little better than me or something. And the problem, oh my god, the problem with that is the fact that I think it just shut off my phone. Like, all right, forget it. I won't even bother. Okay. Like, it's not that much better than me, and it's like Stockfish level 8 is supposed to be better than Magnus Carlsen by a lot. Stockfish level 7 is probably as good as Magnus, so how can level 6 only be a little better than me? Right, if you think about it, level 8 is like 3,000 ELO or above. Then level 7 is like Super Grandmaster. Then level 6 should be like Grandmaster. Level 5 should be like IM. Level 4 should be like, it should go kind of like that. But it doesn't necessarily work that way. So this position is fucking infuriating, and there's nothing I can do about it either. So it's a situation where I don't know how I did it before, honestly. I have no idea. The position was like totally the opposite, I guess. Like, I don't know. Or if you're good enough, again, you could play any game like this. You could play like Classic WoW, and I'm just telling the character where to move and this and that. Some of these communities are so stupid of like, I don't know, they get very egotistical, like, wow, they've played it their whole life and whatever. So now I have to download the 41 thing again. The 41 megabyte thing. I don't know why you have to do this every time. I don't understand. I don't understand how you physically make this happen. Like, I just don't get it. That is really irritating, I must admit. Like, I can't get it to work. And if I try to move it too far, then it'll hit the power button, and it'll either turn off the screen or it'll... Oh my god. This is so fucking annoying. Bro, you can't be for real. Yeah, I can't do it. That's too bad. I mean, I tried. It just won't work. It physically will not work. So if I think about the position that I could maybe change it, it would have to be like upside down. And so maybe if I don't charge it, that could help. Assuming I have enough battery, which I don't know. I think it turned off again. Yeah, you shouldn't try to do this show while driving. This is a fucking nightmare. Okay, I have like 27% battery, which is good enough. So now let me try this again. If I put it like on the other way, so that, like, I put it upside down so that Now the power button's on the other side, so you don't have to worry about it as much. I'm probably going to have to pull over to actually do this, but basically we're just putting it on the other direction, so it's not an issue as much. Try to find somewhere a little better to pull over here, and if I can do that, then it'll be okay. By the time I do this, I guess that's the good thing about playing a computer, although I don't know if it saves the game or not. It didn't do that against, it didn't do that on chess.com. When I would play the bots there, it wouldn't save the game. It was actually kind of bad. It just wouldn't do it. But it's a situation where I should really set this shit up when I don't know, when I'm stopped and eating or something of the sort. Okay, can I please do this or not? And now it's going to be like the wrong orientation, but somehow, I don't know. It's going to be a situation where oh my god. It still didn't even help. Like, how does... Wait, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, it's... Like, I could push it over further now, but it doesn't help because... Okay, just give me a second, man. I'm not too happy, but... There's just like a part of the board you can't see, so I guess it's not that important. Like... Okay, so we're playing Stockfish level 6 on the chess. We are playing as black, they're playing as white, so their first move was pawn to e4. Pawn to e4. So I'm going to respond with pawn to e5. Pawn e5. Then they respond with pawn to f4, which is kind of a weird move. I don't know exactly what this is about, but I don't know whether you'd rather reinforce or whether you'd rather take it, like a gambit pawn. So now I'm going to, like, I'm more just concerned with developing, but okay, so here let me go through like a scene from a short story I wrote a long time ago. It's just some random thing I was thinking about, and it's like, it's sort of a surprise, so I'm kind of ruining it, but it's written in such a way that you don't know who it is at first, but it's just like an innocent exchange of dialogue, and basically it's just like overactive imagination kid, right? This is one of my favorite lines I've ever written from anything. It's like, did you ever imagine the stars to be the cells of a celestial being? Kind of like, think of that could be God, or that could be whatever, some larger than life being. So the stars are merely the cells of a celestial being, right? Much larger than what we can imagine. And so, and then their parent says to them, you know, you shouldn't say things like that. And then he asks why, what's wrong with that? And they can't come up with a good answer, right? They're sort of struggling. So effectively, you think too much, that's all. Like, you know, you just think too much, so and then he responds, and that's a bad thing? And then to that he gets no satisfactory response, then or ever, to imply that, you know, he's always like that, he's always an overthinker. And so he ends up growing up to be a big villain of the story, the villain of the story. And so the point is that moment is very nice, because it's like, you can kind of see the root of his what society would call madness later. But it's like, just think about that line, right? He's even asking it too. Like, did you ever think, and the context of like they're kind of stargazing or whatever, right? They're doing something kind of innocuous, but did you ever think, because he's a very smart and brilliant character as well, but that's part of genius, is sort of thinking outside the box. So just imagine that the stars are merely the cells of a celestial being. The same way that to little insects, we appear that way too. Like, you know, just the scale of it. If you go down to like amoeba, single cell organisms compared to us, it would be the same thing as us compared to that celestial being that we're talking about. So it's that same scale that we talk about. You know, the Earth is merely a speck of sand in the beach. I always had a science teacher who said that, or some, you know, reference like that exists out there. Like the Earth would be just a grain of sand in the beach if you were to count every planet, every star, every system. So, yeah, that was a funny clip idea when Tarkin says, "Then name the system," to Leia in obviously A New Hope, when she's saying like, name the star system where the rebels are hiding. That clip is could be attached to a meme, like when somebody said, when people say there's systemic racism, that would just be the clip. Then name the system, as in to imply everybody always says there's systemic this, systemic that, but what system are you talking about? Name the policy, name the exact thing. It's one of those unqualified claims, like, oh, let's just say it, and then nobody questions it, and then we just all kind of are meant to feel guilty about it. It's like, this is the most miserable day of weather ever. Like, it was raining in the morning, it's raining now, in a way that's like just unpleasant to drive in. But it didn't stop me from playing a game of chess. I love talking trash on there too, in the chat. Like, I'll say all these meme-worthy things. Bro doesn't know who he's playing against. Bro really thought he did something there in the chat. Then I'll get banned for being toxic. That's the real need for text-to-speech while playing chess, so you can talk shit. But no, you like, yeah, that would be the clip. When somebody says there's systemic racism, then name the system. Name exactly what you're talking about. If it's systemic, then they'll use contradictory terms like implicit bias and unconscious bias and all this kind of stuff. Well, those things are anything but systemic, because that's on an individual basis, and that's like arbitrary, you know. You're implying that even the person doing it doesn't know that they're doing it. So how could that be systemic? Like, systemic implies it's a plan, it's a strategy, it's deliberate, it's conspicuous, it's, you know, structured like a system. So segregation was systemic, redlining was systemic, you know, anything like that can be systemic. But just to say, and again, it's like an ex post facto justification argument, well, there's less people of this particular identity in this particular job, so therefore that means it must be a result of inequity, not just natural variance of a variety of things. Not just variance of ability, you understand, right, but variance of preference. Like, okay, not everybody wants to do that job. Now you could say, well, not everybody wants to do that job based on race or based on gender, but could be based on culture, could be based on just any sort of preference. Like when you say, you know, women in chess, oh, there's less women in chess than men. That doesn't mean that they've been discriminated against necessarily. That just means that maybe women don't like chess as much as men. It's just a game after all. Like, so show me the instance of somebody being prevented from playing, like, oh, you can't play because you're a woman, so we're going to ban you. Like, there's no, you know, show me that case or the systemic policy that prevents it. Instead, they have systemic, you know, this is one of those trendy takes that actually triggers me. I said that years and years ago. I said two things, actually, kind of similar here. One was that the unisex sports are a true example of meritocracy, and female athletes get special treatment otherwise. So there should just be unisex sports, and the best players play, and if some of them are going to be women, a lot of them are going to be men, but whatever happens, happens, and let the merit speak for itself. And I'm called sexist or whatever, right? And so what happens is, now it's become a trendy thing, or that's effectively what society's coming around to, right? That, oh no, now you have to do that because we have trans athletes in there anyway, so I solved the problem. It wouldn't matter whether you have trans athletes if you just had a unisex sports league where either, you're not separating them based on gender. The issue is this false duality. You have a league called women's sport, women's whatever, basketball, tennis, etc., but then you restrict, it's called women's this, it's called men's this, right? You restrict the league based on that, but then you don't enforce it. So you got to make up your mind. Like, if you want to enforce it based on that, do it. If you don't, then anybody can compete. But you want to have it halfway. Like, that creates an incentive. So now it's like, oh, it's women's sports where only women can play, but now this trans man, etc., whatever you want to call, is competing. There's an incentive there now because, oh, it's perceived as the weaker league, and now you can take advantage of that. Like, if it was unisex, there wouldn't be any such incentive. So now you're creating the wrong kind of message. And then also, I said the same thing with chess to an extent, like, but even more validated with chess because there's no physical advantages associated with chess. So, there shouldn't be any special titles for women because that's like discriminating against men, that you're not giving, you're giving women special treatment and giving them titles that men don't get. So you're almost implying that women are bad at chess when they're not. And so the point is that, not inherently. So what you have is the ability to consider that you have the ability to consider this, there should be female titles, there should be special treatment for women, also considered a negative take, and now people are coming around to say the exact same thing. This is the kind of stuff that actually does piss me off. It's not like I want any credit for something, but then I get criticized for it, and then people come around to, people come around to that way of thinking, so I'm just ahead of the curve, I guess. Like Grace Van Dien, my friend, did something on that, how, like, she's, she plays victim or whatever, and that was years ago, and he was telling me, because of some recent drama, that video got a lot of views recently, I guess, because there's some recent drama, so it's almost like, at the time it didn't get many, or it even got dislikes, but now, years later, it's actually good. Now people will see, oh, that's correct. Like even me saying Ding Liren's a choker, even though he's still very effective. But yeah, people will hate you at the time because you're ahead of the curve and they're not caught up yet. And then when they are, now they'll act like, oh, what a, other people will say it, and oh, what a trendy, noteworthy thing to say. It's like, hello? This is why you need some established clout or whatever, because it's so unfair that you get to, it's just stupid. Again, I wouldn't care normally, like I don't want credit for stuff, but when I see other people get credit for the same thing I said 10 years ago, like I'm not too happy about it, because it's just dumb. Like people are really that far behind, and that you gotta wait till people are mentally caught up to your takes before you say it. If you say it ahead of time, people get mad, and if you say it, after the fact or when it's kind of obvious, like even with Ding, that's what happened. I said it before anybody, right, that he's a choker, even before he played in the World Championship last time, and then he has the big choke game and he has a lot of psychological issues, even though he still wins, to his credit. But after that, even I doubled down and still validated that he's a choker at times. And so only months and months later, after I have been saying all this, now other people, Magnus and stuff, they say, Ding's struggling. Ding's 23rd ranked in the world now, and Ding's gonna have a hard time in the championship. Like, I'm not saying, of course, they copied me because nobody knows who I am, but you'd see how like they come around to the same conclusion late. Like, I was right. Now, he's played very well in this championship anyway, that I can't question it, but it's just like Gukesh is not... He had it. I mean, he had it won in Game 11. He just had to not lose another game, which you might think, that's easy to do, but it is relatively easy to draw for a Super Grandmaster because that's what happens anyway. You could try your best to win, but it'll be a draw all the time because that's just how chess works. So... So I'm not even using my mic here. I've been sort of lazy about doing that. It doesn't really matter, but what you have is a simple ability to consider that... No, but I like this whole chess idea, but I shouldn't do it at night, if anything. But no, that can kind of piss me off, is the fact that I'll say something, and at the time either it's ignored, like it doesn't get much attention, which is fine, or it gets even attacked, and people hate on it, and then later on somebody will say the same exact thing, or the same exact idea will start to trend, and it'll be like, look, man, at least now, if I have a video of it up there, I could point to that, like, look, I deserve credit. Like, like Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, these are my best, like, ahead of time takes. That I said if the Celtics win, Jaylen Brown will be their best player. I said that so many times. Every time I would play NBA 2K, I would say it, if I'm doing it on stream or something. I literally said that a million times. That Jaylen Brown is better than Jason Tatum. Jaylen Brown is going to be the MVP if they ever win a championship. Jaylen Brown is just a better player, period. I said that like a million fucking times. Although I did sort of underestimate his defense a little bit. Like, I always consider Tatum the better defender, which, he has a certain length and style that is a little preferable to me, but they're both good defenders. But I mean, just Brown is more efficient offensively. He's just a better player. And so I always said that, but yet, that is a really on-the-nose take. But no, I do have video proof of that to show that I was saying that in the previous couple NBA 2Ks. I even said that like before that too. I said that years ago, like 2018 or sometime, like maybe when they first came in the league or something very early on. I forget exactly when they came in the league, but something like that. Like very early on I said it where, just that Jaylen Brown is better. He's so smooth. I like the way he makes his moves and everything. He's very skilled. He can average 40 if you really need him to in a series or something. And that like Jason Tatum should be a utility knife all around type of player, like a Scottie Pippen, defend, pass, score a bit, rebound. And Jaylen Brown can be your gunner. He can just score 30 a night efficiently and be that number one offensive option. And the reason why is because I don't know, I just always sense that. I always said it. So I almost should have set up to watch something here, but I'm too lazy to do it. or like I have to pull over and it's like late at night, or it's not really too late, but it just feels better to have it ready in the morning more so than this. But then because I don't want to do it now, I end up screwed having to hold this thing the whole time. I could be playing chess right now, but no, I shouldn't do that at night. I could be playing chess, I could be watching a video, so many things I could do. That's like a concept that I always point to, the absolutist sort of holding of a higher standard. It doesn't matter what it is that they're doing, or that they would be doing, it's that they view everything in a sort of full sense. Like, I want to get done with this as quickly as possible so I can go and do something else, even if that something else is just search for meaning and potentially doing something else, or even if it's like doing something, folly, favoritism, distracting yourself, etc., etc. It doesn't matter, because it's like, what's wrong with efficiency, basically? Do everything as quickly and efficiently as possible, because if it's worth doing, then it's worth doing like that, and then it gives you more time to do something else in a zero-sum finite existence. Like, so that tells you something profound, because no, do it slower and be patient and wait, and like, wait for what though? It's a zero-sum existence. Like, there's nothing, right? There's sort of like this false, this is also from a short story of mine, like the anti-sins. So like, the society will try to tell you all these things are virtues that are actually not. So it's like, patience is a virtue, but actually it's not, because if society can make you wait, for a period of time, they can make you wait longer, and they can make you wait forever. So they'll make you wait your whole life for promises of heaven and for, some permission and this and that, and it ends up just being a waste of your time in a finite zero-sum existence. So if they can make you wait 1 minute, they'll make you wait forever. If you wait on people, they'll keep making you wait forever. So it ends up being actually very adverse to you in a finite existence, which means you're in a zero-sum situation where, again, these things are glorified in some functionalistic sense, but no, it doesn't have the kind of meaning that you think. So what you have is a simple ability to consider that you have a few things to consider there, one of which is, again, like, patience is good. It's good to wait. But why is it? In an objective sense, if you can achieve the same thing without waiting, just faster, what's the problem? Again, in a finite zero-sum existence, you're attaching like some sort of false value to something in terms of like something other than just simply ends to means. You're like, oh no, but it's good of you, it's virtuous of you, but let's hold that to a standard then. Patience is a virtue, so that means good things come to those who wait. So let's wait as long as possible all the time, and just wait forever, and that should lead to the best possible result. But oh wait, it doesn't. It's only glorified in a half-mass functional sense, because other people want to make you wait, society wants to make you wait, they want to train you like an animal, control you, right, and make you wait forever your whole life for some promise of something or some permission, and then you die, and then all that time wasted was just less time that you got to do something else. So it keeps you in this half-mass state where you can't be truly efficient, fully committed to anything, including even the pseudo-virtue that they're trying to glorify, right? Like, if it's really good, then okay, I'll wait as long as possible all the time for everything, and that'll do absolutely nothing for me except for waste my time, right? So that's one of them. Then, like, even greed, like, oh, it's bad to be greedy, but people only say that because they want whatever you want instead, or, they just want it. So if they could have millions of dollars, they would do it. So if you're successful, they're not saying it's bad because it's inherently bad, they're saying it's bad because they're just jealous, or they want it themselves, potentially, Or, like, what's wrong with being successful? All these kind of fallacies, like, that glorify and trap people into struggle, like, oh, it's bad to be successful, it's good to be poor, so you look how much you prove by working hard and overcoming poverty, and so we glorify struggle, so we perpetuate it, or we glorify being poor and overcoming it, even though if you did overcome it, then the next generation wouldn't have to. So at some point you're going to move on from that and improve, but it's like this regressive mentality where you'd rather show off and shame people for having wealth. Like, oh, you have privilege, you have wealth, you have inheritance, all this kind of stuff. It's like, it's ultimately a positive thing. The only real privilege is that of having good parents or successful parents. Like, that's fine, that's a privilege, but that's a good thing. So don't have this regressive mentality to say, well, just because some people aren't successful, you're going to say that success is a bad thing now, instead of saying that, like, do you want to tear everybody down and say, oh, because there are poor people, they want successful people to be less successful and tear them down, rather than saying, oh no, I wish we all had that privilege, we should all kind of have good parents or have a good situation, right? Do you want to condemn success, or do you want to aspire to it and say, the solution isn't to say that's a bad thing, that people are successful for various reasons like that. It's a bad thing, it's better to just say, no, I wish you were successful like that too, I wish you had that privilege or whatever, right? So let's make it into a positive thing, let's aspire to it, make it a universal standard. Right, so don't condemn success, don't condemn anything like accomplishment like that. What's another one? Like, to do with sex and love and stuff like that. Like, oh, lust or whatever. But, like, sexual sin. But the reality is that, oh, there's a certain freedom in that. Like, oh, you don't want to be restricted to just one person because society has a family system in mind. So the freedom to explore that and be with multiple people and all this kind of stuff is very open as well. And then, so yeah, like a lot of these things that would presumably, like, oh yeah, and even like glorifying our weaknesses, like, that's how you control people. Make them glorify struggle. Like, success is bad and struggle is good, and being wealthy is a negative, like a privilege, and being poor is somehow preferable, like a collective mass glorifying itself and associating with that, and having low standards, basically. Like, oh, having high standards is a bad thing, thinking too much is a bad thing, all these kind of things that, just because you can't live up to the standard all the time doesn't mean that having high standards is bad. But no, like, the other point of glorifying not just struggle, but also glorifying weakness. So this is very intrinsic to that short story character I was referencing, where basically, like, glorifying weakness, like disabilities or something like that, right? So pretend there's some hereditary thing or whatever it is. So now you glorify it along the lines of, we're defending our weaknesses or taking pride in our weaknesses, and then we'll perpetuate them on, and then we will will glorify our weaknesses and perpetuate them and defend them and sort of take pride in them. So, like, if somebody has a disability in the modern era, it's not like, okay, we don't have to treat them negatively because of that, although an absolutist tendency might be even to do that, or to ostracize them, or make sure they won't reproduce, or even get rid of them, and all this kind of stuff could be considerable. But if not that, then you're in a position where if not that, then you're in a position where, again, you're glorifying and defending your weakness rather than always acknowledging it. Like, no, maybe it's not a desirable state. That doesn't mean we have to hurt those people or kill them or stigmatize them, but we should always acknowledge, like, okay, it's not a desirable state. Just because we want to be all accepting and whatever doesn't mean that we have to glorify and defend that. We can still see reality for what it is. Like, somebody born without an arm, right, that's an undesirable state. Now, that doesn't mean that, again, you have to be mean to them, but it means you don't have to glorify that. You can say, okay, that is a weakness, a shortcoming, a negative, so we can try to get you a prosthetic, or we can try to deal with it. But, again, this whole, like, pride and glorifying and defending stuff that is actually weakness in that way would be a problem, right? So you'd say absolutist tendency would be to an absolutist tendency would be that you wouldn't glorify or defend those things. You would acknowledge them for what they are. You would try to minimize them. You would try to remove the need. You would try to do it in such a way that you would not be tricked, basically, into glorifying or defending or taking pride in or carrying on weakness in such a way that you would recognize it for what it is. Because eventually, this is like a thought experiment posed there, eventually you keep glorifying and defending those things, like, oh, how could you say something mean about somebody because of that? We should be all accepting and love them and everything. But then it ends up being where your species goes extinct, right? Because everybody ends up having some issue like that, or it becomes much weaker and much more susceptible to external threats and other things. Like, so now everybody becomes weaker, and those issues keep getting carried on to the point where now everybody has them, and then you all are in a lesser state, and you're all afflicted with it as a result, and you all either maybe go extinct or at least are exposed to that potential a lot more greatly because you were defending and glorifying that, so that's what you get. That's what you get, where you get to consider that, again, you get tricked into defending weakness and glorifying it, wearing it sort of like a badge of honor. There's some expression like that I would use there, like, we wear our weakness on our sleeve like a badge of honor, we take pride in it, I can't remember exactly what that was referring to. It was some particular condition or something like, we wear our weakness as like a badge of honor, we defend it. And so those are the two things that you can be tricked into. Is number one, you can, again, condemn success and wealth, glorify struggle and poverty, and condemn strength, glorify weakness, glorify, shortcomings, undesirable states, disabilities, weakness, things like that. And so what you have is a situation where what you have is a situation where So what you would do is, again, you get tricked into glorifying all those negative things, including struggle, and including, again, weakness, and certain, again, just whatever negative becomes positive, and so you're kind of tricked into doing it, and to perpetuate it, and to carry it on, and all this kind of thing. There's a difference between just being decent or accepting and glorifying it and taking it to another degree, or just not recognizing reality and the harm posed by it, and things of that nature. And so what you have is a simple ability to consider that I don't know, this is like one thought experiment that we have to consider, and then what else do we have here? You have the simple ability to consider the fact that I'm stuck behind a plow going at like 30 miles an hour in a 60 mile zone for a super long time, and it's not even like snowing or anything, so you don't even need this shit, but alright, so what other topics do we have here? I covered a couple good ones. Let me think here. Hopefully we lose him here, but he's going to go the same fucking way I'm going. When it's dark, you just kind of lose track of even where you are, even on a familiar route. Yeah, I wonder when Avatar 3 is coming out, like when there's so much hype, to still come out before GTA 6, or I'd be more excited for Elder Scrolls 6 and GTA any day. I'm just more of that kind of guy, but because there's so much more you can do with an RPG, like inventory management and different abilities and all this kind of stuff. With GTA, it's like, there are a good amount of weapons and stuff, but it's just like, when you judge it by the single player, at least, like Skyrim, I played 1,000+ hours and you can get so much out of it. GTA, I just kind of beat the story, and that's good enough for me. But, you know, there's not a whole lot of really fun, dynamic, interesting things to do in the story. You have to go online, which is fine, it's good. You have to do some mods, RP and stuff, which again, you can do that with Skyrim and stuff too. But, you know, it just didn't feel... That's a criticism that would be lost on them, because obviously they did it for deliberate reasons. Like, they could have obviously done better, but they decided to... Let me guess, he's going to go exactly the way that I'm going. Because there's like a traffic circle, and then... But now it actually is a 30-mile zone, so it doesn't even matter. GeoGuess, or guess where I am in the world based on the information that I'm giving you. These very specific things at this very specific time. Row is not making a turn anywhere. But how? Like, you have to make a decision at the traffic circle. Like, where are you going to go? It doesn't even matter now, because the rest of the route is pretty slow anyway. I should always set something up before I go, but like I said, I didn't really feel like it. He's totally gonna go that way too. Oh, finally. Okay, so what else can we discuss now that really took up like an extra fucking half hour that we would have needed to do? Yeah, I've been sleeping early lately. It's only 8 o'clock, but I already feel like going to bed. So I just have to go home and do it. Yeah, you see this like glorification in society of a collective kind of low standard. Let's just feel comfortable. Let's all be stupid together and we feel better about it. Let's all kind of have low standards together and we feel better. But that's like a regressive mentality. Why not have high standards and then remove the need for that? But this is what you get with the overextension of the stimuli acme when people, there's no limit to it. There's 8 billion people now, then there'll be 16, then there'll be 32, then it'll never end. And so it's like the standard keeps getting lower because that's what overextension is. Overextension is the idea that, one of my terms for my debate format, like when there's more people or more of something, right, you end up doing it in such a way that everything mass-produced suffers in quality for it. So the more people there are, now you're going to have mass-produced education. So instead of, the world is a village of 100, so you can have one-on-one education, and it's really the highest quality possible, and, give whatever standards you have, machination process notwithstanding, but, everything is more like substantive, and you can actually fully value and, fully value your life and actualize every moment and things like this. Whereas now, with so many people, as society becomes more and more overextended, etc., now it becomes like, oh, you got to compartmentalize everything. Everything is just done in pretense. Everything is just done for speed rather than even efficiency. It's done with some sort of pretense. Everything is fake. Everything is overextended. But that's only a natural result of the overextension. But what you recognize with that is the simple reality that again, the more people there are, the more you have to do that, and the more that you have to basically the more that you basically get to you take something inherent, you take something that would be a natural process, it could be fully engaged with and fully valued, and just life itself, you could be fully immersed with something, self-actualize, fully value, fully think, fully experience every moment, even to whatever inherent extent that might be, like just living in nature, living off the land, living in the jungle in the past, Neanderthals, but there wouldn't be any pretense otherwise. So overextension is you take those inherent innate things and you turn it into, well, we value these other idyllic standards just because it's useful or functional to do in a society, not because it has any inherent value. Therefore, you suffer the conflict of contrivance. Also, you put yourself in a position to basically you put yourself in a position to basically again overextend everything. So again, if the world was a village of 100, everybody would be fully valuing each other or whatever. Like it wouldn't be this sort of mass-produced mentality of everything where everything is just an eventuality, and so there wouldn't need to be those pretenses, right? It would just be more direct and more to the point. And so what you have with that is a simple ability to recognize that again, the pretense goes out the window, a lot of things go away with respect to again, everything is just like that. So everything will reduce in quality regardless of the machination process deceiving you and sort of trying to counteract that. But everything will suffer in quality for the sake of mass production. And just remember this key phrase about overextension. It's everything is lowered in quality to mass produce it, whether it be education, anything, right? Including life itself. And again, the more people there are, the more overextended it becomes. And it's only necessary because there are so many people. In other words, you could easily, it's not a necessary process. So if people just decide to stop having kids or at such a high rate, and there's less people in the world, objectively everybody is more alive because of it, because they don't have to overextend as much for everybody else. And everybody is more free, and everybody can, not even so much a zero-sum argument like, oh, everybody has more resources for the taking, etc. That's not even the point, but in every way, right, your existence is less overextended in that way. So again, it's a standard that only exists and is only necessary because of that, in terms of it's only necessary, and the reason why it's only necessary is because of the number of people. So again, it's not an inherent necessary process. It's a created process that, just because there are so many people, now everything suffers and diminishes because of it overextends, and there's going to keep being more and more. So there's no real process or rhyme or reason behind it. It's just random. And the reason why it's random is because people are just doing it without any thought. And so, again, the overextension idea, I had a better definition for it and I just can't remember, but again, everything mass-produced suffers in quality for it, and it's a process that's only necessary because there are so many people. So it's not a necessary process. You could just not have as many people, and it's a process that has no rhyme or reason to it, and no clear plan or endpoint. Like, okay, there's 8 billion people now, and you'll defend that, and then there'll be 16, and then you'll defend that, and then there'll be 32, and you'll defend that. So in other words, nobody's really thinking. They're just, whatever's there, they'll just reinforce it, and there's no end to it. So eventually there'll be 100 billion people, then there'll be 1 trillion people, and the quality of life and overextension might keep increasing and go down in terms of quality, but people will still keep doing it because there's no real thought behind it. So if you look at the state of society now, that's exactly what it is. The lesser state that people live in, where everything is superficial, artificial, fake, undue emphasis, overextended, social contrivance, right, all these kind of things that are reduced to assembly line, lowest common denominator process, they're only necessary because of that overextension. Like, think about certain things, right? The world is a village of 100, pretend. All these sort of canned social interactions would go out the window, like, oh, how are you, this and that, right? Like, you got to say the exact same thing the exact same way, or even like all these cynical incentives would go away. Like, the world is your oyster, everything's there for the taking, so it doesn't matter. You don't have a zero-sum incentive, you don't have a stimuli acme, kind of thing, because there's only 100 people, so everything is much more clear. Doesn't mean it would be perfect or a utopian thing, but everything is minimized, right? These things are less of an issue because it's like the human family, right? Everybody is just, it creates this cynicality. You could say, oh, that's part of having higher standards. You have more choices, more options and things. But the philosophy behind it is still stronger because you have you can have high standards, but you wouldn't like lower it to say I don't know, it's sort of hard to explain, but it would be more directed to the point, whereas in this overextended state, what you have is the realization that everything becomes valued in sort of an artificial way. And the reason why it does is because The reason why it does become so overextended, and again, it's a self-necessitating process, right? So we lower the standard of everything, we make everything mass-produced, we make it suffer in quality just because, with no rhyme or reason or thought. Everybody has to overextend because of it. So these are things that are not real, not inherent, not valuable, but you just do it because of the number of people there are. And why are there so many people? Just because people are horny animals that hump without thinking. So it's a reactionary process that people have no thought or control over, really, that they're just doing without any rhyme or reason, that is objectively causing them to be less alive in finite zero-sum existence, that is causing overextension, that they'll reactionarily defend and glorify, that's only necessary because of that number of people in the first place. So all of these things that are not real, that are artificial structures, that are overextended in nature, they're only done and they're only needed to be done because, again, of that overextended sort of bloated process that there's so many people in the first place. So it's an amazing outcome because you'll realize a lot of your trained behaviors and indoctrinated tendencies are exactly owing themselves to this. Why do you have to do such and such? Most things in life. Oh, it's only on account of other people. And oh, if you don't, you're selfish and somehow you're a bad person. But it's a zero-sum endless process that doesn't give anything back. So, like, sure, you can overextend for this person. Like, let's use the term overextend like this, like a verb, right? You can overextend for somebody. You wait in line, right, your whole life. And you also, give to charity. And you also account for somebody in this way, and you do somebody a favor, and you also do this, and you also do that. And so by the time you realize it, your whole life is spent just in service of other people because that's glorified. And guess what? There's even more people and more people, so you'll never end up helping everybody enough. So if you truly value that, then you'll just do it forever, but then you'll never have time for anything else. It's like the standard of people having kids, right? Oh, I'm working hard, I'm struggling to put food on the table for my kids. Well, who told you to have them then? If you were in that sort of a state where you couldn't afford to take care of them, then why would you have them? You didn't have self-control, you didn't know how to use a condom, right? And so you choose to have kids, but or you do it anyway, and then you can't live up to the responsibility, or then you complain about it, and then you use it as an excuse for something. And the corresponding responsibility is the fact that, I have to struggling working 3 jobs to put food on the table for the kids. Okay, but who told you to have kids then, if you would have had to do that? Don't have kids then by your own standard until you're in the perfect idyllic spot where you're making 6 figures and you're a millionaire, etc. Otherwise, just don't do it. And if you do it, then deal with the responsibility without complaining, because it's your choice and you chose that and it's a result of your own actions. And, you don't get to use it as an excuse for anything. So people can't even, it's an analogy for the larger process of the stimuli acme and overextension. For an individual to say it is kind of the same thing as society, kind of throws our hands up and say, well, we don't have a choice. I mean, we have to do it now because we have so many people, but you never thought about that before, what that would entail. So, for example, you have a situation where I have 5 kids at home. I got to work hard to put food on the table. But absolutists would neither feel bad, nor would they sympathize, nor would they provide an excuse for it, nor would they glorify it, nor would anything have any reaction, because it's like, who told you to have kids? Who told you to do that? Who made you do that? You chose to do it. You couldn't control yourself. You were having sex. You were a horny animal. You were humping. You weren't using a condom. You weren't using birth control. You do all this, and then you expect people to feel bad or anything. Like, you expect to not have to do that. You should have known that you would have had to do that. You should have known, like, it shows you that people don't really value human life. That's what it actually comes down to. So at least these Americans have the decency to abort their children, right? At least that's good, instead of pretending like they value life when human beings collectively do not, in the modern, again, overextended social contrivance state. And so what you have is, imagine having full or true value that isn't overextended, or reduced to some sort of structure. So, yeah, the point is that when you overextend, you put yourself in a position like to again, analogize it to an individual. It's aimless human function seeking reinforcement and overcompensation, as if that gives them meaning in life. So they engage in half-mass hedonism as reduced to structure in society, leading to the stimuli acme being preserved, leading to the offspring, leading to a process that they never thought about, never had any deliberate action, but now they'll insist upon it and try to find false meaning in that. Like, oh, my life is so empty that I have to overcompensate by having children, and trying to act like that has some meaning to it, when I clearly wasn't able to find any on my own. And so I'm not even doing it in a consistent manner, hedonism or otherwise. So this sort of shows you to a process, like all these things you glorify, society glorifies, none of them are valuable, none of them do anything for you. They're only valued in pretense for this overextended collective appearance. But if you had the choice, you would forego all of that in a zero-sum finite existence, because you know it doesn't actually have any value. The only value is, again, you're giving up your self-interest for collective interest, and collective interest is only being valued because it consists of individual selves that value their own self-interest. So they're sort of tricked, or they think they're going to benefit from the collective. And then the other thing is the fact that you glorify the stimuli acme, and the way that you can do that the stimuli acme is you can easily do it because you get to engage the stimuli acme in terms of you wouldn't think about it, but then you would attach extreme meaning to it, and then you would also attach, again, aimless, sort of looking for overcompensation that you shouldn't need, or that shouldn't be the reason. And then you also use it as an excuse, and we're supposed to feel bad and this and that, and we also feel like inclined to you also feel inclined to do something, which is called again, just you're struggling. Look at how hard we're working and struggling to put food on the table for our kids, as we chose to have sex and have kids, so that we knew we would have to struggle to put food on the table, and we're in such a state that we knew that, so we could neither hold ourselves accountable to be in a better state before we had kids, nor could we control ourselves and not have kids, nor could we deal with the responsibility of doing that without, treating it like an excuse or complaining or struggling with it. So in other words, your conflict is entirely self-created. You could have removed the need for it by not having kids, or you could have been in a better position and therefore not had to worry about it as much. Put yourself in that better position to have higher standards. And you might think, oh, that's me injecting a standard. Like, nobody says you have to be rich or make six figures before you have kids, or whatever you're trying to say is the complaint. But I'm not saying that, but they're saying that by saying, oh, look at how hard I have to work to do this. It's like, well, if that's your standard, then why did you have, then by your standard, okay, don't have kids until you won't make that complaint. Either you make enough, or you're in a better off position. So an absolutist perspective would take it even further than that, though, and it would say that not only are you saying that you wouldn't have kids until some sort of financial state like that, if that's your standard, but also you wouldn't have kids necessarily at all, ever, or in terms of until your life is in a state that you would really vouch for. You'd have to fully vouch for your state of existence in every way, and existence itself, and then you have kids only then. Therefore, you would have nothing to complain about with that, because you only did it because you knew that you self-actualized, you had a clear, consistent measure. So that's the thing about an absolutist. They would put an end to a process, right? They would have that. It's sort of hard to explain like this, but either they would achieve a state worthy of an absolutist, achieving standards, measures by their own definition, etc., or they just wouldn't reproduce if they failed to achieve that. And they would put an end to that bloodline, end to that process, period. They would not perpetuate a flawed process. So you would never see that, like, oh, we have a generation of people struggling after one another or something, by whatever standard. So this whole thing is really irritating, because people don't really think about it, and then, oh no, look how we're struggling, look how we're poor, but you didn't have to do that. And so have kids and so forth. So it shows you a lack of value for human life, because again, this is the absolute standard that you would treat that for being very serious and severe, instead of, oh no, we're just horny, let's just party, let's just hump, and then, oh, we have a kid. Right? That's how it happens, which is fine. But then if you treat it like that and you're practicing half-mass hedonism, now there's a certain responsibility to deal with there. You don't get to shirk the responsibility and act like, oh, now it's serious. Now you want to take it seriously, but you didn't take it seriously to begin with. And remember that one key phrasing, that you're vouching for the state of existence, your life, stimuli, acme, everything. You're vouching for it by doing that fully, because, again, by perpetuating it, by preserving the stimuli, acme, you are vouching for that state. And by vouching for that state, you're effectively saying that you're saying that, oh, it's perfect, it's valid, it's consistent, it's something you are aware of, in control of, you would vouch for, etc. Right? So now there should be no reservation, because you're the one who's choosing to perpetuate that process, which means you're vouching for the process. So now how can you complain about it or have regrets or doubts? You're the one who created that very same process right then and there, when you could have easily put an end to it, either by self-infliction or just by simply not perpetuating the process. So you're holding it to a very high standard and actually valuing it, which of course people do not do. Instead, they won't think about it, and then they'll just deal with the results, and that's it. So the stimuli acme is veiled in half-mass hedonism, leads to this procreation situation, and so now you're in a position where you're able to basically I don't know, it's just disappointing, because again, it's by your own standard, right? By people's own standard, but most people don't have standards, or again, they hold them only in pretense, but they're very inconsistent. They don't hold them actually accountable, or they're not consistent with their practice or anything. And so, okay, that's good enough, dude. Okay, so today I'm going to decide what to watch for the F category in the movies, and so that'll be the Netflix alphabetical gauntlet that we're doing. So far, let's go over the ones we've watched, but before I do that, there was something I wanted to say. Oh yeah, how can you practice, this is one of those philosophical debate format things, how can you practice a process if you're objectively aware of its true nature? So that kind of is saying it in a mocking way that, like, of course, you can't be aware of the nearness postulate, otherwise you can't be with the person that you're with, because then it would invalidate it endlessly, or something, you could be in an open relationship that's harder for society to control, and arguably harder to achieve, I guess, at least, but, that's what it leads to, so you can't be aware of it, not because of any actual valid reason, just because, oh no, I can't, people can't deal with that cognitive dissonance, like, well, we know the nature of the process, but that we still want to pretend like the process is absolute. So, if you're aware of the nearness postulate, oh no, you're the only one for me, but also I'm only with you because, oh, you happen to live in the same area and we happen to be around the same place at the same time and we happen to be at the same school, the same work, the same geographical location, something like this, some superficial petty thing that is, again, a valid basis you could use, but not a valid basis to say, oh no, this is the absolute only person I'm going to be with, and I'm going to restrict that, and I'm going to, commit to the societal contrivance structure of marriage or a relationship like that. So it wouldn't justify that, and so to create that illusion, and also you do it both for society, but you also do it for the ego, like, you want to believe, well, the main reason why you need to believe that is because of that, like, otherwise you'd say, okay, why not be with other people too at the same time, or why not be with somebody else, or whatever. You'd endlessly kind of question that because there's no real standard to it. It's kind of like, the criteria is reactionary. Like, you're not with somebody because you objectively, from an omnipotent position, consider all 8 billion people in the world and use the set criteria that you have, whatever your criteria might be, subjectively, etc. But based on any criteria, you didn't do that and consider all 8 billion people in the world, and you never had that opportunity, and you never even necessarily thought about it, and you also were beholden to certain aspects like nearness. You happen to live in an area, again, none of that invalidates that, oh, that means you just shouldn't be with anybody ever, or, in this day and age, you can meet people from all around the world on the internet and stuff, so that'll be condemned, but in reality, that just exposes the fallacy of the past, like, where people don't want to admit how shallow their criteria was and how little choice they had in it. Like, oh, back in my day, we used to just go out with girls from school, and you take them to the local diner and this and that. Well, now you have the option of 8 billion people all around the world that you could possibly communicate or be with. So that's just more options, but more options are a bad thing. It's like TV versus the internet with old boomers, like, oh, I prefer TV to the computer, even though you could watch anything on the computer that you could watch on TV, but you just get to choose it instead. You want it to be chosen for you because you're a reactionary, mindless, half-mast human function, even if that is in the domain of folly favoritism anyway. But it shows you the same choice basis, like, you don't want to admit that, oh, it's just the nearness postulate and we had no choice and we had to settle for whatever was around us. You don't want to say that, so you pretend like, oh no, it's actually absolute and it's meant to be and this and that. Like, you see how the functional basis is there. There's 8 billion people in the world, right? So you're not objectively considering them all by any criteria. Rather, your only criteria is the non-basis of self, but not even based on some pure criteria of self-interest that you yourself define, non-basis of self in a more reactionary, non-choice sense, in terms of you're just doing it because that happens to be around you and all value is extracted from you. In other words, something is only so because you happen to live in this area, therefore that area is valuable. So if you had just been born or you just lived somewhere else, that would be equally so. So it's arbitrary. There's no real criteria or basis being used there. It's only reactionary. And then the other point is the simple fact that, well, that was the main point that I was saying, but like, it would be hard for you to practice that process if you were aware of it. So there's that incentive to not be aware of some objective reality or, and again, the conclusion wouldn't be that, oh, that means you shouldn't be with that person, or it doesn't mean you should or shouldn't do anything, right? This is the sort of false framing that people do in a straw man to try to attack this, but it's an objective basis. Like, you could be with that same exact person, but then you would at least be holding it to a criteria that you yourself set and holding it consistently accountable. So like, oh, I like them because of blank, but that same blank trait quality could apply to other people to a greater degree. So, oh no, it's not because of blank. That's just an overlapping element, But the real reason is, the nearness postulate, the fact that you happen to go to school, you happen to do this, you happen to do that. And it's like, oh no, it's because of this bond and connection we have. But if you had the same opportunity to have a bond and connection with somebody else in a different circumstance, in a different setting, you would absolutely be able to do that as well. So you could do that based on Stockholm Syndrome. That wouldn't have any other, limitation to it. So yeah, we'll look at the letter F. Then we have Monk episode 7. That was probably the worst episode of Monk so far, but it wasn't necessarily bad. Episode 6, it was just more like, you feel like you've been there, done that, cliche kind of evil doctor. It did about as well with that material as you could do, but it wasn't even a case that he was assigned to or something. It was just he happened to be there and he happened to solve a case everywhere he goes. And the fact that that gun happened to be there and that he happened to take it out only now, like, why didn't you do that before? Why couldn't you figure it out? Something to do with the whole Santa thing. Like, maybe he thought he was just okay, but he knew he wasn't okay, because what if they're doing some maintenance on the chimney, or what, they didn't check the chimney in 4 years for any reason? Like, nobody cleaned it, nobody fixed it, nobody used it, you would think there'd be some basic maintenance that goes on there. And so that was the one weird thing that certainly hurts it. But it's still good enough. Again, some of the character interest, I do enjoy the genuine issues that Monk has. Not like, he didn't have any issues. He was actually being drugged by Dr. Kroger to make him seem crazy, just so that Dr. Kroger could cover up the crimes of his buddy. It wasn't like that. He genuinely did go to Trudy's house. He genuinely does have issues. And then this guy tries to exacerbate that in terms of, that, by trying to keep him in there and discredit him, which really wasn't his original goal. Like, if Monk hadn't pried too deeply into these things, he probably would have just let him go after 48 hours. He would have said, screw it, I don't care. Right, you're fine. But it's only because he keeps questioning this stuff. That guy's acting was pretty good, too, because towards the first half of the episode, he's portrayed in such a way that I almost didn't think it was him, right, for a while. But then as soon as stuff starts going missing, like the camera and whatnot, then you start to, I suspected him almost immediately, just based on the cliche of, this guy seems like a good, helpful character, and he's a high stature doctor, and like, so that means he must be the villain. Like, you couldn't just have him as a recurring good character, because we already have Dr. Kroger, so you can't have any, it's very rare that happens, that you just meet a character who is actually a good person, who's going to go on and just be friends with you, or, you have to, it's hard to explain. Anytime there's a noteworthy, memorable character, they have to be dealt with in some major way. Either they have to become a recurring character, which is unlikely that you'll have that happen, so early and so regularly, or they have to be a villain or something like that and written out of the story. So anytime somebody seems too nice or too good, right, something is up with that, because it's a case where you're not able to I don't know, that's more of like a story construction thing that's just predictable, but it was still good. And some of these settings are going to obviously have been used in Psych and The Mentalist, and I'm not saying shows before this weren't like that, but this is much more iconic for setting a lot of those standards. Like, what was a show before this that had like some of the same style and structure to it? And I'm not really sure. Columbo I've never seen, but I imagine that wouldn't be quite, it's kind of, the premise is kind of a little aloof as well. Like, he seems kind of stupid, but then he's actually not, and he always ends up solving the crime. So I'm sure there's elements of that and other stories, but it's a case where I don't know. So far it's been really good. You've gotten a couple A grades. My whole system of the character points and everything is getting so complicated, though. The plot armor count, the other thing, the failure state of deductive reasoning. Like, so I suspected it was the doctor, right? So it's like that's good enough to survive that condition. The other thing, though, is I didn't expect, and I guess we already knew the murder method, but I couldn't figure out like the motive and all that. But again, that's sort of more of a light condition. I said who did it and how they did it, even though I didn't say exactly, like, the chimney thing or the motive or something like that. You got to sometimes think, again, in terms of story construction, not think too much in terms of a realistic thing, which sometimes works, but especially if the writing's good, but like, oh, they're mentioning Santa Claus. That means the killer must have thrown evidence in the chimney. Like, you wouldn't really come to that conclusion logically, but you would in terms of the story. Like, why else would they bring it up? Like Chekhov's thing, like the glow-in-the-dark thing was a good moment for Sharona. But no, I genuinely have no idea where the character points were left at. I really don't know how I did it so well with The Sopranos. I was all over that shit. I knew it off the top of my head every time. Or I would sort of review it sometimes from my own thing, but that was at the time where maybe that's all I was doing was just The Sopranos. I would just start the session just to do that, and I wouldn't necessarily do anything else, or I would do like an intro or other random topics, but it's a situation where I watched obviously only 13 episodes of that, but this is probably going to last longer. But again, the failure state there I think is legitimate. And again, I'll do that even for big name series. So like I'll watch Breaking Bad and I'll watch, I don't care, Game of Thrones, whatever I feel like going forward after this, like Better Call Saul or something. So I don't know if I should change my format of how I do this though. The microphone is about as good as it's going to get. I'm still going to do it while driving. But the one thing that I could do that's a little bit different is I could basically do it in such a way that like you could show something. I'm not going to show my face, but I could show like some of the I don't know, I guess I'll just do it the same way. And like I said, down the road I could always do that. I'm just annoyed. Like, I don't think these should get a ton of views or that they're that great, and they are kind of a mixed mess of stuff all just sort of clumped together. But I do feel like they should get a certain number of views just for the subject matter alone. Like, I don't know, you got to do it in short form, appeal to low attention spans, lowest common denominator, that kind of a thing. And if you do that, then you're able to do it in such a way that I don't know. You have to appeal to that. So like some of the short form clips I could do, and I don't know, I just like having it up there in a raw sense, and then I can always pick out stuff later. That's the sad part. Like a 10-hour video of me doing the same thing won't get any views, but then if I cut out a 30-second part from the, it's still in there. But now, that'll get a lot because it's just shorter. That reason alone. Even any 30-second part, well, not anything, but something of some substance, like a clip, noteworthy moment or noteworthy reaction or whatever, where you show your face and you show the video that you're reacting to and all this kind of stuff. But no, I found the ultimate cheat code for the timestamps, because at the beginning I wasn't sure how to do that, so I just said, screw it, I'm not going to upload. But then I just gave up in trying to put them in the video, especially when I'm reacting to so many things back to back to back and it just goes on and on and on. I just said, I'll just say the timestamp and you can just sync it up, and that's good enough for now. And again, down the road I could always pick and choose and decide to do it more formally. I guess those videos would sometimes get a little more views, like, I would do the Sopranos episode, but I would just do that. So it would be like an hour video of me just watching that, compared to this, where it's like a 10-hour video of me doing all kinds of things, but I'll just name the video like, Film Critic watches dinner, and that guy's a Sigma male Chad, whatever, the guy, Richie, right? But I do watch dinner and that, right? But that's only like an hour of the 10-hour thing. The rest of it is all kind of other stuff. So it's still fair to say that, like, I'm still doing it. It's like a main event thing. It's not really clickbait to say, oh, look, he said he's watching dinner. I am watching dinner, but I'm also doing 100 other things, so I can't possibly fit every single thing in there. So I just do the thumbnail and the title based on, like, the main event of it. Like, this is what it's really about. Like the main focus. Like, so the next one I do would be like, watches Monk season. I forget actually what we're at, but as far as the uploads, I guess it must be season. I actually don't even know. We must have uploaded season. We did dinner and we did episode 5. So now it would be, or I guess it was episode 5 and then dinner, and then Easy A would be the next thing that we do, right? We'd upload Easy A, and then episode 6, and then right now we'll do F, and then episode 7. So we did dinner, I guess was I don't know why I feel like I uploaded it backwards maybe. I did dinner first, then I did Monk episode 5, then I did Easy A as part of this segment. This must be the most recent, obviously, because I just did it, a couple of days ago. And so we did Easy A, and then we did episode 6. Then we'll do an F movie, and hopefully not a literal F movie, like an F grade movie. Even Cats, I didn't give an F. I don't think it deserves it, because again, it would have to be completely irredeemable. Even if I think it's bad in a lot of ways, I'm not going to just jump on the bandwagon and say that, like, it's bad for that reason. Like, it is bad, but F means something else. F means it's absolutely just, there's no visuals that I enjoyed, but there were some good visuals at times, even if you don't like the Jellicle cat appearances. I liked some of the sets and things like that. I liked McCavity to a degree. Some of the songs are at least okay. Like there's a certain production value that I can't shortchange, right? It's still bad, but I won't give it an F, actually. I'll give it a D, which might not seem like a big deal, but somehow, I don't know. To me, it's just bad, and I'm even being objective by saying if I knew the source material better, I might like it more, or at least understand it better. And I guess in the same way, if I knew the source material, I would, you might like it less, too. You might say, oh, it's unfaithful, but I'm giving that like a neutral pass. Like, it's neither a negative because I don't know it, so I can't say, oh, it's unfaithful, blah, blah, blah. But I also am not giving it a positive to say, oh, well, I understood it better because of that, but, I'm expecting that might have helped, that might have hurt, so that's kind of a neutral, but it's still a D. I mean, you think if that's a D, then what's going to be an F, but I'm okay with it. I rarely give out A's and F's, which is, again, all the more reason why Monk was such a big deal for episodes 1 and 2 and 4 to get it. And the reason why, episode 2 was almost a B, and that's even what I gave it, but it was just so exceptional, too, that I had to give it an A. So, if I can't find anything really wrong with it, which those two I couldn't, episode 4 I couldn't, episode 3 at least, like, what did I say is wrong? Like the fact that episode 3, what was missing in there? Like, oh yeah, just they don't explore the murder method or anything like that very well, right? And it kind of ends in almost a bit of a rush. So just a little bit of a pacing issue. The murder method isn't even touched on. The whole ramp and how elaborate that was. Like, Monk identifies the tree angle and all that, but he doesn't really say anything. Like, he just, we never get to that point. I'm not saying you have to always address everything in such an exhaustive way, but you have that, and then you have 5 and 6. So what was the issue in episode 5? Like the fact that, like the villains weren't good enough. They were kind of like, one's in jail, which is kind of a creative extrapolation, but the other one's just some random worker at the Ferris wheel. So it wasn't like super satisfying. Not like Dale the Whale, the way that he was such a great villain. That's part of the reason why 4 gets an A. And so 5 was missing that, and then 6 was missing. 6 was missing something. Like the whole ending and the stupidity of the gun still being there, and why didn't he take care of it earlier, and like how could this 4-year case still be unsolved, and how could there still be evidence for it, and things like that. Okay, so here I put together a list for F of all the ones that are interesting, just based on the title or sort of the thumbnail image that it gives you, right? So now it's quite a long list, right? And a lot of these I've never heard of, or I don't know anything about, or it's not the sort of thing I would normally watch. So one of them is FMA. So there's 3 FMA movies, and they're all in Japanese, but I'll make an exception if that does win out. And that is like I was going to say it's like a Netflix one, but it's not. But no, like the Death Note one, we made an exception for just whatever, just so it's on there. So FMA would be the first one. There's like one from 2017, and then there's 2 from like 22 and 22. But yeah, we'll keep that on there as an exception, even though most of these are meant to be in English. So FMA, the first one, like from 2017, Friend Zone, Friends with Benefits, that one at least I'm aware of, but, you know, it would fit in the same category as, like, Easy A, and we can take a look at, like, open relationships. That's the Mila Kunis and somebody. Freud's Last Session or something like that. Then Free to Play. Then Freaks, which I'm not sure if that's a remake of the old Freaks movie with, like, all the circus actors and stuff. Found, Fireproof, Fire in P, which I already forgot what that means. Fire in Paradise. Fearless, Family Blood, Falls, and Freddy. So we're going to pick one out of all of these, which, you know, I'll go with, I guess. I mean, I always have veto power, but so it's Fearless. Or maybe we should do it until the same one gets picked twice. So first is Fearless, second is Free to Play, third is Freddy. Oh shit, the fourth is Fearless again. So even though I was trying to do that to try to cheat the thing, we still end up doing it again. So I don't know anything about it. The only thing I guess I'll make an exception is if it's like a documentary, then I'll just skip it like we did with something else. I can't remember what letter or what movie that was, but I'll skip it if it's basically something like that. But no, I was even willing to do the FMA thing, but only if it was, whatever, if it happened to be picked. So I don't mind doing like one exception like that, but we'll go with this, and I don't know what it even is. Or one of these I'm going to end up having watched before, but I just forgot about it. Or these are showing up as Netflix. Wait, this must be something else then. I thought that wasn't showing up as a Netflix one. Okay, this may not work after all. Let me see. Okay, it's showing up as a Netflix one, so I won't do it then, I guess. And now I forgot which one. Maybe we won't count it. Which one we got second? Is that, I don't know. Let's just do it again. So I assume, I don't know if there's another one called Fearless, but I guess it's not showing up if it is. I don't know. It's showing up as made by Netflix, so I won't do it. So I'll do it once more with the randomizer. I don't know what we got as the second one. Like, we had done it multiple times in a row, but I guess I won't count that, so pick randomly again. Oh, now it's FMA. Oh, I don't know. This is kind of dumb because... Okay, what else do we got? Friends with Benefits. Okay, I guess we'll do that. we somehow cheated it. Because, yeah, that one's in Japanese, one's in that. Even though I put it on there for a reason, I'll just do it. So that was weird. We went through a few different things. We excluded FMA just because it's in Japanese. I excluded Fearless because it's made by Netflix, apparently. And then I excluded whatever else we skipped through just because... I couldn't remember what it was. So then we redid it and we got Friends with Benefits. So that is like a RP intensive moment. Like, we're hypnotized by Mila Kunis to be her own little friend with benefit. Like, we're just doing whatever she wants. You can frame it in a submissive way, or it could just be, like one. I guess you could do that as like a sugar daddy type thing too. Like, the benefit for one is that, the benefit for the other is sexual, or in both senses, just like what they do in Seinfeld, like the arrangement where you can be friends and you can still sleep together with no other expectation, but then it's difficult for people to manage that. But then it's not really a good argument against open relationships, though, because, well, that's a little different, though, because that you would have more of a formal relationship, but you would at least acknowledge the tendency to want to cheat or explore or do other things. So we can observe it from that point of view within the stimuli acme. Maybe I'll play into that a little bit too. Like, I'll somehow... at least the way you can look at it psychologically is you have to do it deliberately. Like, you decide what sort of relationship you want to be a part of, and then if you suffer some conflict with that, that's your choice, instead of like this one size fits all that everybody should just be in the same type because that's what will be pressured onto you. Yeah, let's play into this a little bit as like a role play fetish submissive thing for some reason. Just because, I haven't role played in a while. So, like, it's a case where, we were gonna do a list, and the first thing was Fearless, and it was a Netflix documentary thing, but then I admit that because we just saw Easy A, I almost had an urge to see this, and maybe it's just because, Mila Kunis is the most beautiful, perfect person on the planet, and then, I'm pretending like, I'm a sub who's getting off on this kind of thing, like, I guess it's a different definition of what friends with benefits means, but, like, pretend you're, like, some rich person who has, like, a financial domination fetish or something like that, but... No, it's like we see the thing, and we're already kind of hypnotized by her beauty, and we're already under her spell, so we want to watch this one no matter what. And I was almost hoping to watch it because, again, I just saw Easy A, so it's like, oh, maybe I want to watch this genre again. Even as weird as it seems, it's not the sort of thing I would normally watch, and it gives me a chance to talk about open relationships and stuff. And so as we continue with this RP of this, like, so Fearless ends up not being the case, but then she hypnotizes me to completely forget what the other ones were. I can't even remember them now. We're totally under her spell, right, like that. And then, so we went and we kept going to see what we might end up with a second time. Like, we'll go until we get one twice, and I was doing that in hopes that I would get Friends with Benefits. But then we got Fearless again, so then we come to discover, okay, it's made by Netflix, so we'll skip it. Then we get FMA, and even though I put that on there knowing it's in Japanese, she makes me kind of break my own format, right, where now I don't do it because, oh, it's in Japanese. And then we do actually get Friends with Benefits, and I'm totally not making it up just because I want to watch it anyway. But no, it's like, if you hypothetically had a fetish, you could get off on this creative extrapolation alone, like she's dictating my movie watching format in what order I'm watching it, or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, there can definitely be a submissive element to this, like where you know, the benefit for one person could be financial, and for the other one it could be sexual. Like, it doesn't have, but in a more basic sense, it just means you're friends, but you also do that without any sort of strings attached. So that's kind of more of a mutual general thing, but there's sometimes that implication that, oh, the guy should take care of certain things. I mean, there's that implication in society anyway, overall. I like that actually as a role play stimuli acne thing. Like, I don't know, I almost want to play into it a little bit. Like, pretend you're a submissive cuck kind of person. Or it doesn't even have to be like a cuck really, but like you enjoy that kind of thing. And the reason why you enjoy that kind of thing is because you know, it's a very common fetish ideation. So sometimes people confuse these things like, oh, what a pathetic person, this and that. But the reality is that it's just something you're getting a certain amount of gratification and fantasy from. So the point is you enjoy it. It's not like, oh, you're whipped because you like to be whipped or you like to be talked down to. It doesn't mean you're actually like that in real life. It can be a contrast. It can be a release, right? There's always a stereotype, like you're a big-time CEO and then you come home and you want to get whipped by your wife, which they play into that in Billions, I suppose. But even beyond that, it's like, just because you enjoy something in that way and it helps you get off or whatever, right, doesn't mean that you're actually like that or you actually enjoy that, or it's actually to be taken literally, like, oh, somebody likes to dress up as a furry or whatever, right? Like, there's a difference between some public perception or some making a big deal out of it versus just people are into all kinds of weird things and fantasies and role plays and stuff. So, you know, just we're trying to come up with our own here. Of course, it doesn't apply to me. I'm just playing into it for some reason. I sort of did get that desire to watch it, not necessarily because of her, or that's just what she wants me to think. But no, it was more like a general, you know, I was thinking, oh, we just saw Easy A, so now I kind of want to see another movie like this, just because it's not the sort of thing I would typically watch. So we kind of cheated my own format, but not really, because it genuinely was like that. We did Fearless, and then I said, okay, let's keep going until we get something twice. And then it happened to be Fearless. And then it's made by Netflix, right? Unless there's another one, but I'm assuming that's the same one. And then no other one showed up, or the other one that showed up was like a cartoon. And I don't think that's what the picture I was looking at was. But yeah, you do that, and then you basically realize the fact that, yeah, like a lot of these things people enjoy. Like, oh, imagine, you know, spoiling somebody with gifts, or, you know, like a sugar daddy type thing. But it's not just about, you know, it's this societal assumption of just sex is everything. Like, oh, you're just doing that for sex. Like, of course, that could be an element, but, like, people enjoy certain things besides just that, right? Like, so you might enjoy, like, some people genuinely get off and enjoy giving money to someone, beautiful women or a particular person, whatever it might be, right? That's a fetish that people have. That's different than saying, oh, you're just doing that to get their attention. That might be true broadly, but see, that's more the sexual angle. Oh, some rich guy or whatever might try to give money to women to try to get their attention or to try to sleep with them. But there's other people who genuinely just enjoy the act of doing that, right? They enjoy, you could say, that sort of cuck behavior, right? That you're sort of, but no, it's a genuine preference that people have, right? That like, oh, it's a form of submission. Like, to submit that and give money to someone, right, is something that certain people enjoy. That's an actual fetish that people have, among many other things. So it can be like that, where you're not really, I don't know, sometimes the way it's perceived is a little weird. Like, oh, look how this guy's such a loser. He's giving money to women in hopes that they'll pay him attention, and then they don't, right? Now, that's their choice, but nobody, they don't have to do it, obviously, but they might not necessarily be doing it just because, oh, they really want the girl's attention. It might be part of this other ideation that, oh no, they just are kind of, it's their thing to do that. They enjoy that. They're gratified by the mere act of doing it, right? The act of giving people, it's a big thing, financial domination. So the whole fallacy with it is like, oh, they're a loser and they're doing it for your attention, which in part that could be true, but the mere act of doing it is an act of submission and an act that can be gratifying, right? In the same way that other forms of submission can be, getting whipped, getting talked down to. So there's like this really cringy call between some findom mistress type wannabe and like some guy, and the way that their chat was reacting to it and stuff was kind of, you're missing kind of the whole point. Ordinary everyday people like to get whipped or talked down to or do those things themselves, like getting, domination, submission. It's just a role play. It's just a fantasy. It's just something you're into, right? Now, some people maybe take it too far, but I think it's a failure to understand, like, why do you enjoy giving beautiful women money? Well, that's because that's what they're into. That's their fetish, or that's, something that they want something in return for, possibly, like, maybe pictures, or maybe, something more. So some people genuinely might not want anything, and again, there's a difference between a fetish and a sort of a state of being, right? If you're turned on by that, then you're still getting out of it what you want in a way. It's sort of hard to explain, right? It's the difference between like, oh, it doesn't mean you're actually a submissive person and you're like that all the time with everyone. It just means that, oh, you enjoy it in this context, like, oh, you like being told what to do, not just always in a sexual context, even like, oh, tell me to go get you groceries and tell you to buy it for you and stuff. Like, that could be something people enjoy as a form of submission or whatever. So that is the weird perception of it. Like, people are into all kind of variable things, and that doesn't mean that they're sort of two separate areas, right? Where one, you're taking kind of too literally, that, oh, that means that they're actually like that all the time, and that defines them as a person. And one is, oh, it's a fetish, it's a fantasy, it's a role play, it's something you just enjoy in a gratifying sense. Another way to look at it is like, oh, that's the most genuine form of interaction. Like, oh, let's cut through the BS, like this website Seeking Arrangements. Like, now we make it very clear, like, oh, people want something, let's be clear. Like, one person might want sex, one person might want money, it might be one step above prostitution, but whatever. It doesn't have to be that direct. Like, you have some fetish, fantasy, role play that you want to do, and on the other side, they want something in return. So it kind of cuts through all the nonsense and it's sort of more direct. Instead of pretending like it's about something other than what it is, you just get straight to the point. So you get the most sort of genuine reaction from that. Like, nothing. That's part of the reason actually why, again, I'm a bit of an expert on fetishes. It's part of the reason why people like giving money, because again, it's a genuine response. Someone will, let's say this is the perception, like, oh, people don't really care about certain other things. It's all performative. They're all putting up an act. They're all nearness postulate, other things. So when you give somebody zero-sum means, it's one of two things. Either stimuli acme speaks for itself, hedonism, we get it. But the other thing is zero-sum means. Like, when you give somebody money, they're genuinely happy. So that genuine form of doing something for them that they enjoy is different than all the social contrivance and all that, which is more performative. This is more genuine. Like, oh, you want to see someone be genuinely happy? Well, that's how you do it. Give them money, right? It's just that simple. Especially if you don't want anything in return unconditionally. So you're kind of getting off in that sense on like, oh, so you're just making somebody happy and doing something positive for them. So that sort of shows you the insecurity of society in a sexual sense. If somebody is satisfied without that, like, somebody's genuinely gratified by something like that, or a fetish or a fantasy, or by feet, or by some psychological other, role play, other thing, if they're satisfied by that, that's no more weird than anything else that you're doing in a sexual sense, like, other fetishes, fantasies, preferences you might have, right? But just because you're doing this sort of thing where you're removing an element of it, like, you're removing an element in the sense that now you no longer need even the sexual element. You can just, your imagination is so good, now you sort of invalidate the whole process. Because again, the real issue is society's insecurity and inability to control this. That's why, like, if you get off on some fantasy and that's enough for you, then what's the problem? Versus depending and being controlled entirely by externality. And again, you can do that too, and, they both can exist, but you have some other issue that, again, society can't simply acknowledge, oh, it's weird to find this particular body part especially attractive, like feet or hair or whatever, right? Or this particular fetish, whatever it might be, like some psychological thing or some other role play type thing. Oh, it's weird to find that attractive. Meanwhile, what's the alternative? Again, everyone will have some sort of fetish or fantasy, first of all. But so why is it really being condemned? Like, what's so weird about finding feet attractive compared to finding breasts and, a butt attractive? The reasoning would be that, one's just more common, so that doesn't mean it's better or worse. One's more just tied to the original, you could say the natural way of doing things. I guess that still has more to do with not so much the butt or the breast aspect, but, to inspire reproduction. But again, think about the reason why society would condemn or stigmatize these things. It's not because there's anything inherently really wrong with them. It's just more, again, it's outside of its mode of commonality or control. They're like, oh, it's so weird that you find this attractive. Meanwhile, everybody finds something attractive differently in a fetish kind of sense. And even the conventional thing, right, is just that. Like, what really makes that inherently better or worse, aside from the reproductive aspect? It's just preferential. If you enjoy something else more, then so be it. Like, what's the problem? So the stigmatization of that is interesting because it shows you some great insecurity by society. Like, oh no, we can't allow people to be free thinkers in any way, in any area, because it might invalidate or remove the need for some sort of social structure. So it's like, oh, if you get off and you're gratified by your own imagination and fantasies and other things, now you no longer have a need for a lot of this other thing. So that's the real element that people miss. Like, oh, it just means you're a cuck, or oh, it just means you're an incel, or something like that. But part of it can be, or even in a different sense, like open relationships and all that can open up another, factor. But the other point is just this one, that you have the ability to, I don't know, the fact that you have just such a good imagination, that sort of invalidates a lot of things. Like, oh, you have to do things in exactly the same way, but what if you enjoy something else? What if, again, if your imagination is too good, then society almost feels threatened by it, because you remove the need for a lot of its artificial structures, or you create some other preferable situation. So, oh, you should just accept the vanilla traditional way of doing things, and people will blindly and mindlessly do that. But they too would prefer something different if they open their imagination up too. So you're not really defending or protecting anything. It's not really hurting anybody, but it's just a preferential basis versus a sort of indoctrinated, assumed preference that you're going to have. and beyond that, this is where I always argued for open-mindedness in a sexual sense or a fetish sense, because again, all they're insisting upon is some sort of false normalcy, but it doesn't really matter in the end. Like, and then that gets boring after a while too. So you have a situation now where you're able to if your imagination is good enough, right, like even in this context, I have this format and all these rules that are set in place, but Mila Kunis comes along and tramples all over them. So now, that's a power fantasy. That's the most common form of fetish, is some sort of power dynamic, like one person in a position of power, one person in a submissive position. So you're kind of giving it not just to the other person, but to the stimuli itself. And so he gives you that sort of dynamic where you're sort of releasing inhibitions that society is casting on you in everyday life. So it maybe has less to do with the submission or dominance of the other person and more to do with just giving into your own desires, the things you would normally want to do anyway, but you can only do it when society permits you to, even in your own private bedroom, right? You got to treat it in some sort of marginal way, when really all you're doing is the outward practice of daily life is itself inhibiting every area of your inherent being and tendency, desired, suggested behaviors. So you're acting like that's an outward or unusual thing, but it's only that way through social contrivance or indoctrination. And so, again, just remember that point, that imagination kills social contrivance and structure, because you don't need other people if your imagination is good enough, whether it be in a sexual context or otherwise. You don't need a lot of things, or you don't need them in the way that society presents them. Like, you have to do it in this exact way every time. Why? Because that's the right way or the absolute way, or there's a one-size-fits-all for 8 billion people. Every culture is different, every person is different. No. The reason why is because, that's easier for society to control, and that's the only reason, and family system considerations. But no, you could just subjectively say, well, your imagination is better, so we don't need that. Like, people are a bore, people are inadequate, people are a waste of time, people are lowest common denominator, people are mass-produced, suffering quality for it, people are all these sort of lowly things. If you have truly high standards, your imagination is better than anything the reality could be. So again, it creates this. It's similar to what people say about porn, like, porn ruined your relationship. But if it did, then you have several different issues. Number one, it's sort of not real and played up, and whatever. So you should be able to distinguish between reality and fiction. Like, that's like saying action movies ruin my job because they're more interesting, so now I don't want to do my job anymore, like that. Or even the extent that you have, again, saying porn ruined your relationship, but all that means is that you have certain fetishes and fantasies and ideas outside of your relationship, so that's only natural. So you should do one of several things. Either you should be in an open relationship, or you should bring some of those fetishes and fantasies to your relationship, or it just shows you some inadequacy or lacking with your relationship, right, that you have some other desire. So don't blame the mere existence of pornography. Don't blame the mere existence of your imagination and all the fetishes and fantasies you might have in general, right? Don't blame that. Don't say that, we have to censor reality. Let's get rid of all porn so that people don't realize how unhappy they are in their relationship because it's the best that they have available and they have to settle for it, right? Don't make that sort of reductive argument. Or even say, you can't use your brain too much, you can't think too much, you can't fantasize too much, you can't imagine anything. Right, we got to censor all parts of reality that would reveal the lowest common denominator negative sense of what we're doing. And the reason why is because, we don't want to question our supposedly perfect love relationship because, it would be invalidated by simply the mere existence of a potential of something different or better that you prefer. So you can't just admit that, I would prefer having sex with this person or this fantasy or this other thing. You can't do that. You have to say, no, I wouldn't prefer that, or I don't want to realize I prefer that, so I'm going to censor it out of reality. Like, of course you would rather, have other preferences. So it shows you're settling for something just because that's what society pressures you and wants you to do, not because it's genuinely what you want. And then when you reveal that simply by the mere thought of it, that's the issue. The issue is that porn exists, not the fact that it just reveals some deficiency in your relationship that you're not truly happy. So that you're being structured and forced to be with one person only, etc. So again, to blame porn there is very misguided, because you're missing the whole point that all that is a fantasy and just other examples of sexual endeavors that exist in reality, that you could just as easily imagine that, like, okay, you have a brain, you can imagine anything. You have media examples, you can watch those. So, like, those are just part of the potential reality that is out there. So simply for that to exist should not be a threat to you. Like, oh no, I have to censor reality itself and any possible imagination or extrapolation, because if I don't do that, then it'll reveal and invalidate how what I have, what I'm doing myself, isn't good or isn't worth it or isn't what I really want, right? It shouldn't require that. Being happy in a relationship shouldn't be like, oh, I have to make sure I avoid all these things that would invalidate and make me not be happy. But this is like the modern inverse of the machination process. Like, older generations would say that, oh, back in my day, we were happy just being with that girl from school and going to the local diner, but now you have more options, so options are bad, and antiquated, reductive structures are good, just because that's what you had to go through, right? So now options are bad, restrictions are good, less choices are better, because that's what you were forced to deal with. And so now you didn't have all these other options, so you're going to pretend like they're bad, instead of saying, well, you'd rather have the options, and then you could always come to the same conclusion anyway, potentially, but you probably wouldn't, is the point. And it's like with a lot of modern technology, like, it doesn't, it invalidates people in the way that it reveals them as being obsolete, as far as, you know, it reveals them as being obsolete when it comes to like, oh, don't blame the self-checkout technology, blame the fact that people use it, but also blame the fact that people are so useless that they can be replaced by it. Just reveals people are obsolete, like, oh, you know, all the emphasis we place on people is out the window just because this is more efficient. So let's go through one proper role play fetish fantasy with this, just because for some reason I want to do this. It seems kind of silly, but again, people have all kind of different fetishes and fantasies and several, so this weird marginalizing perspective is interesting. So let's pretend we're submissive for a second here and be like, oh yeah, Mila Kunis is like pretend I'm the person in the movie, or you're the person in the movie, right? And or if you're a female, pretend that you're her. So she's going to be really dominant, and I'm obviously just extrapolating, this is probably not how it's going to be, but pretend like she's really dominant and alpha and powerful, and she'll ignore you, and she'll expect you to pay for everything, and she'll not even have sex with you, and she'll make you get on your knees and massage her feet, and she'll use you as a human footstool, and she'll make you break your format and watch her movie or something, or she'll she'll be sort of the boss and make a lot of the decisions, and you're not even in a relationship, and you're not even having sex, and you're allowed to only like bow down and worship her and all these kind of things. But the point is that the individual who's doing this is getting gratified from it. And this is what people don't realize. You could be in a marriage, and you might say, oh, if your marriage is truly happy, you won't desire these things. But there are so many instances where that does happen. You're in a relationship, you're in a marriage, you're having sex with your wife, or whatever, right? You're having sex. Maybe the real solution is you should incorporate some of these fantasies into that. But no, like, then you go out and you seek out some of these same things. So a married man will go out and seek some fetish role play. Like, oh, I go to some somebody, and then you want to get whipped, or you want to get talked down to, or you have some other fetish or fantasy outside of your relationship. So it's not about, there's like this false framing. Oh, that just means you're a cuck or you're not having sex, and so the best you can get is paying some woman to treat you like garbage, or make you a submissive. But the two kind of coexist in some cases, right? Like, somebody who is married and who is not having sex is not getting the same gratification from that as they would from this other aspect. So it's some other fantasy or desire that they have. So two things can be true, right? You can be having sex, and that's not the end-all be-all the way that the framing would go. So the end-all be-all is just you have other preferences too. So somebody who's married, who's having sex, who's doing all these things, maybe is even happy in that, they have other cravings. Now you feel like something else, right? Now you feel like, okay, I want to get whipped by somebody. I want to role play with somebody. I want some other... Again, imagination is bad and you're not allowed to have it. So this is what ends up happening, is that you're not in a very good position to do this because... Yeah, she would do all that, and then you would be, at her beck and call, and so it's like, oh, now you need her permission to even, not only is she not having sex with you, but you also need her permission to even pleasure yourself, and you could be a cuck in the literal sense there, right, wear the little chastity belt or something, or you could just ask for her permission, or every time you do it, you have to give her money or something, like a tribute, and you can only think of her when doing it, or you're not allowed to think of her when doing it. Maybe either interpretation, and you're also able to, I don't know, like you just get to a point in society where you normalize fetishes, fantasies, imagination, etc. And that can often explain sexuality too. Like, what you're into might not necessarily have so much to do with one sex or the other. It might have to do with certain fantasies. Like, okay, you're a guy and you want to get pegged, but it doesn't mean you want to get pegged by a guy. You might get pegged by a girl, and that could just, like a fantasy dildo type thing. Get pegged by your girlfriend, and that might solve the thing. So sometimes you confuse that. Like, just because you have a certain fantasy doesn't necessarily mean what you... Well, I mean, it could be either or, but it could just mean that. Like, you have certain fantasies. That doesn't necessarily mean, certain things turn you on, but it doesn't mean that it's about the male or the female aspect. It's about the exact scenario and certain things like that. Which can often have to do with submission as well. Like, you want to get on your knees and get pegged by somebody, so you might assume that, you're gay because of it, or something like that. And then you have a situation where you're able to I'm not even going to end up watching this at all, but I'm trying to create the right outline. Like, so she's doing all that, and she's also an expert in psychology, so she gaslights and subliminally hypnotizes you every day. Every time you go to bed, you're on the phone with her when you're going to bed, and you think, oh, what a nice thing that she's talking to me on the phone, and then she gets you to fall asleep and then plays some subliminal messages in your ear to brainwash you in your sleep. And then also she has certain trigger words that she sets up, so whenever she texts you a certain word, you go into a trance and are much more likely to do what she says, or something like that. And like, you can just keep going with this and like fetish on and on and on, and you realize, I don't know, it's like that goes against the marginal basis of society. Like, if you go deeply enough into something, you'll realize, it's too broad for me to marginalize or just label or dismiss. So you realize, it's just a very elaborate, very deep kind of imaginative basis. Not the least of which could be also the domination aspect. Like, that's exactly what... sometimes it can complement the personality. Sometimes it can be in contrast to the personality. Like, somebody who's normally quiet wants to be aggressive in that situation because they're normally never like that. It can be sort of like that imbalance overcompensation effect, where, again, the big-time CEO giving orders to everybody all day now wants to come home and be whipped by their wife as some sort of catharsis or balance of it. And then you also have the ability to... other reasons, like, you almost feel like you don't deserve what you have somehow, like, so you want to be somehow like punished for it or something. You feel like you deserve that, or there's so many different angles you can go with it. So I guess I won't even watch it now, honestly. I was going to, but then I got caught up on this whole fetishization. That's kind of hard to say, fetishization, but that's not even the right way to say it, I don't think. Fetishization. But no, this is something that is... It's interesting because, again, the end result is the same thing. People are just seeking sexual gratification in various ways. So what's the problem? As long as you're not hurting anybody, as long as it's consensual, especially when it's in your imagination, it doesn't even matter because, you're not affecting anybody by doing it. So as long as you control yourself and you're not taking pictures of people without their consent, and as long as you're not being weird about it, you can fetishize anything. And so it's very interesting because the perceptions on that would be so limiting, and it actually kind of leads to certain negative things. Like, people are trained to repress certain things, like, you have certain desires and urges. Some of them are okay according to society in its arbitrary state. Some of them are not, but this is where the absolutist harm-help basis comes in. Like, as long as you're not hurting anybody, or at least more than they consent to be hurt, like they want to be whipped or whatever, but you can still do it safely and consensually. As long as you're not hurting anybody, then what's the problem, right? It's just a fantasy, so who cares what that is? And you also have we explored some of those submissive elements. On the other side, you like you like telling somebody what to do, and I guess that one's easier to understand. Like, even if that's not a fetish, sure, anybody would like to have somebody at their beck and call and doing what they say. So even if that doesn't sexually gratify you, it could just be, okay, I just like having somebody do what I tell them because it's just nice. Okay, I don't have to lift a finger and they'll give me money and they'll do this and that. So again, even if they're not into it that way, they still enjoy the act of doing it. Whereas the submissive element maybe doesn't make as much sense to people. Like, well, who really wants to be talked down to, or who really wants to be, submissive or this or that? But there is that maybe comes down more to the gratification, or you just like, you're a people pleaser, you like to do what people want or something. But no, that submissive element is very common, and so the misframing of it, again, is always that, like, that's how you actually are, just because that's how you are in a relationship, in an intimate setting, in a fantasy, in a role play, in all these different ways. Like, there's a big difference in those two, where you're able to consider that, you would understand that there's no let's try to fill in some other holes here, like just anything that gets you in a neutral state of mind, like being sort of forceful. You almost want that, like, I want to come home and just have them pin me down and just do something. Like, again, what it reflects is that you're a poor trained animal that doesn't even understand the depth of its indoctrination, where, look at what a crazy thing. I want to come home and just have them tear off my shirt and just ravage me. But wait a second. There's nothing unusual about that. In nature, you wouldn't even be wearing a shirt. You would just be animals humping, in the wild, like that's just normal. That's just nature. That's just, because it feels good. It's hedonism. But because society restricts you so heavily, you act like that's some outward thing instead of an inherent tendency, the inherent desired suggested aspect that I talk about. So, yeah, just don't underestimate the power of your imagination and all that. So I guess I could watch that in the next segment or some other time. I wasn't expecting to turn it into this, but let's try to think of all the different, like, power dynamic things. Like, even Mila Kunis was in That 70s Show. And is she the one who wore the toe ring, or was that Lori or somebody? I can't remember. But, like, that's a moment of power, too. Like, pretend she's wearing a hypnotic toe ring that when you look at it, you're under her spell and you do whatever she says. And if that's the case, that would be a turn on for a lot of people, because it's the power aspect of it that that people like, especially like the low effort, like just by simply being, being who they are with minimal effort, they have this power over you, which you're kind of admitting that the stimuli acme has that. Like, there's a reason why you want that particular person to be in that power position, or it could be interchangeable to some degree, but you want them to have power over you just like that, and you want it to feel kind of authentic and organic. And to a degree, that's what happens in relationships anyway, but that's in a more like, real sense or implied sense, like, there's a power dynamic for real there, but there's also this sort of fantasy one that people get off on. So there's a bit of a blurring of the lines because of people's lack of self-awareness too, because you won't realize that that's actually what you're after. But again, a lot of what you're doing is you're not conceding necessarily to the other person or even having power over them. It's again, you're being free from your own inhibitions that you have all day, every day in society. So now you're basically associating the two together. So for example, you are associating the state of non-inhibition with sex. And the reason why that's such a big deal is because, again, the stimuli acme, the highest measure that people know is sex in life. And what that tells you is that it tells you that of all the areas you would do it that way, or that's even what drug use often entails, is like you're not allowed to think in society. And again, like, nobody can really stop you, but it's just you're structured, reduce the structure, encourage not doing it. Like social interaction is exactly that. Everything is reduced to a lowest common denominator, which is, again, just overextended self-interest to a collective, very banal lowest common denominator, basic. Like, so you're never gonna like really have any deep consideration or thought or understanding of the nature of a process or anything. So that's just a structure to reduce thought to its lowest possible state, to the spoken word, right, with no real nuance, and it's all just appearance, pretense, lowest common denominator, reactionary criteria. So that's like the lowest form of thought, if you can even consider it that. But yet that is done, and what is also telling about that is the simple fact that and so you might even say, oh, haha, that means you have that, but I just explored the domination and the submission, and I could go through 100 different fetishes. So it's a good way to show this fallacy of, like, just because you consider an idea, let's associate them with that idea from now on. Remember that time that film critic talked about submissive fetishes? Oh, that must mean they're a submissive cuck themselves. Also, they talked about 1,000 other fetishes, right, in other moments. So does that mean they have all of them? Or, right, like, how can you quantify that? So it turns into, you can think about and talk about and consider every single thing possible, because your mind is infinite and objective. And the way that you can consider that is your mind is infinite and objective. So if you're defined by one idea that you think at one point, or one thing that you say at one point, then you could be by everything. So it's just people not realizing their own variable nature, that, like, I could just you could think or do anything at any time, which maybe doesn't seem super relevant, but instead people are unwillingness to be puzzled. They define people very strictly by some myopic marginalization, like, they happen to do this one thing that's conspicuous, but what about the other million things that they did that you're not aware of? But we're going to define them by this. Like, so this is where the media controls you too. Like, the media won't report on anything this person did their whole life, but they'll report on this one thing. So now you define them by that alone. But what about all the other things they did? Right, so that's not their fault. Like, it's okay to define you by that because that's what you're known for. But the reason why they're known for it is because the undue sort of amount of media coverage of it, not because they might have just done it one time compared to other things that they've done millions of times over their life. So it's like, it's not based on anything other than that. Like, you just report on this over and over and over, and that becomes their thing, narrative. But it doesn't mean that that's actually what they do or what they would be known for. Again, all the infinite variable. So again, like I've said, if I play devil's advocate, this is the guy that made the argument for this, but then I also made an argument against it, and I also made an argument for a million other things and against them too. So like, you can't pigeonhole that, but it's more just, again, a desire for oversimplicity by society in such a way that you have you're trying to make everything sort of oversimplified, so you don't have to think as much about it, assuming that thinking is the enemy there, and not the state that is being thought about. But then that has to be taken and accepted as an absolute because it's heavily indoctrinated and reduced to structure. Okay, let's go over a few quick concepts here, like self-awareness of an inherent state of being, as far as considering that like if people are at peace with their inherent nature and self and tendencies, etc., they would require no reinforcement through externality. Or they would require constant reinforcement through externality if they are not as such. And so what you have is the ability to consider that you have the ability to consider that you require no reinforcement through externality, so you don't necessarily value it. It's all, you don't need it. If you're at peace with your inherent state or any sort of active state of being. Then another element is, like, by simply being neutral, you expose contrivance for what it is, or even simply by doing contrivance somehow a different way, or like, you're doing it some inefficient way. So this is a great way to show an example. Like, the issue is that contrivance is the state, but people only take issue with it when you fail to adequately overcompensate for it. So if you don't adequately overcompensate for it, right, it's like this assumption in society that people have no self-awareness, which typically people don't, but you could in any moment, like, you realize how something will be perceived or whatever, but the thing is that you could, by simply making people aware of the nature of a process, like, look at this person not adequately overcompensating for the social contrivance state. So the issue isn't the social contrivance state itself, even though it is, but they'll pretend like, no, it's just that they failed to do it adequately, and we're taking the process as absolute. And then the third point was, I kind of forgot already. I'm doing this like it's just sort of voice notes in between whenever it's a pretty good time to do it, honestly. When you're driving is about one of the best times you could do it, in the sense that, I don't know, it's just, you're not really doing anything else, and you're even sort of, you couldn't really do this any other way. You can't really write very well or anything, so it's actually not a bad thing. But yeah, the form of it takes precedent, and you have, there was a third one, and I forgot it now, so you expose it by simply being neutral, and it's sort of like, are you, is someone paranoid or something like that? Or is society not so much out to get them even, but it's out to control them in a lot of ways, in virtually every way imaginable? So it's only natural you should be a little weary that it's this overextended state that's objectively adverse to everyone and finite, that is meant to keep you in a half-mass state that is not out for your best interest. It might not be squarely against you, but it's against some inherent nature and tendency, and it exists only to structure you in a certain way, right, that can be easiest controlled, and you see certain, like, objectively adverse elements of it, like, you're meant to be a certain way, but then you can't fully be that way, and then you can't not be that way at all. So it's that's where the inconsistency arises. Like, okay, like for example, it's good to show, like when you're young, I use this example, like somebody overhears somebody talking about religion or just general social contrivance, observing, right, general social contrivance, etc. It's like, you would think to yourself, oh, they can't really be serious though, right? It's the same way that we, that as a kid you believe in the Easter Bunny or Santa Claus. They don't really believe in this invisible man in the sky. They don't really take the social contrivance seriously, even though it's just dependent, overextended pretense of some zero-sum means, stimuli, acme, everything's clear incentive. It's just, overextending it in an initial basis. They're not really serious, are they? But yet they are, at least in the functional sense that they're reduced to. And the other point of that is also, as someone young could observe, the point that I was making is, what was it? Like, are you paranoid, or again, even within the contrivance state, is it even functional? Is it even functional what you're doing as far as like, the pretense would be, well, at least it serves a purpose that you're being restricted and structured this way. But then you have to question even that. Does it even serve a purpose at that point? And even beyond that, you have, there was one other point. Okay, so you have, in this collective contrivance state, you are well, in practice, like, you assume lack of value. Like, nobody actually values or is ever doing anything truly, it's all just reduced to structure. Zero-sum means work. Like, you're never truly doing anything of true value, inherent value. It's all just overextended. It's all just zero-sum means self-interest. But no, you can't fully do something, or you can't not do something at all. Yeah, so like from a young person's point of view, right, okay, so somebody grows up and they take contrivance seriously. But then, oh, you're a stickler, you're a nerd, you're this or that, right? They take school seriously. But, oh, you're a geek, you're studying too hard. But I thought that was the point. I thought it was valuable. So if it is valuable, you do it fully. If it's not valuable, you wouldn't do it at all. But then, oh, you're supposed to sort of value it, but not fully value it. And then if you value it too much, that's a bad thing. If you don't value it enough, that's a bad thing. So it shows you, again, where the priority lies. Regardless of what your measure or criteria is, there is no consistent criteria. There's an internal constant contradiction that it's always reduced to some other extrapolated structure. And so now you realize it's subjectively adverse to you regardless of what your measure is, because there is no consistent measure being used. And you might say, well, that's fine. You can kind of split things and value various things, but the point is then this empirical standard that, oh, you must value this, or you should value this, or this is the criteria on which you value something, that goes out the window. And the reason why it goes out the window is because of the simple fact that now it's no longer such a strong structure. You can say, well, this is worth valuing because of such and such, but now it's not worth, okay, then I'm holding you accountable to your own claim. But, oh, it's not worth fully valuing. It's only worth valuing partly, sometimes, inconsistently, arbitrarily, undefined. And so you see how that serves no consistent purpose. It's completely arbitrary, it's completely random, it's completely inconsistent by its own supposed criteria. So the claim will be made like, oh, this is valuable because of this reason, but then it won't actually be valued, like, or it won't be, consistently valued. So again, you're trapped in this sort of half-mast state that's priority isn't maximum efficiency or anything. It's just to keep you in that half-mast state. Like, you can do certain things, but you can only do them so much, because if you do them too much, that might invalidate the whole process or remove the need. And you can't not do them at all, because that also will fail to uphold the half-mast structure. So by that arbitrary criteria, it could be just about anything, right? You're just sort of reactionarily reinforcing whatever is in front of you, based on how you've been indoctrinated, based on the machination process of the era, based on all of these things. And so now you have a lacking measure of value for sure.